they will only be stroking the wounded ego of a lawless, twice-impeached, convicted felon president who not only unleashed a mob against Congress and his own vice president, but has now pardoned and released into our communities hundreds of extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit dozens more crimes against the American people since they were pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done more than 100 triathlons and 9 Ironman competitions. You are in the fight for justice and the rule of law for the long distance, for the long haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all try to follow your example. America looks forward to your testimony today. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back without objection. All
Good morning.
Statements will be included in the
Surprise.
record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Jack Smith was appointed as special counsel on November 18th, 2022. He served until January 7th, 2025. We welcome our witness today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Mr. Smith, you may begin.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee.
Yeah, I decided.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special
we
counsel.
would just watch this today.
I love my country and believe deeply in the core principles upon which it was founded. For nearly 3 decades, I've served as a career prosecutor in both Republican and Democratic administrations. I've handled cases ranging from domestic assault and gang violence to public corruption and election crimes across the United States, and I've prosecuted war crimes overseas. I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law. Throughout my public service, my approach has always been the same: follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. Experienced prosecutors know that specific case outcomes are beyond our control.
I forgot how
Our responsibility
careful
is to
he
do the
is
right thing,
speaking.
the right way, for the right reasons. These principles have guided me through my career, including as special counsel. I'm proud of the work my team did, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today to correct false and misleading narratives about our work. During my tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies.
This is
We
live
observed
right now.
legal requirements and took actions based on.
We missed opening
facts.
statements from Jim Jordan and
I
Jamie
made my
Raskin.
decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established
That's a good idea. I need to make some
willfully
coffee.
broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom.
By the way, guys, Jen's not here today, so we can do whatever we want.
Today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one,
I can write
no one
caps
should
all
be
day.
above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account, so that is what I did. To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a
Thanks,
prosecutor
Ozma.
and as a public servant, of which I had no intention of doing. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my
Eric
team.
shows up in his feelings today,
President
just
Trump has
immediately
sought
feelings.
to seek revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for having worked on these cases. To vilify and seek retribution against these people is wrong. Those dedicated public servants
Chad
are
Smith.
the best of us, and it has been a privilege to serve with them. After nearly 30 years of public service, including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode.
I do feel like we've already heard this. Sorry if anybody wants to hear this opening statement. I do want to get to the questioning, because what I'm curious about is we watched the closed door testimony, and you remember how like quiet and nervous Jim Jordan was when there was no audience. And his opening statement today already was it was fireworks. It was everything's unfair. I can't believe Jack Smith subpoenaed our information. They spied on Trump in 2016. They're always spying on us. Like, the guy that's chairing this committee is currently avoiding a subpoena from Congress and is now saying, like, everybody testify under oath. Everybody make sure you tell the truth today. Make sure we follow the rules. And then we got Jim Jordan, the sexual abuse enabler, pedophile protector, and now leading this hearing.
Close the vote until we get there. I know that much. So we will start with the gentleman from California. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. When Attorney General Garland appointed you, he cited the particularly sensitive matters at issue and extraordinary circumstances as the reason for appointing a special counsel. What did you take that to mean?
What I understood that to mean is I was to conduct an independent investigation and come to my own conclusions about whether the facts and the law supported a prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary circumstances. Would you agree?
I will rely on his public statements about that. I understood my role as special counsel.
What do you mean, did I
governed
shit the
by
bed?
Regulations, which required me to make an independent decision on my own.
So certainly you would agree it was important to approach the investigation with humility and restraint. Is that fair?
Yes, and that's what I sought to do. I sought to
I don't
do
know
that.
Thought
much
you possessed those
about
qualities.
his
In
new
fact,
law
you
firm.
testified at your deposition.
I saw that he
thought
launched
I was
one.
the right person for the job. Of course, some disagreed. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, for example, has said, quote, Jack Smith has a reputation for stretching criminal statutes beyond the breaking point.
Constitutional attorney, Trump's attorney. They're just citing Trump's attorneys now.
I assume you disagree with that statement by Professor Turley.
I do disagree with that statement. I think my career speaks for itself. I have been
But that statement was also, and I'm sorry to have to interrupt, I just have a short amount of time. That statement was also echoed by the United States Supreme Court in a unanimous opinion in McDonald versus the United States, where the court overturned convictions that you had pursued against a former governor, criticizing your boundless interpretation of the federal
saw
criminal
Shirley's
statute. At issue,
testimony
that opinion was joined
yesterday.
by Justices Ginsburg.
He's so dumb. He had nothing to say. I almost am starting to feel bad for him.
I have conducted my career in a nonpartisan fashion. That particular case, the legal position that the department took, that wasn't my personal position. That was the position of the department.
I see. So, Mr. Smith, I've had the opportunity during my time on this committee to review the work of two special counsels, John Durham, appointed during the Trump administration, and Robert Hur during the Biden administration. And in both cases, they seem to exhibit that humility and restraint that we talked about. But in reviewing in detail the way you conducted this investigation, I see a very different mode of operation. One that sought maximum litigation advantage at every turn, one that repeatedly circumvented constitutional limitations to the point that you had to be reined in again and again throughout the process. For example, shortly after you became special counsel, you issued a subpoena for the phone records of the Speaker of the House of Representatives over a 2-month period, along with for other senators and representatives, even though the public integrity section at DOJ cited litigation risk to doing this. What was that litigation risk?
With respect,
It's crazy to say like you're outside of the law, and then what you cite is they said that you might be there might be a risk of somebody trying to sue you. That's different than saying like you were working outside of the law.
the toll record subpoenas that we issued, they were approved by the public integrity section. The public integrity section, in approving those subpoenas, noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you also sought orders.
Yeah, they approved it. The same people that said there was a risk also approved it. So I guess they all got past that.
And you even didn't tell those judges that it was members of Congress whose records you were going after, in apparent contravention of a federal statute saying that a telephone provider for a Senate office shall not be barred from providing notice that the records had been requested. Now, if you
Kim, please cite your source. Please cite your source that he's been smacked down dozens of times even by the Supreme Court. Cite that, please.
you sought to do that today, would you be able to get away with that, with asking the judges for a non-disclosure order without telling them these are members of Congress?
When we secured these toll record subpoenas, it was done consistent with department policy. You're correct in that that policy has since changed.
They changed the policy based upon the actions that you took. Similarly, you issued a gag order against President Trump that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals vacated as overbroad. Is that correct?
Well, the D.C. Court of Appeals, in passing on that order, found that it was justified. They narrowed the order, but they confirmed that the phenomenon—
They narrowed the order because it was overbroad. In addition to that, you sought an early trial date that the district court rejected, and when you presented your prosecution memo to Attorney General Garland, it's been reported that he was visibly unimpressed and expressed First Amendment concerns.
Supreme Court, Kim Bam.
Mr. Smith,
Show me the
looking
Supreme
at the
Court
record,
one.
I see that you were reversed and rebuked by the Department of Justice itself, by the Attorney General, by the Solicitor General, by multiple district court justices, judges, by the Court of Appeals, and by the U.S. Supreme Court itself. So my final question is, do you believe that you made any mistakes? Do you have any regrets as to how you conducted this investigation?
If I have any regret, it would be not expressing enough appreciation for my staff who work so hard in these investigations. We followed the facts and the law. These people who work for me sacrificed endlessly and have endured way too much for just doing their job. So if anything—
I think the thing to pay attention to here, especially those of you who watched the session behind closed doors, this is all very performative, and they each get 5 minutes, so they're going to cut him off a bunch. But I think what you should pay attention to, if you are an open-minded person, like pretend that you're not a MAGA dipshit or that you're not like a blue-haired, dyed-in-the-wool lib. I think that's what we are, right? Blue hair, dyed-in-the-wool. Just pretend that you have objectivity at all, and then watch this and say, like, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to get to the facts of what he investigated, or are they trying to smear his reputation? And there's going to be every single Republican that speaks today is going to try and smear his reputation. Everybody, every Democrat is going to ask questions about the investigation. And what we're going to find out is that our Congress is going to use all of this time to play a silly little game, and we're never really going to get total answers because it's 5 minutes at a time. But the reason I wanted to show this today is I want to show you that half of our country, half of Congress, is going to smear Jack Smith because they love Donald Trump, because they do whatever Donald Trump says. So this half of the room, you see Jim Jordan there in the middle. Everybody to Jim Jordan's right today is showing up in Congress to do the bidding of Donald Trump. Not their job, not get real answers. They're just here to make Jack Smith look bad. I think they're going to struggle to do that, but every one of them is going to do it.
Knows, because he was a student of mine, that lawyers go to court and sometimes they win motions and sometimes they lose motions, and there's no crime in any of that. And I'm just sorry that you had to be lectured about humility and restraint by a politician, because we might not be best poised to lecture you on those particular virtues. But let's go to the toll record, since that's been raised,
Thanks, Jamar.
Mr. Smith. First of all, Congress has allowed toll records to be subpoenaed. This committee has actually tried to limit it over the years, and the senators who are whining the most over on the Republican side in the Senate, they never went along with our determination to try to limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
We wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of the matters that was assigned to me, including attempts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power. The conspiracy that we were investigating, it was relevant to get toll records to understand the scope of that conspiracy, who they were seeking to coerce, who they were seeking to influence, who was seeking to help them.
And that's normal investigative practice, right?
In conducting a criminal investigation, securing non-content toll records, as you described, is a common practice in almost any complex conspiracy.
Okay, let's go to something else that I've been hearing.
Toll records, for anybody just jumping in, toll records are basically just like a call log, and that's what they subpoena. So they didn't get their text messages or their phone calls. It's just call logs.
Over the last week by our colleagues, as they've eagerly anticipated your arrival here, they've been saying that there's some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the...
If you have questions, guys, you want me to answer or look up while we're going, super chats are available. We also have our normal ways. This will be a long stream today because we'll watch all this, and then I've got some stories to cover after. We're starting about an hour and a half early, and so anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal and beyond today would be great. I'm doing this without Jen, so I will fuck it up.
cheating the public out of a fair election.
Somebody ban Patriot 2372, please.
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation, but the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we litigated before the district court, and the district court ruled, as I just stated, that it is not in fact protected.
And the case law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense against trying to overthrow the government. I mean, the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that mean they've got a First Amendment defense to violent assault against the officers?
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own attorney general said, there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy, to overthrow an election, to commit crime. He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman, denounced the violence that took place on January 6th. The cat's got their tongue these days. My friend Chairman Jordan said, what happened last week was terrible, it was tragic. It's as wrong can be, he said. Republicans, we know all political violence is wrong. I asked my friend Chairman Jordan at a rules hearing, are you also not interested in what happened to us on January 6th? He said, of course, everyone...
Brianna says, paying my coke dealer. Thanks, Brianna.
...is interested in holding people accountable who did wrong. The FBI is doing that. The Justice Department is doing that. Appropriately so. What do you think about the attack on the Department of Justice and the
He does look like he just had an edible kick in. You're absolutely right about that.
Special counsel for doing your jobs?
I think the attack is unjustified. I think the people who worked with me as career public servants are people, they're part of the reason I've been a prosecutor for so long is to work with people like that, not just the prosecutors in my office, but also the agents, FBI agents who are heroes, who have served their country not only as agents, but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts, and I think that they have no basis in who we are as Americans, as a country. I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Smith, is Cassidy Hutchinson a liar? She was their star witness.
What? This is just like, this is the difference between a serious and unserious hearing. We all saw Jim Jordan behind closed doors, and now it's just like full on performance mode. He got his nice yellow tie on today, and he starts with, "Is Cassidy Hutchinson a liar?" We all saw him behind closed doors. None of this. There was none of this performative bullshit. The guy next to him was the guy asking all the questions. Every once in a while, Jim Jordan would be like, "Don't you think it's unfair that you subpoenaed my records?" None of this performative shit, though.
January 6th committee, their star witness in one of those staged and choreographed hearings they paid the former president of ABC News to put together. She was, in fact, the only witness at this special primetime hearing, Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, 8 o'clock in the evening. And she
That's super important. Thanks for getting the date there for us, pal.
told some stories.
He's such a storyteller.
These were some stories. She
It
talked
was at
about
8 p.m. in the
President
evening.
lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the Capitol.
None of this has anything to do with Jack Smith. Jack Smith had nothing to do with the January 6th committee. He had nothing to do with Cassidy Hutchinson testifying at the January 6th committee. This is all performative bullshit. This is because they want to tell you a story. They don't want to talk to Jack Smith. They will do anything but talk about the details of this case.
And I just want to know, you think she was lying?
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about someone the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She had said she'd heard that from somebody.
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
I'm sorry, sir?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
Yes.
White House Deputy Chief of Operations, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations,
Why is Jim Jordan bouncing?
right? You remember what he said about it?
Bounce. Come on, bounce. Say, Jim
As I
Jordan,
sit here
bounce.
right now,
Say
I do not.
bounce.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. How about Bobby Engel? You familiar with that name?
Yes, I am.
Secret Service agent?
We're talking about the January 6th committee right now. It has nothing to do with Jack Smith. It's pretty crazy. They will do anything but talk about this case.
Who was actually in the car that day, you know what he said? He said it didn't happen.
Oh!
And they both said the first time they ever heard this story was when Ms. Hutchinson testified in the primetime hearing as their star witness of the January 6th committee.
Oh!
By the way, did you ever confirm her testimony about this particular incident?
We conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant. We, attorneys from my office,
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
we interviewed, or I should say attorneys in my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought
Has nothing to do with any part of his case.
up in the January 6th hearing? Did you ever confirm that?
Right. We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car who did not confirm that
Okay.
had happened, but also
In your deposition
stated
to the
that-
committee last month, Mr. Smith, you said this: my recollection with Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay.
Jim Bob, what's the crime he should be in prison for? Jim Bob's going to say,
Treason. He should be in prison for treason, crimes against the United States. He doesn't like Donald Trump. He should go to prison for this.
Yeah, you remember making that statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson, regarding this particular claim, was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember saying all that?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right? Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever got to trial?
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness. We had a
You were
large,
still considering her?
choice of witnesses in this case.
Are you familiar with what Washington Post reporters Carol Leonnig?
What is he laughing at, right? They're like, I don't even get this. Was that a gotcha? that was the gotcha?
Aaron Davis said in their book, they did this book, 300-some pages book on chronicling the whole investigation at the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said, Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial. Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed. Are Carol Leonnig and Aaron Davis, who wrote this, are they lying?
Huh? Wait, but he just said, were you going to call her as a witness? And he said, we didn't make final decisions. And now he's saying 2 of your prosecutors said they didn't want her to be a witness. Are they lying? Those aren't conflicting statements. I feel like we're going to have to dumbsplain this to MAGA today. Those 2 things are not conflicting statements. 2 prosecutors had an opinion that they wouldn't want to put her on the stand. Jack Smith said, I hadn't made a final decision.
My recollection is that I certainly had not made any final determinations about who we were going to call.
And that's the point. That is the point. The fact
That's the point. Yeah, okay.
that they used her in a primetime hearing and you won't rule out using her, or didn't rule out using her, putting her on the witness stand when everybody knows she wasn't telling the truth, that says it all.
That's not even that's not the truth. It's not that everybody said she wasn't telling the truth. If you go back and watch the J6 committees, what you had Cassidy Hutchinson and there was somebody else in the car, and he didn't confirm her story. He confirmed parts of it. And then other people that weren't in the car swore under oath that they had never heard this story. So you have 2 people that were there. They had conflicting reports, hers and his. And I think that it's likely that when she said that he reached for the steering wheel, that she thought he was reaching for the steering wheel, and the other person thought that he wasn't reaching for the steering wheel. And then a bunch of people who weren't there testified that it absolutely didn't happen. And again, doesn't have anything to do with Jack Smith's investigation. This is not serious. Republicans are not serious. They are just running cover for Donald Trump. And I think maybe Jim Jordan's just happy because he's like, thank God we're not talking about how we're covering up for pedophiles today. Thank God. Because everybody on this side of the aisle, we're covering up for pedophiles, and it's nice to have a break from that.
That's the degree the left and Democrats were willing to go to get President Trump, putting on the witness stand someone everybody knows is making it up. Everybody.
Nobody's running cover. Okay, where are the Epstein files? It's hard to get them out. They're in open violation of the law. They refuse to subpoena Pam Bondi and hold her in contempt. Meanwhile, they're holding the Clintons in contempt, but not Pam Bondi, who is actually breaking the law. The Clintons need to testify. Since they're in contempt. They won't call in Pam Bondi and subpoena her to testify, and she's in open defiance of the law. But yeah, for sure, they're not covering for pedophiles.
Knows that, and you were willing to do. By the way, you know how many times Cassidy Hutchinson was mentioned in their report, the January 6th report?
Why would he know that?
Any idea, Mr. Smith?
Why are you asking him that question?
I do not.
185 times. Someone that the whole country knows wasn't telling the truth, and you were still considering putting her on the witness stand because you had to get President Trump.
This is so pathetic.
Everybody can see that.
This is so pathetic.
We better take a recess for
Everybody could see it.
votes. We will resume as soon as votes are over. Back here 10 minutes after. Mrs. Smith, you guys can go back to the room that you were in.
All right, 10 after, so we're going to have a little break here. I'll just turn off the volume. This is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough watch today. What do you see, Cody? What do you all see? Republicans, nice to have you here while we have a little break. What do you all see? Jack Smith got 2 grand juries to indict Trump. What do we see? What did he do wrong? Kangaroo court. It's not a court. These cases didn't go to court. I'm not sure you know what courts are, and now I'm starting to suspect that you think a kangaroo court might be actual kangaroos running a court. He's a Democrat. Bro, how does this feel? I want to see some. I saw some new polling today, and I think this is what they're actually freaking out about. Trump's polling is a problem currently. Sorry, I said Trump, so MAGA's dicks got hard, and now I'm gonna point out his his polling. Is this the right one? Yeah. Megan goes off. Fake news. Watch this cue. Oh yeah, CNN. Like we're supposed to believe CNN. Ready for it?
Distract from other things. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So, how much are people focused on Greenland opposed to other things?
Yeah, okay, so this is the whole idea, John. The President of the United States didn't like the focus on the Epstein files. We're going to change the subject and we're going to go over to Greenland. And from that perspective, it's worked. Look at this, Google searches versus December. For the Epstein files, down through the floor, far fewer people are searching for the Epstein files, down 72%. Of course, you can't fall any lower than down being 100%. Versus for Greenland, look at this, the highest on record. Up like a rocket, almost up 1,600%. My goodness gracious. So if the idea was to distract from the Epstein files and focus the American people on something else, it has been a success by that metric.
But we don't know if that was the goal here, but if it was. Now, how is saying focus on Greenland opposed to the Epstein files in terms of focusing on an issue that's good for you?
Yeah, okay, so if...
That's a good point about Cassidy Hutchinson, by the way. Who said that? Well, and I'm not the smartest person walking around, but to me, there's an enormous difference between using someone and considering the possibility of using someone. She also can testify to a lot of different things. She worked for Trump. So it wouldn't just be what happened in that car. She can testify to a lot. So she could have testified on a myriad of things. And again, Jim Jordan and the Republicans today, they're going to lean on this thing where they say that Cassidy Hutchinson is a liar, and they do this regularly. They say that she's a liar. They can't prove that she's a liar. There's two conflicting reports, and the two people in the car have similar but conflicting reports, and they choose to believe the one that's not quite as bombastic. And then they just say, oh, it's a fact. It's a fact that she's lying and he's telling the truth.
Idea, right? Well, it's a bad idea, politically speaking. Why do I say that? Because take a look here. Trump's net approval rating on the Epstein files, look at that, just absolutely awful. 38 points below water. But any try to buy...
Yeah, most of the country sees that Donald Trump and the Republicans are covering up for pedophiles, but not the MAGA that shows up in our chat every day.
No, that's not true. There's a perfectly logical explanation for all of this.
Greenland is somehow even more unpopular. Look at this. It's 40 points below water. There is barely an issue out there that's worse for Donald Trump than the Epstein files, but any attempts to buy Greenland or use military force on Greenland, which even polls worse than this, is one of them. It is arguably the most unpopular thing that Donald Trump can try to do is mess with Greenland.
So Greenland is polling worse than the Epstein files.
You got it.
All right. How is the president's approval rating right now compared to other presidents?
Oh, thanks for the gifted subs, Taurus. Appreciate that. Amy Lynn says you can convict a Republican. Let's see. You can convict a Republican, indict a ham sandwich, but can't do either to a Democrat.
To this term.
Yeah, so the idea might be, hey, Donald Trump sees my approval ratings are low, I might try and raise them. This won't do it. And the truth of the matter is, if we're talking about a year into term number 2, look at this. I've got all the last 6 presidents who went into term number 2, got a year in. And you see this, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush. Donald Trump is below all of them. The only person who is even lower than Donald Trump when it comes to
Oh, sorry, Twisted Metal. I didn't see that. Just us and Peepaw today? Yeah, just us. No Jen today.
This point into term number 2 is Richard Nixon. In any comparison, when you are into term number 2 and an approval rating that you have, if you're anywhere close, as he's the only one lower, that is not a comparison that you want on your dial.
So they got to figure something out with the polling. They got to go somewhere with the polling. And looks like they're going to go with, let's try and play victim some more. Their favorite game. Always their favorite game. Play the victim. Donald Trump, the billionaire president with immunity, is a picked on guy, but everybody else gets away with crimes, just not Donald Trump. He's so picked on. What's it like being a scab for this guy? Is it fun? Pooling is pure math crap. All right, David. Thanks for that. That was helpful. There's Daily Republican. Math is bullshit. Fucking hate math. Yeah, there's not a decent poll for Trump. Like if you go even to the RCP average, let's see where he's at. When's their most recent one? I mean, it's not good. He's so far underwater. You got New York Times, CNN down 16, -8 in Emerson, Economist. I mean, these have to be some of the worst of his ever. Yeah, you can see where he takes office here. 50.5 approval, 40. So this is the margin that you saw in the election. This is how he won, and by March, he's erased it, and then it's just been nothing but get worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm a simp for who? Who am I a simp for? Math?
You're using data, you simp.
54.9% disapproval. What did I see the other day? Let me see if I can find this. Where you at? I think it was the approval. This. Yeah, it was on, I think, Newsweek had it. I think this is where the chart was. Yeah, this map. Let's see if I can expand this at all. This is like by state. So if we look at the states that Democrats are going to need to pick up that have like Senate races, you've got Maine. He's completely underwater. It's 59% disapproval. He's certainly going to lose Maine if these hold up. North Carolina is a problem. I know this is what I want to look at. Nebraska. Now, Nebraska looks like it's holding steady. Nebraska's a weird Senate race because they have Osborne, and Osborne's an independent that a lot of people see as a Republican, and he's really popular there. He's actually in the lead. But even if you get over here to Iowa, 51% disapproval. That's for Joni Ernst's seat. Let's look at 270 to win. Can't remember all the ones. Let's look at all the open Senate seats. Are we back on yet? Still not back. As soon as the oversight committee comes back, we'll jump back in there. Didn't all the numbers say he was going to lose the election before 2024? No, 49ers, dude, man. No, they early on they did, but late polling all broke towards Trump. It's similar that it did in 2016. And if Danielle's here, Danielle will tell you it's because the election was stolen. So, and make a decent argument for that. Oh, that's 2008. Let's go Senate. Let's look at the interactive map here. So if we just take the polling from the two, so let's go to Nebraska. Nebraska, if that goes blue, which it's let's actually just do it on approval rating. So we'll leave it Nebraska red. If we go to Iowa, if we're doing it on approval rating, Iowa goes blue. Do we have any? Let's see where else we have open seats. Give me 1 second. Alaska. So then Alaska would go blue. These numbers are going to be wild. Georgia. That's Ossoff already, so that should stay blue. So I'm going to move that blue. I'm doing a second map here too. I'll show you the total when we're done. But if we just based this off of approval rating, where we stand today, then we're going to go down to Iowa. We got already Maine. That's going to go blue. And let's look at Michigan. Gary Peters is running ahead. That's terrible for Trump. 56% disapproval. So then you got to say Michigan goes blue. By the way, these would be historically correct. Like in order for what we're doing right now to reverse, it would be like the first time in history. These types of polls generally are incredibly indicative of how the midterms are going to play out. So we're projecting this based on approval. That doesn't mean that Trump can't win. But if he did, it would be historic. It would be in complete defiance of virtually all polling. If we go to Minnesota, that's not good. Getting worse in Minnesota. That's already blue on my map there. Let's look at Tom Tillis in North Carolina. Disapproval there. He's not running. I can't remember who's running in his stead, but somebody who's running in North Carolina. No, not just like the last time. Republicans, don't be dumb today. Try your best to not be dumb today. Try your best not to just like see sunshine and rainbows. Trump was doing very well in the polls at the end when the like the last after. Well, in fact, that's why Joe Biden dropped out. Trump was so far ahead in the polls that Biden dropped out, and then Kamala Harris like made up ground. But if you look at most polling right before the election, it didn't say that he would win all 7 swing states, but he was projected to win. People thought that the polls were wrong, that they weren't able to like factor in all of these people that hated Trump. That's what we thought. We thought there's so many people that hate Trump that the polls are certainly missing them. Nebraska, I think we already. Nebraska. Let's see. Nebraska was approved still, so we'll leave that one red. New Hampshire, Shaheen. We're back yet? Not back yet. Actually, I'll just pull these over. We'll do them at the same time. Let's do this. Move that. Put it there. All right, this will make it easier. Then you guys know where we're at. So if we go to New Hampshire here, this is what I'm looking at. So disapproval 60%. So we're going to go up here to New Hampshire. That's already blue. All right, our next race was John Husted in Ohio. Approval rating's down, so that's got to go blue. That's the same. That's he's running against Sherrod Brown again, who he beat last time around, but it was pretty close. So that would go blue. Texas Cornyn. It's underwater in Texas. Holy shit. Trump's underwater in Texas. Texas never. I feel like every election we look at Texas and the polling is wrong. Texas polling is historically wrong. I'm going to be shocked if that's blue, but we're going to make it blue just for this activity. I wonder if there's any safe seats that we could look at that might be up. Let's Alabama. That's going to be safe. Arkansas is going to be safe. Hickenlooper in Colorado. That's going to be safe. What about in Ashley Moody in Florida? I mean, according to polling, they would lose. According to polling, this would have to go blue. This is interesting. Idaho, Jim Risch. What does that say? Idaho's good. I'm sure Illinois is good. Let's look at Kansas. Roger Marshall, he looks good in Kansas. Kentucky looks fine there. Louisiana's got to be fine. Closer than you would expect, though, 50-45. Montana, good in Montana. That's crazy that they're good in Montana. Things have not been going well in Montana. I guess maybe they still think Trump's going to fix it. New Jersey, that's Booker. Don't have to worry about that. Look at Mark Wayne Mullen's haircut there. Good in Oklahoma. Well, Lindsey Graham, barely in South Carolina. About South Dakota. Good in South Dakota. Good in Tennessee. Sure, we're good in West Virginia. We got to be good in West Virginia, right? Yeah, they're loving Trump in West Virginia. And then Loomis in Wyoming. That's got to be safe. Okay. So if we look at just the polling there, this is what it should look like. If polling held, Democrats would hold a 54-46 in the Senate. So it just if this was a normal election, this is what the Senate map would look like. We're early today because we're watching the Jack Smith testimony, and they're just on a break right now. So you haven't really missed much. I'm just filling time during this break. They said like 15 minutes. Trump dropped the trade deficit immensely. Let's look at that. What's immensely here? Did I just close down my windows? I shouldn't have done that. Let's look at the trade deficit. But do you think, by the way, nobody votes on the fucking trade deficit. Nobody's seeing the trade deficit and going, well, everything else is going to shit, but we lowered the trade deficit, which doesn't matter at all. See how much he lowered it. My shows fail, my speeches flop, woke agendas cost big dollars, and they vanish. That was a really fun thing you just said there. Looks like the trade deficit peaked at $136.5 billion in March. They went to 52.8 and 29.4 in October. Projections indicate 2025 goods trade deficit about 1.26 trillion in 2025. What was it in 2024? What was it? So remember that number, 1.56 trillion is, or 1.26 trillion in 2025. And, it's much higher. Whoa, much higher. It was 918 billion in 2024. Oh yeah, so it's up. Swing and a miss. That whoever that was that said that, he's going to keep repeating that over and over, that he lowered the trade deficit. He's going to go to another live later today and say, Trump lowered the trade deficit. Why didn't I what, Steph? What are we talking about? Anything else? Tell me why else. Republicans, why do you think that this polling shouldn't hold? Donald Trump's underwater everywhere. What do you think is going to change between now and midterms that would change the polling? Not the election, because again, there's questions about our elections in my mind, so I can only just gauge this off of historical elections. Like, I hate billionaires. Yeah, well, I don't hate the person. I don't hate, like, billionaires, the people necessarily, all of them. But I do not think that billionaires should exist while people in this country can't afford to live. Yeah. What are you guys thinking? There's winning, and then there's you. Whining. I don't know. What am I whining about? I think I'm just reading you like data points from polls. Is that whining? Just, if the poll doesn't go the way that I like, I consider that whining. Democrat fraud not helping your side. Well, I don't think, I guess you guys missed the hearings yesterday. Did you guys watch the congressional hearings on fraud? Because what everybody in those hearings said, Democrats and Republicans across the board, is that fraud is happening in all states. And that it's happening virtually on the same level as it is on in Minnesota. In fact, one of the points that Nick Shirley pointed to, and two other people that testified, pointed to California, saying that 10% of all the fraudulent fraud in this country, welfare fraud, is happening in California. 10%. And they thought, that's a gotcha. One, it's kind of a made-up number. All of these numbers are made up because we don't have the investigations, so these are guesses. That's fine. Let's just take it at face value that their guess on their numbers is correct. Do you guys know what percentage of our population California makes up? Anybody know? %. So if they make up 10% of the fraud, but they're 12% of the population, then doesn't that mean they're doing less fraud by population? Like, as a proportion to their population, they're doing well. You would expect if California was out of control, they would be doing 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20%, something higher than 12%. It depends. I've seen between 12 and 18% of the population. I went low on the population. I didn't dig into the methodology of each, but when I used Perplexity, there was a bunch of sources between 12 and 18%. But wouldn't it be proportional? Like, if California is the problem, then they would be doing, like, proportionally, they'd be doing more of the fraud than their population, right? And I think this is the thing. Like, most people are looking at the fraud that's happening in Minnesota, And this story won't last forever. But what Democrats are going to be able to do is they're going to be able to show fraud in other states too. And then everybody's going to realize it's just a fraud problem. The other problem that you have is Donald Trump keeps pardoning fraudsters. He pardoned 13 people yesterday that were convicted of fraud. So we can't really take you guys seriously. We can't take Trump seriously. You can't be like, we're the party that cares about fraud and then allow all this fraud. Is that the total population you're doing there, Humby? 50% of the population are illegal aliens. Oh, Jesus Christ. If it's equal or the population is higher than the fraud percentage, then they're underrepresented in fraud. Yeah, exactly. I don't think fraud seems to matter that much. If it mattered so much, why is Trump underwater in all these states? The other thing you have to know, the other thing you have to realize is that gives these candidates, like, if they're looking at their polling, if we go back to, God, I gotta stop closing that window. Back here, pull up my history. If we go back to that map, and you look at some of these states where they're way underwater with Trump, now you might be incentivizing Republicans to actually run against Trump. I tweeted this out yesterday, but ironically, Marjorie Taylor Greene is in a better position now if she wanted to run for governor or Senate than she was before. Trump's 15% underwater, 15 points underwater there in Georgia. So ironically, like, being a Republican in a Republican state that doesn't like Trump, that might be a win for you. I would think about that if I'm in Florida. I'd think about that if I was in Iowa. I'd certainly be thinking about that if I was in Maine. I'd think about that if I was in Ohio. I might start distancing myself if I'm in North Carolina. I think that if you're running like, and that's where it gets tricky, because you can't really get through the primaries without endorsing Trump, but you can't win a general if you're attached to Trump. It's over here. Yeah, we're early today. You haven't missed much. It's going to be a weird show today. We're watching the Jack Smith testimony, and in between, right now, there's a break, so I'm just covering stuff that I had on the outline. What about ism? What's ism? Ism. What about ism? Biggest fraud in history is what Dr. Fauci did. What fraud did Dr. Fauci commit? Jesus fucking Christ, God damn it. No, we don't, you don't tone police. We use the Lord's name in vain here regularly. You shall not constrain my speech. He lied. What did he lie? Well, first of all, is lying fraud? No. But what did he lie about? Let's do this. We don't have TikTok today. I got banned on TikTok after the live yesterday, like 20 minutes after. Amy Lynn said, Florida has the most Medicare and Medicaid fraud. Good point. That's a good point, too. The senator in Florida is, his company stole like $1.7 billion from Medicare. Let's look at you want to see the polls? We'll do this. Let's look at the 2024 RCP average. How's Don Lemon? He's doing fine. Look at the averages. This is from July of election year. Trump was winning everywhere. This is the problem that conservatives that you have is you have been so conditioned to just never believe polls that you say dumb shit like, oh, just like Trump was supposed to lose in 2024. No, he was dominating. We go back to Trump, even going back to Trump v. Harris. This is like through October. You had this little bump through October, but every one of these polls within the margin of error. What do you think they're going to charge Don Lemon for? Dr. Fauci created the virus. That's how he knew so much about it. Oh, okay, got it. Keep talking. Please talk to all. If you have any neighbors that are like on the fence about voting, all these people talking about Dr. Fauci, go talk to your neighbors, please. Tell them all the stuff that you know. Dr. Fauci, crimes against humanity. Yeah, sure. What crimes did he commit, though, right? It has to be, if it's crimes against humanity, you've got to be able to explain what those crimes were. You know why Trump did so well? Because the Democrats did so bad. That's true. What do you mean we don't get that? Of course we get this. Nobody thinks that Trump won the election because Biden was so amazing. Nobody thinks that. Everybody knows that Biden fucked up. That's why did Trump lose in 2020? Because he wasn't very good. The patent attorney I work for used to be a research scientist in the pharmaceutical industry and worked on mRNA vaccines for 20 years. All right. Don Lemon didn't do anything wrong. I agree. I don't know what they think they're going to get Don Lemon for. He's being a reporter. At most, what are they going to get any of these people for? Like trespassing? I did watch yesterday. I actually had some of these on the outline. Let me pull it back up. Republicans are just somehow you guys are in power. You control everything, and you still do nothing but complain. Do I have it on here? Like this. This is what Republicans are the most mad at on Twitter right now. They're just demanding that anybody who speaks out against them be fired. This is Benny Johnson tweeting this. Every prominent right-winger, libs of TikTok, everybody who spent the last 4 years talking about freedom of speech is posting this video. And Benny's saying, U.S. postal worker flips up Border Patrol and yells, "Go home, you fucking losers. It's disgraceful. He's paid by the American taxpayer and needs to be fired." We're calling someone a loser.
He called him a loser. Fire him immediately.
What happened to free speech, you pussies? What happened to all of you?
Go home, you fucking losers! United States Postal Service.
Also, don't seem to have a problem doxing this guy. They're posting this van name everywhere. They're all saying, like, let's get this guy's name. Have no problem doxing this guy for calling somebody a loser, but heaven forbid we release the name of an ICE agent who murdered somebody in cold blood that we all watched. Heaven forbid we do that. Yeah, no, look, Tony Tigris, I understand churches have First Amendment rights and protections. I have no problem with the people that went into that church being charged with trespassing. Part of civil disobedience is sometimes you get arrested, sometimes you get charged with real crimes. And on the left, we should actually be okay with that. We should understand that some of these people protesting are breaking the law, and they should be prosecuted under the law. They shouldn't get a break just because we like what they did, but they knew what they were doing. And sometimes when you're doing civil disobedience, the end result of that is you get a ticket or you go to jail. I don't give a flying fuck. I really don't. Like, I think churches have way too much protection anyways. If you want to go in and trespass and heckle the church and point out that it doesn't make any sense that a guy preaching Jesus is also walking around in a mask and beating on immigrants, then go for it. And if you get trespassed, if you get a ticket, fine. If you get arrested, fine. How is it? It's professional. They're not professionals. They're protesters, brother. That's how, are you familiar with protests? They're not meant to be convenient. They're meant to inconvenience you. They're meant to disrupt you. They're meant to annoy you. But you guys all sound an awful lot like the people like these fucking long-haired hippies blocking streets, protesting churches. Yeah, they were right, though. We shouldn't have gone to Vietnam. We definitely shouldn't have gone to Vietnam. And you guys sound exactly like your grandparents are like fucking hippies with their marijuana and their rock music. Get a real job. That's you guys. Just every protest in history. Oh, these fucking losers. Look at these fucking losers throwing tea into the ocean in Boston. Right into the bay. That's somebody paid for that tea. What about the companies who were relying on that tea to sell tea today? Nobody ever thinks about them. Get a job, losers. What's that Paul Revere doing? That fucking tattletale Paul Revere? Get a real job, Paul Revere. Don't go run and warn your friends when the British are coming. Remember, the British were the government. One if by land, two if by sea. You guys would be like, fuck that Paul Revere. I hate Paul Revere. What's the difference between the British are coming and oh, this is it right here, and ICE is coming? Anybody?
What is this? What, they signed a document? Who cares about this little document? Oh, they declared their independence. Get a job, fucking losers. Pay your taxes. I'm tired of paying for these people. What, they can just go to America and think that they don't have to live by our rules, that they can say bad things about the king?
They're back. Thank you. It's refreshed. You sure they're back? Maybe Forbes is late. Doesn't look like they're back talking anywhere. You snakes. Oh, this is them voting. What are they voting on right now? I'll leave that up. Satan is real and powerful. He's using the Democrats to do his evil bidding to fight the goodness and greatness. That's right. The devil's on the Democrat side, telling people not to beat on immigrants. And Jesus is like, I told you, beat the fucking immigrants. Do it. Beat on the immigrants. Matthew chapter 6, verse 4. Get them with pepper spray. A lot of hell Satan here. Listen, for all you Christians coming in here trying to spread the light of Jesus, this might not be your spot. There's a lot of heathens in here. A lot of people here don't believe in your sky daddy. So I got to let you know in advance that a lot of people are going to make fun of you right now because we're doing a political stream and you're talking about fairy tales. We're not super interested in that. Also, Jesus Christ is Lord, Jesus is King is just like what white nationalists say now. It's just coded. And they say Jesus is king now, and they all know what they mean, but they say that because they're such pussies that they don't want to say what they really mean. And so it's like a dog whistle to each other now where they say Jesus is king. Cool thing you guys are doing. We all have a meeting with the Lord. What time's that meeting, Mondo Para? What time's our meeting with the Lord? I got to add that to my calendar. Jen's not here today. Usually she keeps me updated on meetings and appointments, but she's not here. Jamie said, great off-the-cuff history lesson to mock idiocy. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate that. Illusion said, the one line ICE hasn't crossed going into churches, so it really offended white Christian nationalists. It wouldn't have mattered. Honestly, if ICE was doing raids in churches, not one MAGA person would care. And then as soon as somebody went into that church to protest ICE, then they would be up in arms. It wouldn't have changed a single reaction from anybody inside of MAGA. They do not fucking care. Every day they complain about something that they are in open defiance of. We do it every day. Every single time somebody comes in here and complains about something, we point out that their president's doing the same crime or worse, and they're like, we don't care about that. We only care about crime if we can accuse Democrats of doing that crime. Tanya said, happy Thursday. Thank you very much. Amy, I got that from Amy as well. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunding. It's going to be a different show today. I'm just going to break in during breaks, but we're mostly going to watch Jack Smith. And we're all probably going to get really mad because this is a performative congressional hearing where everybody gets 5 minutes. So we're going to see Democrats asking questions, and then you're going to see Republicans trying to smear Jack Smith for like 4 hours. People of faith have to fight for their beliefs against people who don't have God in their hearts. What are we trying to take from you, Sandra? This is one of those things that people like you drive me nuts, because I was raised like you, where I was taught to believe I had to fight to keep my rights of faith. Can you name a piece of legislation? I was born in 1985. What piece of legislation have Democrats passed since 1985 that has even attempted to take away the rights of religious people in this country? It seems like most of the time what you think is taking away your rights is other people getting rights that you have. The one that I can remember that my church fought against the most was like gay marriage in California. And they're like, that's taking away our rights. We're used to it. Yeah, I know you're used to it. You're used to pretending to be victims while you perpetrate all the crimes. Christianity, every atrocity this country has ever committed has been done with people claiming that Christ endorsed it. Whatever your religion is, by the way, I don't mind the Christian religion. I don't mind your book. I think there's some good lessons in that book. My problem with all of you is the way that you have bastardized that book and turned the teachings from the book into, we would like to monitor all the behavior that takes place in your bedroom. That's what I have a problem with. Your book's fine. I like a lot of the stuff that Jesus said. He was a communist. There's nothing wrong with Jesus. He said, take your money, give it all away, share with each other, take care of poor people. He got really upset when churches were getting rich, when they were taking money and using it to build their own wealth rather than helping other people. He said, he had a real problem with rich people. He was the original tax the rich. He was the original eat the rich guy. He basically said all rich people are going to hell. And you guys have just ignored all of that. You've just abandoned all of that. And you're like, well, he did say that, but that's not what he meant. What he really meant was like trans people shouldn't be able to play sports. That's what he really meant. That's what Jesus really cared about. That's my problem with most of you. I honestly don't want to be disrespectful to my religious friends. And frankly, there's people that watch this show every day. Some of our moderators even are Christian. They don't ever get upset with me when I criticize religion because I'm criticizing religion, not the book, not the teachings. I have a problem with all of you Christians, though, who ignore all the main teachings. And you're like, I just want to hate people, and I'm going to put a cross around my neck and act like this is somehow justified. You don't fight for anything. You just fight for your ability to legislate what people do in their bedroom. Need to read Supply Side Jesus comic on his show sometime? Bandam, will you send that to me? Supply Side Jesus? Have I seen that one? I don't know Christians. I'm talking to Christians right now. What do you mean I don't know Christians? You don't speak for Jesus either, Mondo Para, but you did earlier. I'm not speaking for Jesus. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about your decision to read the Bible and ignore all the good stuff. Oh, I'll clear that up. Wow, Jack. When you say you don't want to be disrespectful, it means you want to be disrespectful. I said I don't want to be disrespectful to all Christians. I do want to be disrespectful to those of you who are MAGA Christians. I'm intentionally being disrespectful to you. Your religion's a fucking joke. It's nonsense. It's just a way for you guys to justify being cruel. You're mediocre as fuck. You don't have a lot going in your lives, and you are far too concerned with other people's genitals. So I do want to be clear. I did mean to be disrespectful, just not to all Christians. If you think if you're offended by what I'm saying, chances are it's because you have real problems with like gay marriage and trans people. You care a lot about other people's genitals. If you're not, and you're a Christian, then you probably just read the Bible and read the parts about taking care of each other. The only commandment that's important. Jesus basically said, like, there's a lot of rules in here, but the only real the most important one is like to love your neighbor as thyself. That's like the main one. And somehow, like, right-wing Christians have turned that into the cruelty I'm projecting on them is actually love. You guys have bastardized that in a way that's like, I love you so much, I'm going to treat you cruelly in hopes that you stop using your genitals in a way that I don't like. I will discriminate against you. I will legislate against you. I will protest against you until you no longer use your genitals in a matter that I don't like. That's how much I love you. And you've all convinced yourself that that is love. Socialism is 100% Christian. Jesus was a communist. By every definition, Jesus was a communist. Also not white. As Nietzsche said, they were fine with eye for an eye until they were turned into slaves. Then it turned into turn the other cheek. Steph said, thank you for doing Sky Daddy's work. You're welcome. He called me this morning, said, can you handle this for me? I'm tired of these MAGA dipshits. Crazy, he swears. Oh, that's another thing. Where does it say in the Bible I'm not allowed to swear? I don't know about that rule. Mondopar, I was cursing your Jesus. Your Jesus, if your Jesus is the real Jesus, the one you worship, that guy fucking sucks. He sucks so bad. He's so evil. If that's like, if going to heaven means being with that Jesus, hard pass. That guy sucks. Your Jesus is a real piece of shit. Grab your picture of Jesus real quick. You can even show it to us. But like, your Jesus is just some white dude pretending he's Jesus. The picture, whatever picture of Jesus you have in your house, it's some white dude, which is not what Jesus looked like. Stop worshiping false Jesus. Jesus? What's the plural of Jesus? Jesus? Jesus's? Jesus? Jesus was a white American. That's right, Back Show. He was a patriot. He was a gun-loving, low taxation, non-gay, marriage-supporting American. Jesus is. There's a lot of different Jesuses. Mormon Jesus is. You guys seen Mormon Jesus? Mormon Jesus is a smoke show. Pull this up. This is what Mormons believe Jesus would look like. It'd strip away the beard. But pretty good looking, honestly. Not as good without the beard. That looks like everybody else that was walking around in Bethlehem the day Jesus was born. Just like that. This guy comes to your door with another guy dressed just like him in a name tag. Mondopara, have you not figured out yet that we don't give a fuck about what you say? Every time you tell me not to talk about Jesus, I'm going to talk more about Jesus. But you caught a break because Jamie Raskin's back.
And finally, June 29, 2022, CNN, Cassidy Hutchinson stands by her testimony amid pushback. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, over the past few years, Republicans have waged constant attacks on you. Donald Trump has said you are totally compromised, a political hitman, a left-wing radical, a criminal, a fully weaponized monster, and that you should be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country. Just this week, he called you a sick bastard. Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying what I think of Donald Trump. But he is not the only one to launch
Doesn't
attacks
prevent me.
against you.
He's a
Chairman
bitch.
Jordan has accused you of abusive surveillance and accused you and your team of partisan and politically motivated prosecutions. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel's report and in your court filings, President Trump's supporters are convinced that the only reason your team tried to hold him accountable is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished career with the Justice Department, including serving as the chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section for 5 years. While leading the Public Integrity Section, you led investigations and prosecution of public figures and political leaders from both parties, Republicans and Democrats. Can you give us a couple of examples?
Sorry about that.
I feel you. I mute as I do it. I felt that by Jack Smith there. That's my whole life.
During my time as the chief of public integrity, I investigated cases involving both Republicans and Democrats.
I just want to say something real quick. The comments from our side of the aisle of telling people to put sunflower seeds in their pocket, we're not doing that anymore, please. We don't do that here. So I understand the reference. Maybe it's playful, but let's not do that.
Standard in all of those cases was the same. Follow the facts and the law. Didn't matter what party you in. It mattered the facts of the case. In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases I brought against
Two P pauses,
Republicans.
devastating.
There were also cases that I investigated and did not bring against Democrats and Republicans. Party affiliation played no role in my investigations. I can think of multiple cases of prominent members of Congress that we investigated who were Republicans who, upon reviewing the law and the...
Sorry, I'm getting bad feedback on this one. Let me switch, see if the mic's any
What
better.
does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
I think it weakens the rule of law in our country because it weakens the mechanism for us to prosecute, among other things, corruption. When there is political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
The problem that we have here is like we've actually lost reality in this country, and I mean that legitimately. There's no like agreeance because we can't agree on basic facts. So if we're going to talk about prosecutions that are politically motivated, we have to compare them. Compare the prosecutions currently that are going on of anybody who investigated Donald Trump. Those are obviously political prosecutions, right? Like Trump directed Pam Bondi via tweet to do them. In Jack Smith's case, because it was going after Donald Trump, Joe Biden instructed Merrick Garland to assign a special prosecutor and then recuse himself. So Jack Smith didn't have to work with Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland didn't get to make any of these decisions. They removed that barrier. They removed the political prosecution part. There's no politics in this. So if you want to say that maybe it was politically motivated that they investigate Donald Trump, that's fine. But don't compare the two things. You can't say that this is what Trump is doing. What Trump is doing is taking like his own personal lawyers, turning them into U.S. attorneys, and then using those U.S. attorneys to go try and prosecute his political enemies. And they're losing every case in court. Like 100% of them, they're losing. No charges have stuck to Comey, to Letitia James, to Jack Smith, none of them. So if you're somebody that cares about political prosecution, then you should care that Trump's doing this. However, I don't think MAGA that's your claim. I think that you just want to be able to complain about something, and when we point out that Trump's doing it, you're like, oh, well, they started it. And that's where we're at now. We will never, like with MAGA, you can't come to a common ground of reality because they will never admit that the facts are different.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present a clear narrative to a jury. How would you characterize the evidence against Mr. Trump about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country? Did you have too much?
Well, with respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him, and who wanted him to win the election. These included state officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors. I will say, however,
there's virtually nobody on Jack Smith's list of witnesses that didn't work with Donald Trump or for Donald Trump or for the Republicans. This entire case is made up of investigations into Republicans and evidence that came from Republicans. Even if it was politically motivated at the start, they had solid evidence. Queen said, Christians who try to scare me into believing in Jesus is the reason I quit or I question religious motives. Fair enough. And I think Jen sent me something too. Oh, no. Here we go.
Respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that. As I set forth in my report, well, I believe that there is, courts have found that was an insurrection and that there's a reasonable interpretation, a reasonable prosecutor could interpret the evidence to support that charge. I chose not to do that, looking at the facts in the law. I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Amy said Clinton's not answering subpoena was a power move, forces discovery, i.e. release of the files. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ryan said, Jay, keep it coming, brother. Best damn ass show on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you, my friend. And Amber says they're getting lemon after Hillary. They're getting lemon after Hillary, Obama, and Comey. Yeah, it's on its way.
Yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left? You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes because they continue to believe things that just aren't true? That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid, they just know things that don't happen to be true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way a number of items led to his defeat.
To be clear, this is a made-up list. They made this list, and they're calling it an enemies list. I assume that they took a page out of Kash Patel's book, but this isn't an enemies list that they made. This is just something that Republicans are making. They've made their own props and their own lists as a way to make themselves victims here. That's who Republicans are.
Look at this list. Look at all these people here. This is who the Democrats were getting. This was Biden's enemies list. Where'd you get that? We made it up.
When in fact, he should have won according to the Constitution. Does that make him a criminal?
Sir,
No, that's a yes or no, please, Mr. Smith. These people here are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works, or that
Works all the time. Again, like, what the fuck are we doing, Republicans? Stop pretending your opinions are facts. Their whole ideology is my opinion is the facts, and it doesn't matter if I have anything to back that up. Who the fuck is talking about socialism right now? Yeah, flailing. Yeah. This is embarrassing.
that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. Huh? You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not, and to advocate for something, whether it's true or not? Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution, that's one of the things the First Amendment...
Mondo Parra just got a Venmo from God. God said, can you tell Mondo Parra to shut the fuck up? We're trying to watch a hearing and she's still talking about me. Sure. Did you get that, Mondo Parra? That was a Venmo from God. Thanks.
It allows for, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you know that people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to make different decisions, then why is it you saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win? Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common along with a number of others here. We saw...
There's a simple answer to that. Nobody charged Donald Trump with saying that he didn't win. He was charged with a criminal conspiracy to overturn the election. There's none of the charges say Donald Trump said he won and therefore it's a crime. And Darrell Issa knows that. Andy Biggs, who went to law school, should know that, but he's also a fucking idiot, so he might not know that. But this is what they're doing. This is what they've resorted to now, is lying about what the crime that Donald Trump was charged with, so that they can then say this is obviously political persecution. Well, he didn't get charged with thinking that he won the election. Otherwise, you charge Hillary with that too, right? Otherwise, I don't remember if Harris said something like that or not, but there's been tons of presidents who were like, I don't know, that was shady. You could probably charge Al Gore with that, but that's not what he was charged with. He was charged with going around creating fake sets of electors, pressuring government officials to overturn the election, to try and get rid of votes. He went to Georgia, said, find me some votes, throw out some votes. That's what he was charged with. And if Republicans were honest to you, they would tell you that. But for every Republican that's in here being upset with me right now, just know that these people right here, Andy Biggs, Darrell Issa, I don't remember this attorney's name, and I don't know who this is either, they think that you are so fucking stupid that you will believe that that's what he was charged with. They think that's how little they think of you. And I want you to know that I stand with you. I think you're better than that. I think this is fucked up of them to think that you are so stupid that you think that Jack Smith secured 2 indictments against Donald Trump based on the allegation that he thought he won the election. I'm offended for you. This isn't fair to you guys, and I'm with you, Republicans. You are being picked on. You are being talked down to, and I'm tired of people thinking they can just talk down to conservatives because they don't go to school and they don't read very well and they just believe anything that they see on Facebook. That's not your fault. They shouldn't talk to you like this. They shouldn't treat you like this. And I'm appalled on your behalf for these bum-ass Republicans who think that you are so stupid you would believe this.
Wrongdoing. And on January 6th, we voted not to confirm 2 states because they had violated the U.S. Constitution in how they selected who got ballots. And yet, you're going to come here
and you weren't charged for that. There's another thing you weren't charged for. See, this is the thing, Republicans. I'm with you today. I might switch my allegiances to to wherever we're all going. I assume we're all abandoning the Republican Party here. This is pathetic. Why would they think that we would believe that? Why would they think that's what this case was about? We can all read. That indictment's public. Certainly, we all know, all of us Republicans know that nobody was charged for voting. Nobody was charged for believing they won when they didn't. God damn. Republicans, let's get together later today and we'll come up with a mailer campaign. We got to stand up for ourselves.
and say, oh, I just followed the law. When you went after these people and you said, well, technically I can do that, you didn't see any selective nature or any separation of powers under the Constitution to spying on the activities and the conversations of the Speaker of the House?
God damn it, look at what he's doing to us again. Look what he's doing to us again today. Right now. He's trying to lie to us, Republicans, telling us that Jack Smith got their conversations and their text messages. We all know that Jack Smith just got phone records, just the call logs. We all know that he didn't get any content from their conversations. We know that they weren't monitoring them. God damn, why is this guy lying to us, Republicans? I'm getting sick of this, aren't you? Aren't you sick of him with this fake outrage, making up things that didn't happen, that we all know didn't happen? God damn.
To what end would conversations between the Speaker of the U.S. House, third or second in line to be the President, and the President, in what basis would it be any of your business other than you believe that there was a conspiracy without conspiracy as a basic premise? You, like the President's men for Richard Nixon, went after your political enemies. Maybe they're not your political enemies.
Yeah, none of these people were charged with anything. None of them. Not one of these people on this list were charged with or investigated for anything. What's he talking about? Mondo Parra's losing it. We broke Mondo Parra.
But they sure as hell were Joe Biden's political enemies, weren't they? They were Harris's political enemies. They were the enemies of the president, and you were their arm, weren't you?
No.
No. Oh, great. So you spied on the Speaker
No, bitch. No. You got this whole thing wrong.
of the House and these other senators and so on, and informed no one, and in fact put in a gag order so they couldn't discover it. If they were not subjects of a conspiracy investigation, why did Congress, a separate branch that you, under the Constitution, have to respect, why is it that no one should be informed, including the judges? As you went in to spy on these people, did you mention that you were spying on seeking records so you could find out about when conversations occurred?
You don't. So they've already asked this question, and I assume they're all going to ask this same question. This is the second time now that Jack Smith's been asked this exact question. But just so you're aware, and again, go watch the closed door testimony that was released. You'll notice that these same people here didn't act like this. Not one of them acted like this. They're only doing this right now to be performative. But the answer is that Jack Smith followed the law. That when he subpoenaed these from AT&T, there was no law in place that said you had to let the people that you subpoenaed their records from know that you were getting their records, and you could direct that whoever you got the records from, AT&T in this case, that you could say, like, you're also not allowed to tell them. That was the law. He followed the law to a T. Now, Republicans since then have changed the law for this moment so they could say it's against the law. But it wasn't against the law when he did it, and they're the ones that changed the law because they don't think that members of Congress should be able to be investigated without the members of Congress themselves knowing. They think that they should have different rules than all of you. All of us Republicans. And I'm offended on behalf of the Republicans today. All of us. Why do our elected leaders think that they should have separate rules than we do? Why can the government subpoena my records without telling me, but not theirs? When they rewrote the law, how come the law didn't say no matter whose records you subpoena, you have to tell them? How come it's only for members of Congress? It's because they think we're stupid. And goddamn it, Republicans, today is the day we're standing up together. I'm here with you in solidarity. It's nice to be here with you. I left my MAGA hat. Let's see if I can find it.
Between the U.S. Speaker of the House and the President, did you inform the judge, or did you hold that back?
My office didn't spy on anyone.
Wait a second. The question I asked you, Mr. Smith, was pretty straightforward. Did you withhold that information from an Article III judge in the process of taking the records of the Speaker of the House?
We complied with Department.
Did you hold back
Mr. Chairman,
that
would you please instruct the gentleman to allow the witness to answer the questions?
It's not your time. I'd like my time back.
Mr. Chairman,
again,
you have
please.
repeatedly done that in the past. The witness has the right to answer the question.
And there'll be due time to answer the question. Would you please put my time back and let me finish this?
Where is Jim Jordan, by the way? He's just gone? Did he leave? Jim Jordan just
Mr.
not there?
Smith, I asked you a question, and you were not responsive to it, and I want you to be responsive to it. Did you, whether you think it was legal or not, whether you think it was right or not, did you withhold the name?
Mondo, this is from the 2020 election, you goddamn idiot. This is about the 2020 election that you lost. You fucking dipshit. Somebody mute Mondapara for 5 minutes. Mondapara, you need to go and you need to figure out exactly what the charges are that Jack Smith charged Donald Trump with. You have to Google it, and then you can come back. But you need a timeout. You're a little too worked up and a little too stupid to be here right now. We have an IQ level, and you're below it. So you got to go read some shit. You can come back in 5 minutes.
Of Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, when you were seeking records on Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, or Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee?
At the time the gentleman is...
No,
is- you
please
got
give
a
me
few
back
more
the
seconds.
time that was taken away.
Time has expired, but we're going to let the witness answer your question because it's an important question. The witness can respond.
We did not provide that information to the judge when we requested a non-disclosure order, consistent with the law and consistent with Department
Mr. Chairman, the amazing thing here today
Wait, you're out of time, bitch.
is that we have...
Hold it. Why are they so afraid to let Jack Smith answer, Republicans? Why are they not letting Jack? We got Jack Smith finally. We got him, guys. This guy, he's so slimy. All we got to do is put him on the stand and ask him questions. Why are our Republicans fucking us up here? We want the truth from Jack. Why is Darrell Issa interrupting? Us Republicans just want to hear Jack from his own mouth. We want to see what kind of snake he is. Stop it, Darrell.
an admission that an
Mr.
Article
Chairman,
One-
the gentleman's time has
come on.
expired by now 34 seconds.
It gets more than 5 minutes.
How many
'cause it's a
times you
good
going to interrupt
question?
me?
The time belongs to the gentleman from California,
I will
but
be.
it has expired.
I will be brief in my address to the chairman. We have the evidence that an Article I representative on behalf of the president withheld that Article 3.
Mr. Chairman, I
that
would be granted the same leniency.
And with that, I yield back in disgust of this witness.
Oh, whoa, boy. This is the most performative bullshit you've ever seen in your fucking life. He clicks the button. I did it. I didn't let him ask a single question, and I'm mad. This is going up on Twitter right now. He's going to text his staff. I did it, guys. Throw it up on Twitter.
Sticking with California, the gentlelady from California is now recognized.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here today. Earlier the chairman spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson.
Hey guys, Gary wants me to stop speaking. Gary, you're going to learn something new today. I'm a dickhead. So now we're taking a 15-second silent break for Gary because Gary can't keep it together. Be better, Gary.
Who we know is just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony.
Smith did respond. He answered the question multiple times. They're trying to paint Jack Smith out as he was investigating these people and that he had unlawfully subpoenaed them, and they know that he didn't. Because they've actually challenged this in the courts. They've run through this. We watched it behind closed doors. They know that they don't actually have Jack Smith on this, so they don't want him to answer. So what you'll see from Republicans throughout this entire hearing is that they will spend the first 4 minutes or so just talking, and then they will ask Jack Smith a yes or no question and try and get him to answer yes or no. He's too careful for that, and then they'll conclude at the end of their time that they are outraged and that this is a sham, and then they'll put that up on Twitter. But they're not interested in asking Jack Smith any questions today because we've already seen what happened when there was no audience, and it did not go well for Republicans.
That she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge. And of course, Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had a testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. And in fact, the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol while that argument occurred. But having said that, I want to focus on something my colleagues across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election was built on testimony from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern in Trump's Georgia criminal case. Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told, quote, and this is a quote, "We're just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And the late Georgia House Speaker David Ralston, also a Republican, testified that Trump's fake elector scheme was, quote, "the craziest thing I've heard." And then there's Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians.
If I said that, Republicans would lose it. This is Lindsey Graham, Republican senator, could not, like, the man more responsible for filleting Donald Trump than perhaps anybody else in the Senate, saying if we told him that he lost, he didn't want to believe it. But if a Martian would have walked in at that time and said that he won, then he would believe it. He only hears what he wants to hear. He only believes what he wants to believe. And you can see that reflected in the chat today with MAGA. I hear what I want to hear. I see what I want to hear. Everybody behind the scenes, when they're testifying under oath, like Lindsey Graham here in front of Jack Smith, they're all willing to admit that Donald Trump is, 1, fucking dumb, 2, that he's a liar, and 3, that it takes nothing to convince him other than blowing smoke up his ass.
That's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." Also, that the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition, that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Yes. There were witnesses who I felt would be very strong witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia, who told Donald Trump the truth, told him things that he did not want to hear and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew how the elections were conducted in these states, and I believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible, and that jurors tend to believe witnesses like that because they pay a cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation, in that our investigation revealed that Donald Trump was not looking for honest answers about whether there was fraud in the election. He was looking for ways to stay in power. And when people told him things that conflicted with him staying in power, he rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to stay in power, no matter how fantastical, he would latch on to those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who are some of the Republican witnesses who told you that who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had wanted him to win, were employed to help him win the election. They included state officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his co-conspirators to provide evidence to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Mr. Chairman, with my fellow Californian, you were allowing the witness
Yeah, it's a
to
good
answer.
question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
I've given him 30 seconds extra, the gentlelady 30 seconds extra. If the gentleman can be concise and finish up here quickly, we will allow him to finish.
Yes, sir. And
Congress is full of children.
just conclude saying we felt that constituted powerful evidence of the knowing falsity of his statements in furtherance of the fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield back, noting the presence of officers who were severely attacked.
Got nothing to yield back. You're a minute over. The gentleman from
Protecting
Texas.
our lives on January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized.
All right, let's predict this. This is going to be some performative yelling at Jack Smith, not asking any questions about the actual investigation. He's now going to smear Jack Smith, or attempt to smear Jack Smith, and say things like, you were targeting Republicans. Wasn't that unconstitutional? Some shit like that.
5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you subpoena then Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's toll records?
Whoops. Nailed it.
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, you did. And the subpoena covered the time period between November 2020 and January 2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say that again?
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time period between November of 2020 and January 2020.
What'd you say? We're not. Jack Smith might be doing that on purpose. He might be right, but I liked that. They're so afraid to hear Jack Smith talk. Their biggest fear today is that Jack Smith will get out a fucking sentence. And they just We're not playing that game. I'll ignore that question. I have a line of questioning here that's going to take up 5 minutes. He'll do a rapid fire questions, and then he'll conclude it with a beautiful soliloquy of how Republicans are always the victims.
21. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those two things had nothing to
It
do
was
with one
16 days after becoming the highest-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives. You subpoenaed his toll records. Do you agree that that might reasonably be considered a violation of the speech or debate clause?
No. This is the craziest argument that they use, that somehow you have the speech and debate clause, which it gives members of Congress broad authority essentially to lie when they're debating. They don't say it's lie. They say it's like you can get things wrong and you can't be held accountable for it. But one, they're not subpoenaing their actual records, right? They're not subpoenaing what was in the text, what was in the emails, what was on the phone calls. It's just call logs. And the reason they subpoenaed these call logs is because they're putting together a timeline. So part of what Jack Smith's doing in this investigation is they're saying this person talked to Donald Trump on this day. And the testimony says, here's what, for Kevin McCarthy, for example, say that Kevin McCarthy told Donald Trump on this day on the phone that he had lost the election. Then Jack Smith goes through and he says, all right, this person's testimony is that they talked on this day. How do we prove that that testimony is accurate? Well, we need call logs. So we've got to see Kevin McCarthy's call logs here to see if Kevin McCarthy talked to Trump. So these call logs are to verify people's testimony and connect any phone calls that they testified happened. They need a record of, oh, this phone call actually exists. So that's it. Jack Smith got a list of phone numbers, and that's it. Oh, God, we got another one. Mondo Para, 5 more minutes for Mondo Para. You know how this goes. Well, I'm going to talk. And it's getting under your guys' skin now, too. And this is what it's going to be crash out after crash out from Republicans in the chat and Republicans in Congress. The only thing they don't want to happen is somebody explain what happened in these court cases. They just want to watch Republicans call Jack Smith a criminal. They're not interested in the facts of this case. If you are, stick around. We'll talk about it.
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll
You were
records-
collecting months' worth of phone data on the Republican Speaker of the House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
We just want to do a quick overview of the speech and debate clause here. It's Article 1, Section 6. It protects members of Congress from lawsuits or prosecution for their legislative actions. This is not a lawsuit, and none of the people that on that list were prosecuted. So even by definition, none of this applies. But it also is only for their legislative actions, speeches, debates, and voting. This had nothing to do with what they said on the House floor, any of the debates that they had, or their votes. This is all outside of their job as legislators. This is as party members, as people who are coordinating with Donald Trump. There's no scenario where this violates the speech and debate clause. They only say that publicly, but they haven't even challenged Jack Smith on this. There was no challenge here, and it would have been struck down immediately. This is just, again, performative.
The toll record, the non-content toll record subpoenas, we did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You did, and let me ask you, Mr. Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
The non-disclosure order was based on concerns about
Was Speaker
obstruction.
McCarthy a flight risk?
He was not.
He was not. Then why did your non-disclosure order refer to him as a flight risk? It says right here, the court finds reasonable grounds to believe that such disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
Sir, when securing a non-disclosure order, the risks don't have to be
You
associated.
think that the Speaker of the House is a flight
answering
risk?
the question?
No, this is not your time. This is my time. You think the Speaker of the House is a flight risk? You think he's going to hop on a plane and leave the country?
No, what I was trying to explain is with respect to a non-disclosure order, the risks aren't necessarily associated with the subscriber to the phone. The risks to the
Okay.
investigation.
I think that you were using, this was clearly in reference to Speaker McCarthy, and you were using clearly false information to secure a non-disclosure order to hide from Speaker McCarthy and from the American people the fact that you were spying on his toll records. But I've got more, so let's move on. In May of 2023, you also issued subpoenas for toll records of 9 U.S. senators and an additional representative. Is that right?
In May of 23, we did issue.
You did, and there were non-disclosure orders in conjunction with those subpoenas as well, right?
That's correct, consistent with department policy and
Right.
the law.
So again, nobody would know what you were doing. The senators would, and the representatives would, and the American people wouldn't know what you were doing. Is that right?
The toll records that we secured and the non-disclosure orders were consistent with policy and consistent.
And you knew.
Just so we're clear, what he's saying is the argument essentially Republicans are making is that if you are doing an investigation, that you should have to make all of your investigation public before you do an investigation. Not oops, Larry. Not oops, Larry. There's no oops here. This was all lawful. This is a silly thing that they're trying to say, that you should, if you're investigating somebody, you have to disclose all of that while you're investigating. You have to give them warnings. Is that what you guys think the law says?
Whenever you were doing that there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. Is that right?
The toll record subpoenas that we secured were with the concurrence of the public integrity.
Your own analysis says that you knew there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. I have it right here. This is an email from John Keller at Public Integrity Section to your team. As you are aware, quote, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls violates the speech or debate clause in the D.C. Circuit. That's from your own analysis right there. So you did know, didn't you?
Sir, with respect to the item you just put up on the screen, the last sentence states.
Oh, we're going to get to the last sentence.
Okay.
We're going to get to the last sentence. And you cite case law.
So no answer?
Here, quote, the bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. Is that right? Or do you think that
Let's
you
see
did?
this. So as you're aware, see United States versus Rayburn House Office Building. See how close they are on this. I haven't looked up this case, I don't think, yet. What is this? That is a 2007 case from the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit addressing the FBI search of William Jefferson's congressional office. The speech or debate clause ruling was that the D.C. Circuit ruled the search violated Clause 6C1 because the FBI review of paper files compelled disclosure of potentially privileged legislative materials before Jefferson could assert the privilege. Electronic files were permissible due to court-ordered screening preventing executive exposure. The court affirmed no absolute bar to office searches, but required protections against pre-disclosure review by agents. The outcome and remedy here is that Jefferson received copies of seized items. The court ordered return only of privileged materials after district court review, denying return of non-privileged ones absent disruption claims. The Supreme Court denied certiorari in 2008. Jefferson was late. Okay, so this is about, this is regarding actual documents that are privileged. Your phone records, I don't know how, if they're asserting that is privileged, if that's their argument that their phone records would be privileged here. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Anyways, go on.
And have to abide by that precedent.
To be clear, this statement is not from my office. This is the statement
This
of
is
the Public
this is
Integrity
your
Section.
justification for those subpoenas and NDOs that you ordered. This was
No, it wasn't. This is somebody sharing their opinion. This wasn't his justification. This is somebody else's email saying that, but again, there is some litigation risk, meaning they might sue you for this. Not you're wrong, not we're in violation of the law. Again, they said there is some litigation risk.
part of your analysis. It's a cursory analysis. I think it's worth noting. But let's get to that last sentence then. Quote, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risk should be minimal here. In other words, you're using a novel legal theory, which you knew was novel, has never been tested by any court. You're not charging any of these members. Nobody's going to know about it because you issued NDOs. Nobody's going to sue this, so who cares? We're going to do it anyways. I mean, you walked all over the Constitution throughout this entire process.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's time's
spying
expired.
on members of Congress, and you know it. It's absolutely disgraceful. I yield back.
Nothing. They have absolutely nothing. It is pathetic beyond words how bad this is. All because every last one of them is completely subservient to Donald Trump. They are so afraid of Donald Trump that they're using our taxpayer money right now to run the weakest defense in history. This has already gone through the courts. We already have a grand jury who has said there's plenty of evidence to indict. Like, we've already gone through this process. There was plenty of evidence. They've tried to sue Jack Smith. They've tried to say that the subpoena that he issued for these records was unconstitutional, and they lost. They've lost these challenges in the courts millions of times, and they just show up and repeat it. Why? Because they think you're dumb, Republicans. They think you are so goddamn dumb. It's disrespectful. I feel bad. I feel bad for you guys today. You deserve better than this.
Gentleman yields back. Not going to be charged. They're not going to see it. They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them. So let's go ahead and do it. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah. What? Wait, hold on. He just said they're not going to be charged. That means it's not in violation of the speech and debate clause. We go back there. The speech and debate clause, it said, let me find this. It protects members of Congress from lawsuits or prosecution. And what did he just say? Because you weren't going to be charged, you could do it. Yep. He just accidentally, accurately cited the law. Whoops.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, it's great that you've been allowed to come here and testify to the American public. Is there anything you'd like briefly to discuss that Mr. Gill brought up on the reasons why you needed those phone records and the limitations that you thought might have been on you and the prosecution to risk the investigation?
Sure, and I would begin by pointing out that the email that was referenced wasn't a justification from my office. It was an email from the Public Integrity Section to my office approving the subpoenas. The subpoenas that we secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in the classified documents case, but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election workers who had their lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his co-conspirators.
You won't hear a thing about that from Republicans today. Rudy Giuliani got sued for this. They had to move where they lived. They couldn't go out in public anymore because Donald Trump lied about them. The Republicans aren't going to try and defend anybody but government. The Republican line here today is fuck the people. The government should have special rules. You shouldn't be allowed to investigate members of the government. We're all immune from everything. Jack Smith is corrupt. And Maggot in the chat, like, yeah, that's right. The government shouldn't be allowed to be prosecuted. You understand what what they're trying to lay the ground for? If they were correct, like, you can't go after Obama, you can't go after Clinton, you can't go after Jack Smith. You can't go after any of these people that you think are criminals because they're protected because they're members of the government. That's why they're doing this in public, but behind closed doors, they didn't make any of these arguments because they know that they have no standing. Natalie says, fuck ICE, fuck Trump, release the files.
Had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in this case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death, and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding. Given that sort of threats, it was, in my view, completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just to make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty. Is there anything in your facts that you had that you would have used at trial that you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or have been misrepresented to the public?
Is there anything...
Essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
I think my report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is gives a fair reading of the strength of the case.
And you have no question but have been successful before jury.
He's so careful. He's an incredible lawyer. He left The Hague. For anybody who wants to criticize Jack Smith, like, he was at The Hague. He has done nothing but take down career criminals his entire life, and not for huge amounts of money. He's had plenty of opportunities to work in the private sector. He took one job for like a few months and then went back to the public sector. What he likes is he likes complex cases of fraud, and he likes going after criminals. And that's what he's done his entire life. He's incredibly careful. I know that people are going to want to paint him as like on the left or on the right. He's just not. Even when he has the opportunity, he could take every chance right now as the attorney investigating Trump and say like, yeah, he was absolutely guilty, and here's all the evidence I have that says he's absolutely guilty. And instead, he's like, I've put my evidence out there. I think I have good evidence. We've put our case out there. It's public. I think it stands on its own. He doesn't have to sell it to you. He's put it out there. Which, by the way, Trump is trying to make it so that these documents can't come to life or light. He's trying to cover this up too, because that's what Trump does. He tries to cover everything up. So the DOJ, instead of prosecuting crimes, is wasting their time going to court trying to suppress Jack Smith's investigation.
Review of the case, I came to the conclusion we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Who did Jack Smith pay money to for false info, Bill D. Jr.? If you don't give me an answer, we got to mute you, bud. I need a name and how much money he gave to that person for false information.
We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial in the case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control outcomes, but I felt confident in pursuing the case to trial.
Did Merrick Garland ever pressure you to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
No.
Did anybody else in the administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, et cetera?
I was given the independence to conduct my investigation, and I came to the decision to bring charges in this case without undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case. Why did?
And also, if this wasn't true, Republicans would have some evidence that Merrick Garland was involved. But Republicans don't need evidence because they just start with the narrative that Jack Smith is corrupt, Donald Trump is innocent, and so this was a corrupt investigation. Nobody has provided any evidence at all that Merrick Garland had his fingers on this case, that he was even meeting with them, that he even understood the pulse of the case. Merrick Garland seemed out of the loop on all of this. In fact, a lot of the criticism of Merrick Garland is that he didn't do this sooner. Those on the left that are criticizing him are like, dude, you should have done this sooner, which is probably true considering Donald Trump was able to play this out. I think Merrick Garland and Joe Biden perhaps thought Donald Trump would never recover and be able to come back and run. And they perhaps thought after January 6th that Republicans wouldn't support him again. And they were wrong about that. But that's all that happened. Trump didn't beat this case. Trump outlasted this case. He got to be president again before this case was brought forward.
You dropped the case.
The cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
Department policy, the Office of Legal Counsel said if somebody's president, you can't bring a charge against them or they can't be held liable. Is that correct?
That's correct. There had not been a case of this nature ever where someone was elected president with charges pending, and so that was slightly different. So
Thanks,
we
Alfredo.
consulted with the Office of Legal Counsel, and they determined pursuant to policy that the cases needed to be dismissed.
And you weren't pleased with that, but you had to follow the law, and that's what you did.
We followed policy throughout my investigation. My job was not to set policy. My job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I want to thank you for your service. I think you're a great American, and you came out of this as being somebody who people can respect and look up to in a fashion that we should be.
He didn't have, Adam Lawrence, he didn't have 4 years and unlimited funds. I think this was in 2023 that he was appointed. Trump resumed office in 2025, and he didn't have unlimited funds. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you guys, I don't know why you're like this. I don't know how you become a person that is like this, but we're watching. They're giving you the facts right here. Just pay attention. You don't have to be this wrong. It's right here in front of you. They've explained the timeline. Why do you guys insist on saying things so confidently that are so very wrong?
Instilling people's desire to go into justice, to go into law, and to go into government. And you're an example of the type of person they should follow. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields it back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel and your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York.
Just so you know, Marshall Miller is the person. So Jack Smith at one point, I don't know if they'll cover this, but just so you know, Marshall Miller, I think, worked in the Attorney's General office. He was like second or third in command. When he got that post, Jack Smith, excuse me, called him and was like, "Hey, congratulations. If you have anything that comes up that you think I'd be good for, I'd love to come back." He's working at The Hague, but he wants to come back at some point. So he's like, "If you have anything that comes up, let me know." And Marshall Miller is the one who ultimately calls Jack Smith and offers him the job or the role of special prosecutor. And they were friends. And now we're going to spend 5 minutes saying that because Marshall Miller and Jack Smith were friendly, that somehow this prosecution should not have been allowed to go forward. Donald Trump's personal attorneys are all running the Department of Justice right now. All of his like best friends, all the people that were paid to defend him now work in the Department of Justice. His personal attorney is the one who interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell and then got her put in a much nicer prison. This is a silly thing that Republicans are doing because, again, they can't attack the merits of the case. If they could, they would. So they're attacking Jack Smith rather than the merits of the case. They did the same thing with Letitia James. They did the same thing with Fani Willis. They always do this because Donald Trump is obviously guilty. If he wasn't, this would be easy for them to go after the merits of the case and not after Jack Smith.
Is that when you first met Marshall Miller?
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work together again prior to becoming special counsel? According to the public bios for you and Mr. Miller, you overlapped at DOJ from 2014-15 when you were chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section and Mr. Miller was chief of staff for DOJ's Criminal Division. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay, so were the two of you social outside of work?
I would say intermittently, yes.
Okay, but after 20 years of knowing each other, it's safe to say you were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's fast forward to 2022. Mr. Miller is appointed Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at DOJ, the number 3 at DOJ. You call your friend to congratulate him, and according to the deposition transcript, you say you'd be interested in a position at DOJ. Is that correct?
I like that while I was talking, Scott, you're losing your mind saying, I don't know shit. This guy is almost word for word, this Republican is almost word for word saying what I just said. And I knew it before he said it. So if I don't know shit and he's saying what I said, do we both not know shit? Or is it just me, Scott? Isn't that weird how I knew exactly what he was about to say right here?
Yes, what I recall is that I expressed an interest if the right position came up, I would be interested in
But
considering.
at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a specific recollection of all these conversations.
So you were first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in October of 2022, you fly to D.C., meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to D.C., I believe it was in October, and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection is I came to Washington and I met with those individuals as well as the Human Rights Section. Marshall Miller is the person who set that up.
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings? So just to tie all this
Yeah, what are you getting at? Just to tie all this together, let's see if I can predict this. Just to tie all this together, the guy that told you about the position and set up the meeting knew the position that you were going to be offered, and they think that he might have told Jack Smith before that. What does that have to do with this case? Not one fucking thing. Because again, they can't attack the case. They can't attack the merits of the case. They're just going after Jack Smith. And it wouldn't matter if Jack Smith and Marshall Miller were best friends and Marshall Miller called him and said, hey, I'm going to push you for the special prosecutor job. Lay low. I'm really fighting for you behind the scenes. And then Jack Smith's like, okay. And then he got the job. That wouldn't change any aspect of this case whatsoever. But again, Republicans that are getting upset, they think you are stupid. This Mr. Fitzgerald here, Congressman Fitzgerald, thinks that you guys are really fucking dumb. And so when he lays this out, he's going to be like, they're so stupid. They're going to think that I just caught Jack Smith in a gotcha and that I proved something. That's how dumb he thinks you are, and I think you're better than that. I believe in you. You're better.
together. You've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing that this is some big coincidence and that there wasn't a back and forth.
I fucking nailed it. Fucking nailed it. You guys, it's not a coincidence. The reason Jack Smith got this job is because Marshall Miller knew him and thought he was a good prosecutor. How the fuck else would you choose a prosecutor if nobody knew anything about them? Just draw. What did he want him to do? Draw it out of a hat? This is what Republicans are coming up with here to try and smear Jack Smith. Swing and a miss.
On the special counsel. So maybe you never received directives explicitly from the AG or the Deputy Attorney General, but was Marshall Miller, did he become a two-way conduit throughout the investigation with DOJ?
No, and I would not take direction from a political person, a political figure, about how I should conduct an investigation.
But you never spoke to him throughout the entire time you were conducting the investigation?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was that he was, I think you asked if he was a conduit of information. He was present, to my recollection, at meetings, briefings that I had with the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General during my time as special counsel.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but Mr. Miller wanted you in that position, not because you're necessarily the best lawyer he ever met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years.
I spent just curious. You said thought he was a good prosecutor means crooked and will take money to play ball. So when Donald Trump keeps talking about Alina Habba and Lindsay Halligan, and he talks about what great prosecutors they are, that means they're crooked and will take money to play ball? Or do you only hold that when it's somebody who's prosecuting Trump?
I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years. I've prosecuted cases against Democrats and Republicans, all the same. I've had, in my view, the experience necessary for this position, and that's why I accepted it.
So he knew that you would pursue, I mean, he had to have an idea that you would pursue exactly what the Biden administration...
Tell us what your friend was thinking. Please, tell us what your friend was thinking. Tell us what somebody else is thinking right now. That's what we've got.
...wanted, which was criminal charges against President Trump.
I think that anybody who knows me well knows the idea that I would take direction from a political figure about how an investigation should come out. I don't think anybody who knows me thinks that's true.
Well, Chairman Jordan, I think the next deposition should be with Marshall Miller at this point. I yield back.
For what? For what? Their evidence is, we don't believe that you weren't taking direction. They don't have evidence that he was taking direction. We don't believe you. Okay.
Yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And while we are deposing Marshall Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his personal lawyer to be the head of the DOJ.
No, we can't. No. When Trump does it, it's good.
On January 6, 2026, the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the White House launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there was an insurrection at the United States Capitol that resulted in a police officer dying the next day, another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter, with at least 140 police officers being injured by the insurrectionists, with 15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that we have 4 former officers as well as on-duty Capitol Hill police officers here today. Mr. Smith, I want to ask you about this website because the Trump administration is using taxpayer dollars to lie to the American people about the events leading up to and the events taking place on January 6, 2021. For example, this Trump propaganda site claims that the 2020 election was, quote, stolen. Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
But yet here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box titled, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
This website also accuses you of being a, quote, Biden prosecutor who brought, quote, weaponized charges against Mr. Trump. Mr. Smith, were you a Biden prosecutor who weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Did Attorney General Merrick Garland direct you to prosecute Trump because Donald Trump was running against Joe Biden in the presidential election?
No.
There are also allegations that President Trump was the victim of, quote, lawfare, and accusations that the Department of Justice lawyers who prosecuted Donald Trump used, quote, fabricated indictments and rigged show trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt, scam investigation, and prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts, and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
And those indictments have been dismissed. Can they be rebrought or resurrected after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled? And he can be prosecuted after he leaves office. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
The answer is legally. Yes, they can legally. Jack Smith's not answering that question because he is no longer the prosecutor. And so he wouldn't be speaking from a political position there. It'll be up to whoever leads the DOJ next, whether or not they want to prosecute Donald Trump. But the answer is yes, he can be prosecuted for these crimes. He didn't get off. He wasn't. The case wasn't dropped with prejudice. It wasn't thrown out by the courts. Jack Smith, because he was no longer going to be special prosecutor, dropped it without prejudice, and so it can be picked back up.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history and the history of what happened on January 6, 2021. And with that, I yield back. But I would like to, Mr. Chairman, offer for the record
Unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent. A statement from Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency released on November 12, 2020 that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 24th, 2020 testimony of Trump's former FBI Director Chris Wray, who told Senate Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Committee of the Senate, that the FBI had, quote, not seen or historically had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election.
Without objection.
And last but not least, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Disputing Trump, Barr Says No Widespread Election Fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022, A.G. Garland appointed you as special counsel. Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office is a legal requirement for the job that you had?
Okay, so now I think this is, and I was wondering about this claim because I've heard Republicans make this claim. I haven't heard their reason for this yet. But one of the claims, and you've seen it probably in the chat today, is that he was illegally appointed and that he wasn't lawfully given the powers to direct this investigation. So I think that's where they're going to go here.
Taken oaths of office regularly. I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you meant the law as well. It strikes me as odd that you don't remember who swore you in, how you were sworn in. It's pretty significant. We all get sworn in here, and I remember every day. You don't remember who swore you in.
Yeah, because you guys have a fucking ceremony for it. There's a day, it's an actual ceremony, and it's the Speaker of the House. It's easy for you guys to remember the details. Everybody, there, it's on video. Of course you would remember that.
Remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did he make you do that?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall. I know that there is the oath of office that I signed. I believe it was on the 18th, the day that I was appointed, and I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
you signed it on the 20th of November 2022, but there was no witness, which, I mean, you have to agree it's a little odd. If there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office, it would maybe make someone like me question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September of the following year. So why did you take the oath of office again on the 14th of September of the following year when you say you took the office in November of 2022? Why'd you need to do it twice?
my recollection is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th.
Oh, here's the answer. I don't know why they're looking for the answer. This is from do I have a date here? Here is, I think this is what they're talking about. Executive summary. The memorandum serves as a record that an appointment affidavit has been signed and executed for the appointment of John L. Smith. Oh, is his name John? He goes by Jack. Special counsel on November 18th. John L. Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland. Mr. Smith signed an SF-61 on November 20th, 2022. Upon reviewing documentation, it was discovered that a witness signature was missing, more than likely as Mr. Smith was onboarded while overseas. JMD/Human Resources consulted with the Office of General Counsel to ensure proper corrective action. OGC's recommendation and advice was to re-administer the oath of office and execute a new SF-61 to ensure procedural compliance. So it looks like they went through all the legal procedures here. The corrective action legally was to issue a new SF-61. So now, again, are they going to go after the case? Are they going to talk about any of the merits of the case? No, they're not. They spent the first few trying to say that smearing Jack Smith, and now they're going to try and do like you were not legally allowed to do your job because there was no witness signature on an SF-61. The Justice Department reviewed that long before the Trump administration came in, and they corrected that. I don't work for the DOJ, but somebody would have to show me a statute that says that means he's unlawfully appointed, because their conclusion seems to be that that didn't mean he was unlawfully appointed.
And felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness, and apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later. That's strange, right?
I don't know why they asked me to sign it again. I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General Garland.
Well, that is just wild to me.
No, it's not. It's not wild at all. It was an administrative error. That's what this was. Somebody forgot to sign a piece of paper, and it wasn't Jack Smith. He did everything he was supposed to do. Somebody on the administrative side didn't, and they corrected it. Wild. That's wild.
I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Well, which one was the official one? Which one counted? I think that's what the gentleman's asking.
I understood myself to have taken the oath of office when I assumed the job.
How much money did you? Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump? How much money did your office spend?
I do.
Well, he abandoned that fast, didn't he? Man, it felt like, because Jack Smith didn't have an answer there, it felt like if they were serious about this, they would have explored that further. Why did he drop that? If Jack Smith doesn't know the answer to this question, why are you abandoning it? Why would you move on to the next thing?
Not recall as I sit here now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations, reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much.
How does he not have an answer? Because that's not his role. He signs the oath of office. He's not doing the administrative stuff. That's the person who fucked up here is Merrick Garland, not Jack Smith. It's not his role. He goes, you sign an oath of office. They say sign here, you sign there. It's not your role to then make sure a witness signs it and then make sure that it gets processed correctly. It's also not your role when they find out that there's no witness signature to go get a witness signature. That's the role of Merrick Garland. That's why he doesn't have the answer. How in the world would he have that answer?
To that $35 million of taxpayer money, confidential human sources. We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people we don't know about, with American tax money going after the guy we elected president?
My recollection regards the $20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was reviewing video and photographic.
Who's the source?
I do not know the identity of the source.
How many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question. My role as special counsel.
$35 million, and you're giving money to people the country doesn't know who they are, and you're giving their hard-earned money to these folks? The main question I have, too, with this is, why'd you have to do it? You subpoenaed bank records from the RNC, phone records from members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right down the front row. Why?
Are we saying that you can't have confidential sources now? Is that what Jim Jordan's saying? You can't have any confidential sources? Mic drop.
Why did you have to pay people for information when you can subpoena them and get it?
Time has expired.
Time has expired. You can answer the question now. Country'd like to know.
What's going on with the audio? Why is it
had to
delayed?
My recollection and understanding is the payment, the $20,000 that I approved, was for a confidential human source to assist in the review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, obstructing the proceeding, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but my time has expired. The gentleman from.
Okay, so just so we have, Eileen Cannon Trump appointed judge Eileen Cannon said that Smith's appointment violated the Appointments Clause due to lacking proper statutory authority from the Attorney General. The ruling hinged on analysis of statutes like 28 U.S.C. 533, interpreting prosecute narrowly in an FBI context rather than granting broad prosecutorial power. So they didn't even litigate this. This has never been litigated then. This is on appeal, and we have not. It has not been heard yet. But that has nothing to do with this form. So I'm not sure why they're arguing this.
California's recognized.
Mr. Smith, I want you to have the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right. Harry Dunn, Danny Hodges, Sergeant Cannell, Mike Fanone, they did everything right. These guys, my Republican colleagues, are a joke. They're wrong. History will harshly judge them. So I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir. And these guys are so lucky they're not under oath, because they would have to tell you what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked. They call him cruel. They call him a scumbag. I've heard you all say it. You're lucky you're not under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras are on, you're tiny, you're small, you shrink. Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing. He would laugh at how stupid he thought Trump was. This is all a show. And Mr. Smith, you're just the latest act that they've brought in. But they can't erase what happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes. Mr. Smith, after
Oh, fuck, I'm muted. My bad. Not one of them objected to that. Just to be clear, you can object to that if you want. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Where one person just like, you all know when the cameras turn off what you say. You all fucking know it. And then he gave a specific example of Matt Gaetz. Not one of them objected to that. Again, I'm saying you guys, you Republicans, they think you're stupid. They don't care. They will lie right to your face because you let them do it. This is all a show to protect Donald Trump because they're afraid that Donald Trump will tweet at them and you dipshits will attack. They're all just afraid of Donald Trump. I've never seen such a group of cowards. It's pathetic.
the mainstream media called the race for Biden about a week after the election, did Donald Trump concede the election?
He did not.
The next month, the Electoral College met in every state and voted Biden as the winner. Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
Shortly after that, the last court case that Donald Trump brought was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
Is it your judgment then that only Donald Trump could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled on January 6th?
Our assessment of the evidence is that he is the person most responsible for what happened on January 6th. He caused what happened. It was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the public integrity section when I was
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
Yes, he was a prosecutor I worked with in New York.
Did you know that he said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical? So are you a registered independent?
This is another good point. Notice what you can't find out of Republicans. They can't find a single person who worked with Jack Smith who says anything negative about him. Not one. By the way, Donald Trump losing his mind on Truth Social. He's having a bad day. Is he watching this show? He first complained about fake and fraudulent polling, which is weird because we showed that. And now he's saying that Jack Smith is being completely exposed.
I have no partisan loyalties. I don't know if I'm registered as independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and your family has been subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
Do you remember where you were on September 11th?
I do.
What did you think of that day?
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night. I worked on that investigation. I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or a later day because of the time period.
What did you think when you saw it?
I was shocked. I was shocked by it.
Everybody was shocked by it. This is such such revisionist history for Republicans to pretend like they didn't freak the fuck out on January 6th too. I wish some of you would go back and revisit that day. Go back and revisit the posts from all Republicans. Everybody uniformly called it an attack, an insurrection. They all said that it was wrong. Lindsey Graham on that day was like, I'm done with Donald Trump. I'm done with him forever. Republicans just cast him aside. We're done with Trump. And then about a month later, they saw that like his polling was still all right. And they're like, uh-oh, we're going to have to start lying now. And then almost every one of them just capitulated. Fine, we'll lie.
I obviously, being in Europe and not following things as closely, I was not, frankly, up to speed on the events leading up to it.
What shocked you about it?
I just never seen anything like that happen in our country.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if I'll ever have the honor to talk to you again. If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for what you tried to do and how you did it. You, unlike many here, are a man of honor.
Go watch the closed-door hearings and look at how these same Republicans talked to Jack Smith. Totally different. I think he's dead right. It was alarming when we actually watched that because I was like, why are these Republicans like not performing? How come all their public arguments that we see all the time, how come they're not bringing up any of those behind closed doors? Because I think they also respect him, but they are terrified of Donald Trump. So they're putting on a show. Just a reminder, guys, we're crowdfunded. We've knocked out most of that gift goal. We'll be here for a while today, but if you could help us knock out that goal, you know the normal ways. And back to Jack Smith.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Smith, you appear before this committee today not as a neutral observer of the law, but at one point you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight, and a mandate that goes to the very heart of our constitutional order. You brought charges during an active election cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context. And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your investigation you developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal scheme to overturn the results in the 2020 election and to prevent lawful transfer of power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned...
This has nothing to do with his case. So now we're just... now, why are you asking Jack Smith about this?
The state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states. You were illegally appointed to serve as special counsel since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate and stated in the as a statement.
By the way, somebody, I don't know who it was, but somebody said nobody was outraged on January 6th. Let me just give you some quotes from Republicans on January 6th. Mitch McConnell said Trump was practically and morally responsible for provoking the events, and he described it as a disgraceful dereliction of duty. Lindsey Graham said, "Count me out. Enough is enough." Tom Cotton demanded that Trump accept the election results, quit misleading people, and repudiate mob violence. Roy Blunt said it was a tragic day and Trump was part of it. Kevin McCarthy said, I told Trump he bore responsibility for the violence and urged him to call off rioters during the attack. And Trump said no to him. Bill Barr, Trump's attorney general, labeled Trump's incitement of the mob a betrayal of his office. Liz Cheney blamed Trump directly. Adam Kinzinger condemned the riot. Lloyd Smucker rejected the violence as wholly unacceptable and noted Trump gave false hope leading to the unrest. Ronnie Timmons called the acts domestic terrorism by insurrectionists who must face full prosecution. Those are all Republicans I just named for you. I can do more if you'd like. We'll keep going.
The appointment's closed. You also issued an indictment against then President Biden's most formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump, and you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate. These actions were nothing short of election.
You can't prove any of that, right? You have to prove that the gag order that he asked for was outside of his role as a special prosecutor. Then you'd have to prove that it was political. But what was happening is Trump was intimidating the jury. He was trying to influence the outcome of a court case through the media, which in every case you would have a gag order. And the courts ultimately ruled that, like, Trump running for president for some reason gave him special permission to do something that nobody else in this country could do if we were under an investigation. And so the courts basically ruled that the gag order had to be limited.
Interference. 9 senators, including Senator Tuberville from my state of Alabama, and multiple Republican members of the House of Representatives had their phones subpoenaed, or their records subpoenaed. Some you seize their phones. Even then, Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, one of the highest-ranking Republicans in the country, had his phone records subpoenaed, all for political gain. These subpoenas clearly violated the speech and debate clause. As John Keller of the DOJ's Public Integrity Section addressed this issue in an email dated May 17th of 2023, D.C. Circuit President stated that the speech and debate clause, and the bar is this, bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. These instances are not only the tip of the iceberg about you and your team's flagrant disregard of the Constitution. Mr. Smith, your actions have changed and damaged confidence in our justice system. Today, this committee will determine whether that damage was a result of reckless judgment, political bias, or deliberate misuse of authority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield you the balance of my time for questions.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to that email. If we could put that up, this email that Mr. Gill highlighted a few minutes ago. This is the justification from the Public Integrity Section. If you look at the bottom.
One more thing. The people that were subpoenaed. Here's the people that were subpoenaed by Jack Smith: Lindsey Graham, Bill Hagerty, Josh Hawley, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, Ron Johnson, Cynthia Loomis, Marsha Blackburn, Rick Scott, Mike Kelly. Here's what they all had to say on January 6th. Lindsey Graham, we already said the president's actions were the problem. The president caused this. There's no doubt about it. Yesterday was a stain on our nation. Bill Hagerty said, the violent mob of criminals who stormed the Capitol today do not represent the millions of peaceful Trump supporters. This violence must stop. Josh Hawley said, in this lawful means peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets, I condemn the violence that took place. Dan Sullivan said, the rioters and looters who have attacked our Capitol must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Tommy Tuberville said, what happened today does not reflect the true heart of America. Violence has no place in our democracy. Ron Johnson said, those were individuals who love this country, who genuinely respect law enforcement, and would never do anything to violate the law. Good for you, Ron Johnson. Cynthia Loomis said the events at the Capitol are an absolute tragedy. Those responsible must be held accountable. Marsha Blackburn said the violent attack on the Capitol is appalling. Trump supporters do not condone this violence. Look at them all now. They all condone it. Trump pardoned them, and all these people now have just rewritten their own histories. Rick Scott said today's violence is wrong and un-American. We must return to civility. And Mike Kelly said this is not who we are. The violence must end now. And now they are all lying to you, saying, oh, what are you talking about? It was a peaceful protest.
John Keller, Public Integrity Section, for going and getting the phone records, toll records of members of Congress. And there's a couple things I want to highlight. That first highlighted area, there is some litigation risk. So they admit.
Did that. You doing this again? Jim Jordan's doing it again? We already covered this.
There's some concern here. And they send this to the copy to Jack Smith's team. And then you go down later, as Mr. Gill pointed out, the case law is clear. A legislator may intervene and oppose such use. So the risk is real. But here's the deal.
The risk is real that somebody will sue them, not that they will lose, right? There is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative call violates the speech and debate clause. We went and we looked at this case, United States versus Rayburn. This is about specifically taking documents, and that's not what they did here. They took toll records.
There was really no risk because we weren't going to know. They weren't going to tell us. They made sure they didn't tell us because they went to the judge and got a gag order. And look at the last sentence. The last sentence.
Okay.
Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged. So
they wouldn't be charged. That's part of the speech and debate clause. It says that you can't be charged based on what you said. And again, they're saying here, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, litigation risks should be minimal. Yeah. if you were going to charge any of these people, then you might have a problem with the speech and debate clause. I'd still argue no, but that would be taken up by the courts. This is just this is not proving the point Jim Jordan thinks it's proving.
They're not going to know because we're not going to charge any of these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And so therefore, the litigation risk should be minimal. They're not going to be charged. We're not going to go after them. The litigation risk is minimal, and it's minimal because, frankly, it's non-existent because they're not going to know, and we're going to make sure they don't know.
No. It's minimal. Wait, it says why it's minimal. It's minimal because you're not going to charge them. He thinks you guys are so stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't let him lie to you like this.
We're not even going to tell the judge who we're getting the gag orders on. And yet, Mr. Smith thought that was A-okay.
It was A-okay. It was well within the law, which is why, by the way, has anybody tried to charge Jack Smith for this? Why hasn't Trump's DOJ brought this up? Why is there no case about this? Ask yourself that question, Republicans. Why is it that it seems like such a big deal here in the public hearing? In the private hearing, they didn't really, they talked about it, but they didn't push it like this, and they've never brought charges. Why not? If it's so easy, if there was a litigation risk, where's the litigation? Sounds like the person who wrote that email was correct. I think the risk of litigation is minimal. Nobody ever has tried to sue for this.
Was just fine. That was in the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but you also covered up for sex abuse at your last job. You were real good buds with Jerry Sandusky. Was it Jerry Sandusky? Is that who it was? No, it was the doctor. What was the doctor's name? I don't think the doctor's name was Jerry Sandusky. You're also covering for a pedophile now. And we all saw you behind closed doors, and you didn't talk like this behind closed doors. Cameras come on. Jim Jordan bumps a little line, maybe. I don't know. He's a little bouncy. And suddenly we got a whole new Jim Jordan when the cameras are on. It wasn't Larry Nassar. I don't remember the team doctor's name at Ohio State.
You know why? You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy. You can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump. We got to get the president. That's what this was all about. You go back to the gentleman from Alabama.
The doctor's name is Richard Strauss. If you don't know this story, it sounds like some people don't know this story. Jim Jordan was the assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State University, and they had a doctor named Richard Strauss, and it's pretty graphic what he did to athletes, but he would sexually assault the athletes all the time. And the athletes went to Jim Jordan, reported it, they reported it to the head coach, and they never took that up the line. They never reported it to police. They never reported it to their athletic director. And then when it all came out, Jim Jordan spent hours on the phone calling victims, begging them not to testify against him, begging them to publicly support him. One of the guys was like, dude, it was my brother. My brother was being abused. You knew about it. How can you call me and ask me to back you up? That's who Jim Jordan was. But Republicans do not care about sexual abuse. They don't care if you cover it up. In fact, then you get to chair this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have some Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a transcript of the voicemail that President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left Senator Tuberville on January 6th, in which he states, "I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information."
Without objection. Gentleman yields back.
Are you unaware of this? Wowie woo. Are you unaware that this has happened to Jim Jordan? This is the doctor right here. His name, what did I say? Richard Strauss. This is him. Just search Jim Jordan, Richard Strauss. You can see these are some of the athletes. Look up Ohio State wrestler Jim Jordan. Just Google that, I dare you. You're going to find out that Jim Jordan covered up for the sexual abuse of athletes.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. His actions have made it harder for this committee and other congressional committees to get witnesses and testimony and damage the rule of law. Now, before I ask questions of Mr. Smith, I just want to make a simple observation. How scared?
Okay, well, which Republicans right now, fair enough, that's fair, Wowie. All Republicans would condone it. Outside of Thomas Massey, I saw Anna Paulina Luna and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Which Republicans are outspoken about the cover-up that's going on right now? Which Republicans have spoken up about Jim Jordan covering for sex abuse victims? Today, we just had released the details that show that Matt Gaetz absolutely sexually assaulted a 17-year-old multiple times. Are the Republicans talking about that? No. So yeah, that's fair to say not all Republicans we. That's fair. There's 3 or 4 of them that do call it out. So that's a fair check on what I said. Thank you.
Are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files? They're so scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith, the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump with multiple felony counts. Republicans would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election and trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and the criminality of Donald Trump in stealing classified documents, obstructing justice, than about Donald Trump's associations with Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophilia ring. I demand this committee, this chairman, and Republicans to call an immediate hearing asking why the Department of Justice is refusing to release 99% of the Epstein files.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't look up Sasha Riley and Jim Jordan either. Don't put those two numbers. Don't. If you want truth, if you want accusations, if you want to find out what people think about Jim Jordan, don't look up Sasha Riley and Jim Jordan either. And then don't compare that to what the people at Ohio State said.
The DOJ is violating law right now. I have questions, Mr. Smith, for you, and thank you for being here today. My questions center on interactions or lack of interactions between the Biden administration and yourself. Did President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's political opponent?
No.
Did the Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution against New York Attorney General Tish James. Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, and the Trump DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get twice grand juries to secure indictments against her. When interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James, he concluded there was not enough evidence to go forward. And what did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney. Mr. Smith, did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever tell you that Donald Trump should be, quote, arrested and punished?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever threaten to fire you based on any action you took or did not take?
No.
I love that you say this goes on both sides. Help me out, that Moto Gem. When did the Democrats vote against releasing the Epstein files? Have they ever voted against that? As far as I know, only Republicans have done that. Which Democrat president had signed a law that said, I'll release the Epstein files, and then didn't do it? I hate when you guys both sides like obvious stuff just so that you don't have to address this. Donald Trump is covering up for pedophiles. The Republicans are enabling it. They're holding hearings with Jack Smith. They had Nick Shirley yesterday, but they won't bring in Pam Bondi. They want to bring in Bill Clinton, but not Pam Bondi. Bill Clinton might be in the files, but Pam Bondi's the one that's making it so you don't get to see the files. Why are we not subpoenaing Pam Bondi? Why not Donald Trump? Why not Lex Wexner? Why only Bill Clinton? You know why? Because they're covering it up. Don't both sides this shit.
Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own appointees who refused to do his bidding. His DOJ recently investigated Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after any Biden appointee?
No.
Okay. I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law?
No, I don't believe anybody should be above the law.
Right. And U.S. senators are not above the law, correct?
No,
Yeah. And members of Congress are not above the law, right?
no.
Yeah, that's right, because we're not. And what Republicans are going to argue is somehow, if you're doing an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress. Get out of here. We're just under a law like everybody else. And by the way, the speech and debate clause only applies to legislative acts.
First of all, somebody said we have a deal with Greenland and we're talking about Epstein. Couple things. I don't know if a deal broke with Greenland since I started. I don't know about it. We're not actually talking about Epstein. But this is Congress. What are you getting mad at me for? I didn't choose the topic today. Congress chose the topic. Don't get mad at me. This is what Congress is doing today. I'm just a streamer. Congress is who you should be upset with right now. They're the ones talking about. This is them today.
Communications with legislative acts. Stealing a frickin' election, trying to do so, is not a legislative act. It is a crime. So I don't know what the heck they're talking about. And this is so stupid. I'm a former prosecutor. You'd never in an investigation go and try to get someone's tow records or phone records and then tell them, hey, dude, we're about to get your phone records. Of course you wouldn't tell them. What the Republicans are saying today is just idiotic. I'm so pleased you're here on national TV telling the American people that Trump was indicted. He was indicted lawfully and multiple grand juries secured those indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you well. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, you have a long tenure at the Department of Justice. Would you
Let's see if we can guess this. I'm going to see how quickly I can guess where she's going to go.
agree with the statement that DOJ charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
She's going to go to Eileen Cannon's order.
That is correct. That's from the federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case you brought against President Trump, one of the charges you pursued was under Title 18, Section 371, which requires an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined, and an overt act. And what I'd like to ask you about is this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. It requires knowing deceit targeted at lawful government function.
This is what she's citing right here. Section 371 commonly refers to 18 U.S.C. 371, the general federal law against conspiracy to commit an offense or defraud the United States, making it a crime for two or more people to agree to break federal law or cheat the government, punishable by up to 5 years in prison and fines with specific applications in criminal cases. Can also refer to 3, which is not that one. So this is what she's talking about. Back there now.
You would then also agree, would you not, that opinion, disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent set forth in that.
Okay. She's going, now the defense is not that Donald, and this is poignant. This fucking matters, Republicans. I want you to pay attention to what she does here. She is now going to argue not that Trump was right, not that the election was stolen, but that he really, really believed it, so it can't be a crime. Notice, smear Jack Smith. Don't get into the details of the cases, or now we're gonna fall back on he really believed it, so it can't be a crime. She's not even willing to defend Donald Trump's crazy election claims. Notice not a single Republican up there has gone after the evidence and said, oh, well, he was right about the election claims. Not one of them.
That statute.
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove and intended to prove at trial that the false statements that Donald Trump made were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly. So even under your theory of the case, even if we took your facts as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he did it knowingly.
That's what he just said. He just said that he lied and he did it knowingly. That is his claim. So now she's got to refute it because now they're on the same page. They both agree that he has to do it knowingly. So now she's got to figure out how to attack his evidence.
Going on to your next charge, let's talk about
instruction. Whoa, she just left it? That was it? Next. Oh, we said the same thing.
There, too, that charge requires proof of wrongful intent, does it not?
That's correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true,
Do you know what statute she decided? I'm scared to rewind because it's such a long video. We're at, what are we at? 44:36 maybe? See if I can go back like 10 seconds. I want to see the other statute she's citing. Come on, you got this. Soft hands.
Convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
Not correctly convicted.
The defendant for that charge would have to behave corruptly, and corruptly could include seeking an unlawful benefit, seeking a benefit to benefit themselves, in this case, to stay in office when they had, in fact, not won the election.
But there, too, there's a requirement of intent, that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And
corrupt
didn't you
intent.
also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from
Did anybody get the statute she cited? Drop it in the chat if you did.
multiple advisors, Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition you said he was almost just regurgitating
Oh, I can use the arrow keys to go back? Is that real? On a YouTube video? I'm scared to try that.
they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting
But you
anything.
would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice at that time, would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign.
So the argument is he's too dumb. Donald Trump was too dumb to know that Mike Lindell and the Kraken were lying to him. That's her. She hasn't caught him in a lot. They've agreed on everything. Bill, you might be too fucking dumb to watch this. You might want to go turn on some Sesame Street. Bill, he hasn't lied. They've agreed on everything, Bill. Every single thing so far they've agreed on. Oh, mute. You got me, Jay. Thanks. So, yeah, now they're going to argue that he's too stupid to know what's true. And it was everybody else's fault that he lied.
Campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would.
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent, not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not agree.
Yeah, no, he does agree. He said that 4 times. 4 times he said that. Uh-oh. Digital Warrior. There's this thing that I hate. This is a stream where I speak. You can go watch this anywhere. And I hate when people tell me not to talk. So when you yell at me from the audience, you get 10 seconds of silence. And everybody has to suffer because of you, Digital Warrior. So 10 seconds of silence because of your decision. All right, everybody blame Digital Warrior for that.
So is it not correct, sir, that here you charged 2 intent-based crimes without any direct proof whatsoever that the conduct charged was knowing, intentional, or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain a conviction at trial?
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this
Yes. The existence of conflicting advice doesn't mean that you can't figure out what's true. If I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and somebody says, "Jump, you'll be fine," and the other one says, "No, you won't. That's 400 fucking feet. You will die." And I go, "Well, no way for me to know." Nobody's going to be like, it's not his fault that he jumped to his death. He had conflicting advice. When Mike Lindell is coming in and talking about Venezuela controlling the machines with no evidence, that's not good advice. So they're arguing, her literal argument is Trump is fucking incompetent. He can't figure out what's true and what's not true. His trusted advisors, those that were with him for his entire presidency, without fail, 100% of them said, "You lost." But Mike Lindell and who's the guy that started, Patrick Byrne and the Kraken and all these and Rudy Giuliani, who can't even get 4 seasons right. They're like, "No, actually you won." And he's like, oh, okay, I must have won. And she's arguing, don't you know Donald Trump's too fucking stupid to figure this out himself? You can't charge him with a crime. He's too goddamn dumb. Drew, I agree. There is a burden of proof that needs to be met for conviction, and he believes he has that burden of proof. Why isn't she asking him what his evidence is for that burden of proof? Why is she instead saying, she just keeps returning to what he already agreed with? He's like, yeah, I believe you have to have intent. I think I can prove that. Why is she not asking him for that evidence? Because she doesn't want the evidence. She is making the argument that Trump is too stupid to figure it out on his own. By the way, this is what Mick Mulvaney said, too. You can watch it. He did an interview with Mehdi Hasan. And Mick Mulvaney literally is like, dude, everybody knew that the people around Trump were lying to him. We all knew, and we all tried to tell him. And he just didn't want to hear it. It didn't matter. He said something along the lines like, we would show him the data, and then Mike Lindell would say, that's not true, and Trump would be like, I'm going with Mike on this. Your party's now arguing he's too stupid to make decisions.
Anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned, knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this. I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy that prohibits—
Why is she not asking for the evidence? And why, Republicans that are watching this, do you not care that she has just concluded that there was no evidence without citing the evidence or asking for the evidence? Why are you comfortable with your representative saying Donald Trump is stupid and also not citing the evidence while they draw their conclusion? Drew, I'm looking at you.
prosecutors from selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election?
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd. I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Objection?
I ask unanimous consent to enter the record a criminal complaint filed by the Trump Department of Justice in December 13, 2025, detailing how Kash Patel and the FBI used a confidential human source and an undercover FBI agent to investigate a bomb threat.
Guys, we're going to be here for a while. It's 11:30 my time now. We started around like 8, so we've been going for 3 hours. We'll go probably past our time. Happy to do it, but please know when we do our normal show, we have a goal that we have to meet every day to pay our bills. If you could help us knock that gift goal out, that'd be greatly appreciated. There's Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and of course, Super Chats. And if we have to go to like not reading the comments to get that done, I'll do it. I hate to do that. I hate asking, you know that, but we do need to knock out that goal so we can pay our bills here.
Los Angeles. And then finally, this is an article published by The Verge on October 19, 2023, titled Peter Thiel was reportedly an FBI informant, which reports that Peter Thiel served as a confidential human source for the FBI.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First one is from MSN.com. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants in J6 Arctic frost probes.
Without objection.
Jack Smith team approved $20,000 payment to informant to snitch on Trump during Arctic frost probe.
Without objection.
AT&T turned Kevin McCarthy's cell phone records over to Jack Smith.
Without objection.
Biden's legal team met with Jack Smith aide before Trump indictment.
Without objection.
Jack Smith deposition gives insight into failed effort to hold Trump accountable.
Without objection.
Trump special counsel Jack Smith was involved in Lois Lerner IRS scandal.
Without objection.
Special counsel Jack Smith's mixed history pursuing high-profile politicians.
Without objection.
And FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role on January 6th.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, you can still send to Jen. She'll send them over to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Hey, howdy. Thank you, Marianne.
I think it's our turn. You yield your time.
Lost track after all those unanimous consent requests. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized, and then the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming here today. Your willingness to speak directly to us and to the American people about your investigation is professional, it's courageous, and it's patriotic.
Heather said not going to complain for getting a little extra, Jay. Thanks, Heather.
It's high time that the American people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation of President Donald Trump for his criminal actions leading up to and the day of January 6th, 2021. The facts, according to your report, are simple. Without a single piece of evidence, Trump sowed doubt about the 2020 election results and urged his followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell on January 6th. And that's exactly what they did. thousands of insurrectionists violently tried to stop Congress from certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty, and they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number of members that day, and I will never forget the pounding on the doors and the insurrectionists threatening to kill us right outside. My Republican colleagues keep trying to rewrite history. They claim that somehow Trump's words and actions did not legally rise to the level of criminal activity, that he did not directly cause violence at the Capitol. And so I want to set that record straight with you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against Donald Trump in 2 major federal cases: election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation, combing through hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos.
I am FRCD said Peter Thiel gets outed. FBI informant seems hinky, but tracks. I haven't seen that yet. Sad Renee, thank you very much. Will you send that to me on Discord? I am FRCD, or somebody on Discord message that to me.
Videos and communication. Did your investigation find that Donald Trump attempted to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he lost?
Yes.
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
Yes.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn to the Constitution?
He did.
And when all of this didn't work, did he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification?
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January 6th, that it was foreseeable, and that he exploited that violence.
Now, obviously, Republicans would want to, now that they've heard him say that, they're going to want to attack this evidence here. They won't just keep attacking him. Oslo said for the Greenland First agenda.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed-door deposition last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy, for not holding a president accountable for trying to steal an election. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
I want to return to it because I think what you said in the closed-door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public testimony. How would you describe the toll on our democracy if we do not hold a president accountable for attempting to steal an election?
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the toll is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately—
Thanks, Jacob and Rebecca. Appreciate you guys.
Our democracy. The attack on this Capitol on January 6th was, and the Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. said this, it was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, if there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, we would not be here today, would we?
Not this shit again.
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated
This happened earlier too. The audio gets a little fucked up, but
involved a mob of supporters of Donald Trump
Sure,
supporters.
I understand that. I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if that's true or not. I'm trying to think. Like there's other evidence in the case. That's a hard one to answer.
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't think he can answer. Honestly, like you can have an opinion on that. Jack Smith is very careful not to issue an opinion. I think this is an opinion. I think you could make a good argument that we wouldn't have these charges without what happened on January 6th. But you could also make an argument that if something else had happened instead of January 6th, that Trump might have still done the illegal acts like pressuring people to find votes, pressuring or helping set up like fake slates of electors. Maybe they found a different way to. Maybe Mike Pence just agrees that he's going to reject the certification. I think there's a lot of different ways this could have gone where Trump could still have broken the law. So it's a hypothetical, and good for Jack Smith again. He's so careful with his words. I know that Republicans hate him because he investigated Donald Trump, but as far as like his professionalism, this guy refuses to engage in hypotheticals. He sticks to the facts that he knows. If he doesn't know something, he says, "I don't know it." This is one of those rare instances where we're looking at somebody who works for the government, who was assigned a job, did their job by the book, and even now when it's not their job, refuses to engage in like partisan politics now. It sucks that Jack Smith is being painted the way that he is, because this is a career civil servant who has done nothing but lock up criminals, and in this case was assigned a case, did the best that he could, and nobody's been able to poke a hole in his case yet.
And second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one, the unprecedented criminal scheme, your words, not mine. In the press conference, you said there was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams of lawyers. You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses.
Now I just looked up his record. This is Brad Knott from North Carolina. He's like a career prosecutor. This guy has done some real investigative work. So I'm interested to see how he handles this. Multiple conspiracy and fraud cases he's tried. He doesn't have the record of Jack Smith, but he has like a legitimate record here.
You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that worked with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being...
So far, though. I know they don't want him to say that, but Jack Smith in his closed-door testimony said that we might have brought more prosecutions after, but we wanted to focus on Trump first. And so you take all these co-conspirators, and I think the idea behind that is you try and get these co-conspirators to take lesser charges to testify against Trump, which they obviously did. He's explained this before. I don't know. Knott's a good prosecutor, so he probably knows that answer, and he doesn't want Jack Smith to say it. But behind closed doors, that's what Jack Smith said.
Unprecedented criminal scheme. You did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Yes. At the time of the conclusion of our work, my lawyers had believed that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was concluded. But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but again, you started at the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requirement, that you would agree that...
That's why he's so quick. That's why he's so quick to cut that off. I don't know if he was there during the deposition, but he doesn't want Jack Smith to say That doesn't mean they weren't going to be charged. That just means this particular case was just about Trump.
A criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides the president.
There it is.
You decided not to charge anybody but Donald Trump in that indictment.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was charged.
I understand that. I understand your position, but you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
In regards to the
Yeah, that's an easy one. Yeah, they could be that again. You're not poking holes in Jack Smith here, Drew. I'm interested, Drew, when you're done, what you think of this. Big Dog Mom, thank you for the super chat. Digital Warrior said, "I'm glad you acknowledged me and didn't time me out like usual." Yeah, didn't I time? Oh, I just gave you 10-second mute. That's what it was. Clown Meat said, "Every penny counts." Thank you.
The way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
Correct.
The expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
That's correct. Supreme Court precedent emphasizes that.
And even your brief that the court found atypical, politics played no role.
Mr. Chairman, the time's expired.
Time the gentleman's expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. I believe it's important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without fear or favor, as is department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand why the White House and congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history and seeking to discredit you and your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit fraudulent certificates of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims.
That's true, Mighty Mouse. It does suck with these hearings. You can tell like which side of the aisle they're on. Just to take a quick break here, for my Republicans, is there a piece of evidence you can point to so far that Republicans that have been able to nail Jack Smith with that would show that this was politically motivated on his part? Is there anything? I can't think of anything they've been able to stick him with yet. I'll give you a chance to give me the evidence, but like, what do we think? I'm not muted. You liar. None, zero. I'll look while she's talking.
And ultimately use them to direct an angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I represent southeastern Pennsylvania, which was one of the states targeted by Mr. Trump's criminal efforts. So being mindful of the clock, I wanted to try to explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false claims of election fraud.
Okay, Patrick, but that doesn't make it politically motivated, right? Because everybody else was also a Republican. Everybody else, all the co-conspirators were also Republican. So that doesn't make it politically motivated. Nobody else involved was from a different political party.
Pennsylvania, knowing they were false. Second, the evidence concerning the submission of fake elector certificates from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up, in your report and deposition, you detailed the overwhelming evidence that Trump had lost Pennsylvania, and he knew it. Despite this, he and his co-conspirators continued to make false statements about that result to advance their criminal plan. Can you describe the evidence that these were false claims and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots that had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many even in the campaign knew.
Alan Smith, you said the fact that it's all the conspirators were Republican does make it politically involved. I agree, and I do agree that people line up on both sides, but it's not about politically involved, it's about political motivation. They're trying to say that Jack Smith chose to prosecute Trump because of his political leanings. Nobody can even figure out what his political leanings are. The people closest to him are like, I have no idea. And so naturally, if you have Republicans trying to overturn an election for Republicans, everybody involved is going to be a Republican. So you can't really say it was politically motivated just because he went after Republicans. You got to figure out some way that it was unjust.
That the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about two different elections. One was the primary and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making false claims about election results that they knew were false, and your deposition and report go into this in some detail, there was also this fraudulent elector plan where Trump and his co-conspirators...
Good question, Alan. Was the fact that Hillary campaigned for a couple of years after Trump was first elected that it was false and it shouldn't have happened? Does that fall under the same guidelines? No. Because Trump isn't being charged with saying the election was stolen or saying that the election is fraudulent. You have a right to say that. The president has the right to say that. What he was charged with is criminal conspiracy to overturn the election. And so that brings in like the planning that you had from Jan 6. Any advance notice that he had from Secret Service, from the FBI, from FBI, or from Capitol Police, from local police, that there might be violence on that day. Any actions he took to try and get state legislators to overturn the election. This is what the investigation's about. The fact that Donald Trump said the election was stolen, if that's all he had done, there never would have been charges brought. So you have to understand what he's being charged with here. It's not saying the election was stolen. It was trying to reverse it illegally. That's what he's being charged with.
Solicited folks who had been planning to be Trump electors if he won and asking them to submit fake certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was pretty remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
On further investigation, the Thiel FBI connection is sketchy at best. I withdraw my earlier claim. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you.
That's correct. That particular elector, who was signed up to be a legitimate elector had Donald Trump in fact won the election, was a former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
I mean, the bottom line is that despite the facts and over objections from his allies, Trump still went to the ellipse on January 6th and lied about Pennsylvania's votes to direct his angry mob to attack the Capitol. So I just want to thank you for your work and your years of service to the country, and I would invite everyone to read your deposition and to read the report because it tells a very different story than what our colleagues do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Young lady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a record a speech by former Vice President Pence published on C-SPAN in June.
Just UC requests don't matter. For those of you saying that he was lawfully, that Jack Smith was not lawfully positioned as a prosecutor, I would just ask you why the Republicans are not going after that. Why are they not going and talking about Judge Cannon's ruling? Why aren't they using your argument?
You believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
Yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act, and
Actually,
as a
that's
result,
incorrect.
that conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court.
Hey, I missed that statute too. Let me go back. Now that I learned a new thing. What did he ask?
Give it at the time.
I did believe,
And would lead to a conviction of...
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you've said several times in your deposition that you believe that the facts and the law, your interpretation of the law, would lead to a conviction of President Trump. Is that correct?
yes,
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law, would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately, you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
yes, the Supreme Court changed the law on what constituted an official act, and
Actually,
as a
that's
result, that
incorrect.
conviction was overturned.
That's incorrect. They applied the law, and they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute. A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this court. They accused you of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John Edwards that your interpretation of the facts and the law were correct and that you would convict John Edwards?
Okay, so saying Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell's corruption conviction on June 27th was 8. They overturned it. It was 8-0, vacating all 11 counts and remanding further proceedings. Prosecutors, led by Jack Smith, used an overly broad definition of official act under 18 U.S.C. 201, criminalizing routine constituent services. The court narrowed official act to formal express exercises of government power on pending questions about it. Yeah, so they did narrow. Yeah, so Jack Smith's right there. They changed it. Yeah, he's right. They narrowed it. That's how they would change it. He's right. Evidence showed McDonnell accepted $175,000 in gifts and loans. Jury instruction mirrored prosecutors' boundless theory, requiring reversal. The ruling protected politicians' basic compact with constituents avoiding criminalization of access and influence absent explicit quid pro quo. DOJ declined retrial because so Jack Smith's right there.
Of corruption.
Yes,
But in fact, that case resulted in a jury deadlock on 5 charges and acquittal on another charge. Is that correct?
that is my recollection. That's correct.
Let's move on to the court's interpretation of your gag order requests. Mr. Smith, America was founded on the principle that the government doesn't silence political speech, in particular speech before it happens. You sought a prior restraint against President Trump without a single violation of pretrial release. In fact, there was no real-world harm that you could articulate justified giving the federal government the power to silence him as a presidential candidate, was there?
Appreciate you saying that, Nathan. I appreciate that. Well done, Nathan.
The court granted those motions and found that the prosecutor did not have to wait until someone was harmed to make such a motion.
Actually, the request was rejected when the case was actually, when you actually were not able to, it was restricted, correct? The gag order was restricted, correct?
Well, we filed for an order in the district court. The district court granted an order. President Trump appealed that order. The Court of Appeals absolutely agreed that there was a basis and that the threats to witnesses that came from the targeting by Donald Trump were real and that we had a duty to protect them. You are correct in that the Court of Appeals narrowed the order, so the order covered witnesses, court staff, the judge, and my staff. The difference was that it didn't cover me anymore, which I was fine with.
So they had a gag order because Trump's out there threatening everybody, right? And there was an initial gag order that was approved, and then the D.C. Circuit upheld the gag order, said that, yes, you can have this gag order, but Donald Trump is allowed to talk about you, Jack Smith, publicly. He's allowed to talk about the DOJ, like Biden's DOJ. So you could go after Smith, you could go after Biden, you could go after Merrick Garland, but you couldn't specifically go after the prosecutors under Jack Smith. I don't think that like, I don't know what's that evidence of. He tried to get a gag order, and then it's something that's never happened before, where somebody who's running for president who needs to be able to make his case to the American people is also under investigation. So the courts ruled and narrowed it and just said, all right, well, he can't go after people who are just doing their job. He can go after who we would assume were political appointees or the person directly prosecuting the case that everybody knows. But he can't go after like staffers that nobody knows and put their life in jeopardy. That's what happened.
Did you have any evidence that President Trump's statements about the cases against him intimidated witnesses or prevented them from coming forward?
What you see, Oslo, in their majority opinion, Thomas and Alito wrote, "Hey, I resemble that remark."
I had evidence that he said, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. He suggested a witness should be put to death. The courts found that those sort of statements not only deter witnesses who've come forward, they deter witnesses who've yet to come forward.
But you weren't able to identify a single witness who didn't come forward because they were intimidated by President Trump.
How the fuck would you identify that? How would you identify somebody who didn't come forward if they didn't come forward? How'd that work out? They're not a witness till they testify, right? They don't come forward and testify. That was a bizarre thing.
Extremely thorough evidence that his statements were having an effect on the proceedings that is not permitted in any court of law in the United States.
Don't you think it's a pretty low bar to clear if you're trying to silence a candidate for president? I mean, if you can't identify a single witness who's intimidated.
This is a crazy thing to say, too. Like, what do you mean silence him? Silence him from threatening members of the administration and members of the DOJ? He could campaign on whatever the fuck he wanted. He could say whatever he wanted. What do you mean silence him? A gag order doesn't say you can't talk. It says you can't talk about specific parts of the case, whatever the gag order entails. That's what you can't talk about. You're not silenced. You don't have no freedom of speech to threaten people. Good Lord, this is pathetic by the Republicans. It's not, you were trying to silence him when he was threatening people. Don't you see that's a little bit political? No.
That maybe you should reconsider the gag order?
Both courts upheld the orders, and it is not incumbent on a prosecutor to wait until someone gets killed before they move for an order to protect the proceedings.
Did anyone on your team raise concerns that this expansive gag order you were seeking would infringe on President Trump's First Amendment rights?
My recollection is that we, of course, discussed First Amendment issues regarding this application because I and my staff respect the First Amendment, but the First Amendment does not allow one to make statements that interfere with the administration of justice in a judicial proceeding. My interpretation was supported and agreed upon by the District Court and the Court of Appeals in terms of the phenomena of the statements being made, targeting individuals, causing threats to happen to them. I would also add, sir, that in the days after Donald Trump made some of these statements, the District Court, in this case, received vile threats to the District Court's life. In that environment, I felt a duty as a prosecutor to make that motion, and I make no apologies.
And the court stayed that motion on August 3rd, 2024. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They narrowed it. Why is he saying that? Why is he just lying? No, they narrowed it.
I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. Mr. Smith, if ever you need a break, if you need a restroom break, you or your counsel can just let us know. I think it's now the gentleman from Colorado gets 5 minutes.
I bet Jack Smith is so efficient that he doesn't even pee. Like, he just drinks the exact right amount of water. Doesn't even have to pee.
Can we take a short break?
Fuck. Immediately debunked.
5-10 minute recess, and then we'll be right back at it.
All right. This is why. Good thing we're behind. All right. Let's back up there. Unmute there.
A lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Don't tell me how Jack Smith's kidneys work differently. He has a different way to flush out his waste. It seeps through his pores.
Being here.
And it smells like peppermint.
Thank you for your service to our country. My colleague from Virginia, a Republican colleague who was questioning you right before the break, do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you.
Muted. What a fucking idiot, Jack Smith. Learn how to work a microphone, dummy.
This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution. There
was a big thing during the break. I'll look for it on Twitter.
Those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th. I remember it well. The chairman was there, as was I. There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today. Perhaps the chairman...
Oh, shit. All right. Mike Fanone. Here's what it says. Well, they say disgrace. Michael Fanone attacked conservative patriot Yvonne Rake. Okay, whoever put this up is biased. What happened here? Yvonne Rake, who's a dipshit, apparently almost got in a fight with the Capitol Police. Michael Fanone.
Treating these people that way.
This guy is just threatening my children, threatening to rape my children, rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children. Don't touch me. Do not fucking touch me.
God damn. I'll see if I can find better video. Ivan Raiklan has been following Michael Fanone, or is that the name? It's Fanone. Is it Fanoni? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. He's been following him around, harassing him for years. After all Michael Fanone did is show up to work and get the shit kicked out of him by a bunch of psycho J6ers. And Yvonne Raiklan just follows him around and harasses him, has made vile threats towards him. I hope he got a punch in, honestly.
Could muster the courage to call the 4 witnesses who I see, the American public may not see, I see standing behind you, Mr. Smith, the 4 police officers who risked everything, life and limb, to do what? To protect the Republican members on the dais. It's an outrage that they now sit here and have the audacity to try to rewrite history in front of the very officers who sacrificed everything to protect them. Mr. Smith, you're of course aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time, the sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference. There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it well because I was one of the prosecutors who prosecuted that case. Do you know how many senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors during that trial, Mr. Smith?
I don't recall.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the Republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want to try to rewrite history. But facts are facts. They talk about weaponization. They accuse you of weaponization of the justice system. While the Federal Reserve Board chairman rings the alarm about political retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if your counsel has made you aware. That President Trump is live tweeting, I guess you call it truth socialing, as we speak. Are you aware of this, about this hearing?
No.
Let me read to you what he posted an hour and a half ago. Deranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy. Jack Smith is a deranged animal who shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to respond, I'll give you an opportunity, but I will simply say we are grateful for your service to this country. We appreciate your fidelity to the rule of law. And I would echo the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise that you hear from so many of my colleagues who would debate.
This is, for those that are asking, this is Jonah Goose. He's from, he represents Bakersfield, California, that district.
Themselves in this way. It is, in my view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an opportunity, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to respond.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Sorry, some of these are just coming. Anybody who sent Venmos to Jen, she's very sick today, so she's getting them when she can. Jocelyn said, if con is the opposite of pro, then is Congress the opposite of progress? I haven't heard that one. It may be. Barbie said, for sanity, thank you. Trudy said, thanks. Jocelyn said, a priest, a politician, and a clown walk into the bar. The bartender says, what is this, some kind of joke? Kathy says, thirsty Thursday. Pink, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Jocelyn said, what's the most unfair thing about American politics? We get 50 choices for Miss America, but only 2 for the president. That's true. That's a little devastating. And Jessica said, because Jay's pretty, and fuck off knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing MAGA. Thank you, Jessica. I needed somebody to tell me I was pretty today. I did find more video, actually, of Michael Fanone. This one's a little bit better. Again, during the break, there was a confrontation. And this is a better view here. I don't know exactly what sparked it.
Why are you so spasmodic? Absolutely. Look behind you.
Excuse me.
Why should I?
Excuse me. No, not this guy. Not this guy. Not this guy. Not this guy. Oh, give me.
See how many people are controlling you? Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Total control over my mind and body. You fucking lunatic. No, you're a pussy. You get your ass kicked.
Sir, you have no shame.
I just want to say, if I'm Michael Fanone, not throwing a punch, it's actually incredible control. This is a man who was beaten up by Yvonne Raiklen and his friends. I guess Yvonne Raiklen wasn't there when he beat him up because he's a pussy. And then Yvonne Raiklen has followed him around, threatened his family, allegedly threatened to sexually assault his daughter. Anybody says that to me, I'm going to snap. I'll absolutely lose it. And I'm not proud of that. I'd like to be better than that, but that's an awful, like, what happened to you, Raiklen? Of course you're in control. You're just a troll here. This dude's real life experiences. He almost died, and now you go around threatening him for doing his job.
No shame. You have no shame. Treating these people that way.
This guy has threatened my family.
Unbelievable.
Threatened my children. Threatened to rape my children. Rape my children, you sick bastard. Rape my children.
Shout out to the Dropkick Murphy shirt there, though. God damn. What the fuck is Raiklen there?
Back, the gentleman from Wisconsin is
Oh,
recognized.
real quick. To be used by Jen for chicken soup. Feel better. Thank you. Illusion said Raiklen is the retribution list guy. That's right. Johnny said, good morning. Good morning, Johnny. Good to see you, dude. Make sure I didn't miss any other ones here. And Damien, thanks for joining the Dollar Train.
Mr. Chairman, in 2010, Mr. Smith, did you work for the President Obama's Department of Justice?
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the Public Integrity Section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with the lowest
That's fair, Kate. That's fair. Maybe women should be in charge here. We might be a bit too emotional.
with the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the Public Integrity Section. I was the chief. I was trying to learn about issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow-rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of in Public Integrity.
You prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell. This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution, yes.
And that ended up with that decision ended up being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. You also prosecuted John Edwards and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
The John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the public integrity section by the time that case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS.
That he had nothing to do with, right? It's done by, he didn't work for the IRS. He worked for public integrity. He was assigned a job. He didn't choose that case. So let's be honest about this. While they're just going to try and smear him. They're not going to attack his case.
Going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court. Prosecuted two
because they changed the rules. He's going to leave that part out. They said we have to narrow the definition because by the definition that's currently in law, Jack Smith is correct. So we're going to narrow the definition, rewrite it, and then we'll overturn it.
Prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials. That's a gold standard here in America. I would just say this, Mr. Chairman. If Mr. Smith ever worked...
What does it say? I'm trying to look at the jury verdict. So during this trial with John Edwards, if you remember, John Edwards used illegal campaign contributions from some rich lady to cover up a sexual affair. And I think even like a child. I think there was a child that was born. And so he was prosecuted for that. It says after 9 days of deliberation, the jury acquitted Edwards on count 3 involving the money from Mellon, which is the donor, Tide Hunter. They deadlocked on the remaining 5 counts covering Mellon donations, Barron funds, conspiracy, and false campaign reports, leading Judge Catherine Eagles to declare a mistrial. Jurors later said they believed moral wrongdoing but lacked proof of knowing legal violations. So why is it a mistrial? The Justice Department decided against retrying, citing challenges in proving intent beyond reasonable doubt. Edwards admitted personal sins but maintained innocence on criminal charges, avoiding prison despite... So they just couldn't... Yeah, so I guess it's kind of the same as this case, right? Edwards is like, I didn't know it was against the law. I broke the law, but I didn't know it was against the law. Let's see, why declared a mistrial. All of this keep going. Mistrial in Edwards' campaign finance trial was declared because the jury could not reach unanimous verdicts. Oh, that's it? Just because they couldn't be unanimous? Jurors told the judge multiple times they were hopelessly deadlocked. Oh, it's just because they were deadlocked. Oh, okay. Wait. It wasn't like he did something wrong. The jury was deadlocked. All right. That would be nice if we didn't have to look this up, Mr. Tiffany. It would be nice if you gave us the details there instead of just trying to smear him.
For the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution. Before I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other.
A remedial course on the freedom of speech? For what?
Question. Is there any historical precedent for an alternate slate of electors to be sent to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
Yes.
That had happened. Not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct. It was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say, the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii case. Here. With that, I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. The gentleman from Colorado.
Obviously, they cut him off there, but it's true. They did do an alternate slate of electors. But what happened is that it was a close contest between Nixon and Kennedy, and the results were uncertain. So at the time when they hit the deadline, they hadn't finished counting. Nixon, it said, initially led by 141 votes out of over 200,000 cast, prompting Democrats to request a recount. Hawaii certified Nixon's win on December 13th, but then the recount process extended past the deadline. And so to preserve their rights, they sent 2 slates of electors just in case, once the recount came, if it showed that Kennedy won, you would have 2 slates of electors. It was procedural. But in this case, what Trump was asking for is the states actually certified, and it wasn't based on a deadline. The states certified their elections, and then Trump got people behind closed doors to sneak into government buildings, pretend to hold the certification process, record it in a government building. They, again, snuck in after hours, and then they thought that would be the same thing as what happened in Hawaii. In 1961, they said there was a recount that was completed on January 4th, and it flipped the state to Kennedy by 115 votes. So Republican Governor Quinn then certified the Democratic state and sent a new official certificate to Congress. So in both of these cases, you had a new certified slate of electors. The difference is Trump never had a certified slate of electors. The governors were not certifying these. The plan was, and they did this, it was, I think it's Ron Johnson was trying to get this to Mike Pence on the election day. You have them on video, like bringing in these fake sets of electors, not alternative. They called them alternative, but they were not certified and they were not done properly, and the state had no knowledge of it. They just did these fake sets of electors. So yes, you can have alternate slates of electors, but there's a process for that, and they didn't do that. That's the difference.
About noise from this side. It's not noise, it's facts. The fact is, you approved a $20,000 payment to a confidential human source. And I think you said earlier, the reason this individual or entity or person was paid was to review photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
My understanding.
Why does that matter? Republicans? Why does that matter? Republicans are like, bullshit. I just don't like what you said, so I'm angrily going to respond.
Is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI. I do not know why they were confidential, but it would make sense to me, given that this person was assisting.
Well, confidential.
Oh wait, it was it was a confidential source from the FBI. They were already so Jack Smith has no ability to then like make it not confidential.
Raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell us? We know you hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress. We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract, which would be the customary normal way, I think, of doing it?
I did not make the determination that this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol, and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau would.
You know of any of the other special counsels who approved payments to, like, I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources. I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. It's the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information when you had the broadest subpoena power you could possibly have. You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
I am not aware whether confidential sources were or were not used in those
That's
investigations.
because I don't think they were.
Okay, well, he's wrong. In the Mueller investigation, Mueller's probe relied on multiple confidential human sources, including at one point before he's unmasked, Christopher Steele. In the Durham special counsel, Durham's probe into Russia investigation involved confidential human sources. Do we have any other examples? So 2 of the 3 that he mentioned did use confidential human sources. So is the problem just paying a confidential human source then? Why is it worse to pay a confidential human source than use a confidential human source?
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a standard thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
The time of the gentleman.
And it says FBI special counsels routinely approve CHS payments for information, expenses, or risks with funds from budgets like Smith's $35 million allocation. During government shutdowns, informant pay halts, underscoring routine use. Agents need supervisor prosecutor approval for embedded sources in gangs, cartels, or probes. It's a pretty standard practice there. So they're trying to smear him with something that the FBI does regularly. Cool.
From Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia for 5
Well, if it's about the money, then make it about the money. It doesn't matter that it's a confidential source. You can pay, but then you run into a problem because now all these investigators have paid sources. They're doing analysis. This source is doing analysis, video and audio analysis. Of course, you have to pay them for that. That's how these investigations work. If you have an expert doing analysis for you, do you think they do that for free? They always get paid. They always get paid under the table. Larry, if it was under the table, you wouldn't know about it. You fucking idiot. You wouldn't know that it existed. The reason we know it exists is because they have to itemize this stuff. Larry, don't just make shit up to defend Trump. Or I guess in this case, Jim Jordan.
Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in
I didn't quote Christopher Steele. How are you guys all stupid? I said Christopher Steele was a confidential human source before we knew who he was. That's not quoting him. That's telling you who he was, dummy.
state is especially important as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression, including violent tactics and legislation that has actively disfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Georgia in 2023 challenging recently passed voter suppression legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn by Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, the through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud. Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President
Sorry,
Trump's
beside Joel. Joel said, thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State, who was a fellow Republican, my understanding.
Oh, sorry. I said earlier Joe Neguse was from California. I don't know who I mixed him up with. He's from Colorado. Thanks for the correction there. And also Lee said, feel better, Jen.
Voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see outcome determined with fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780.
That's a wild response to the data you have is wrong, and Trump just moves on. I just want you to find me votes. There's no way to take this unless you are like living in Trump's ass, unless you're just desperate to believe he's innocent. There's no way. He's calling to pressure to find this amount of votes so he can win Georgia. 11,780 votes. It's a very specific number. It's such an easy case.
Votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition that Georgia Secretary of State was one of the witnesses who disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection.
Chris, he was not vindicated. You guys that keep citing this, 300,000 votes in Georgia, you don't know what the fuck you're looking at. What those votes were, you don't even know the breakdown of those votes. But what the votes are is they basically said, oh, we didn't necessarily, I think it was like we didn't follow like chain of custody. I'll double check while this is playing. But I'm pretty sure that was like a chain of custody issue. It doesn't mean that those votes were invalid. And it also doesn't prove that Trump would have won. How do we know where those votes would have went? But they didn't invalidate those votes.
Is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained not only that they weren't true, but I believe, my recollection is in several instances, explained why.
It was signatures, Kevin? Thanks.
And I believe that call ended, my recollection is that it ended with President Trump, in essence, threatening the Secretary of State.
Okay, yeah. So it's 315,000 votes that lacked required poll worker signatures on tabulator tapes, receipts verifying the voter counts against the ballots. But these votes were not missing or invalid. They were counted after verification. So then they got verified. So they just didn't have signatures, and then they verified them later. December 2025, during an election, state election board hearing, Fulton County's attorney admitted roughly 150 unsigned tabulator tapes tied to 315,000 early voters at State Farm Arena, violating state rules requiring on-site poll worker signatures for verification. Tabulator tapes act as receipts from voting machines to match voters to ballots. Missing signatures raised procedural concerns, with some additional documents also absent. Conservative outlets and figures like Elon Musk said that it is evidence of sloppiness. This doesn't prove that he won Georgia. You guys are getting pathetic.
That he might be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point. President Trump didn't just spread lies about the election. In your words, and I'm quoting,
"Shut up,
preyed
Bowsy."
on, end quote, Republican officials in Georgia and other states who believed would help him. Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies, told him the truth, he dismissed them and continued to spread the lies anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes. After an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand that his electoral vote, his alternative electoral vote, would only be used if they won in court, if they won in litigation. That didn't happen, and President Trump and his co-conspirators tried to use those alternative fake elector certificates to get Mike Pence.
Chairman, regular order.
Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you and your team of career prosecutors have put forth in covering this evidence. The American people
No
need
comment on what, Kevin?
to know what happened, and they need to know how their president pressured Georgia state officials to overturn their free.
Oh, the suitcases of the two poll workers and the suitcases of ballots? Oh, yeah. They sued Rudy Giuliani, and they won. And there was never any evidence that there were suitcase full of ballots. Those were where they keep the ballots, and they pulled them out from underneath the table. There was no fraud proven there. And then they sued Rudy Giuliani, and they won. So there's my comment on that, bud.
Alabama has unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. December 6, 2025, Atlanta News First. Fulton County admits to verifying 315,000 votes in the 2020 without poll worker signatures. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair now recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, isn't it true that for a federal criminal conspiracy charge, it requires more than one individual? In other words, you're making a contractual agreement.
No, you're mixing up two different stories now, Kevin. Get your facts right.
Some kind with somebody other than yourself, right?
That is correct. There has to be an agreement.
And so when you made the determination to charge President Trump with conspiracy, you surely knew that you had somebody else that he must have agreed upon somewhere to engage in this act that generated the conspiracy, right?
That's correct. We alleged specific individuals in the indictment as co-conspirators.
And so you knew who you were going to do who you were going to charge when you pursued the indictment. You knew who the agreeing parties were, but you chose to list them as co-conspirators, but you didn't indict them. How often have you done that in the past?
In the past, I have had a number of cases where I have charged some members of a conspiracy and not charged others.
One member of the conspiracy. How many times have you done that? Charged one member of the conspiracy and let everybody else off the hook?
They weren't off the hook. See, fuck Andy Biggs, first of all. This is my congressman, and he's a piece of shit. We've already testified to this. He didn't let them off the hook. He said they would be prosecuted next. They went after the top person first, and by going after Trump first, you can convince them to maybe cooperate. As the evidence mounts and they see that their own criminal conspiracy is falling apart, maybe they turn on him. We saw this happen with what's her name that ran around with Rudy Giuliani. That she was a lawyer, lost her law license. She flipped. She apologized. That's how you do this. Andy Biggs has a law degree. He was never a good lawyer. He got all of his money by winning Publishers Clearinghouse, but he knows better than this.
I'm sure that's happened. That is not an.
You don't remember doing that?
I can't remember. Biggs is running for governor now in my state. He's not running for his seat again.
That is not an uncommon thing to do in an investigation. In my
so okay. I dispute that, but we're going to leave that as,
but,
as it may. But let's just get
why? Why do you dispute it?
Well, I don't like that. I didn't like that one bit.
this. If a member of Congress moves to decertify a state's electors, that would not be a crime, would it?
When you say to decertify,
You make a motion to decertify on that January 6th, that way every 4 years. That's not a crime, right?
correct.
And if another elected official urged someone to join them in that decertification, that's not a crime either, right?
As you stated, it's not.
Several members of Congress get together over
Right. If you're a member of Congress and you make a motion while in Congress to decertify something, that is not against the law, and nobody was charged with that. And the reason is because you're a member of Congress and you can make that motion. But if you create fake sets of electors and try and get members of Congress to then accept those fake sets of electors, you have committed a crime. This is very simple.
because they say this is the normal path. We watched it because we saw the Democrats do it for every Republican president. So we're not sure how to do it. We've never done it before. That's not a crime to sit down at breakfast to talk about that or any other time together to talk about decertification, is it?
Yeah, all of these things are not crimes, and none of these things are why anybody was indicted. Jesus Christ, my congressman is the dumbest.
No, it's not a crime to talk about that over breakfast.
In your deposition, you talked about, you made the argument that an elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government operation. Isn't that true? That's what you said in your deposition, page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said. You remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back? Surely you remember that position.
I'm not denying it, and I apologize. I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this. You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election, right?
That is correct.
He just abandons. He just abandons it. There's nothing more frustrating to a Republican congressman than a follow-up question or asking for clarification. The fuck? I've got a script. There's nothing in my script for follow-up questions. I'm very frustrated. What if they are eating breakfast on a train in Brazil? Good question, Jade. What if they're eating breakfast for dinner? Then does it apply?
Say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful...
Yeah, you can't knowingly... You can't knowingly lie. Yeah. What?
Function is the certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
The president is not involved in the certification process on January 6th. He would not be covered under the speech and debate clause, which I think you're trying to reference right now. The president has no role in that process. So if the president, outside of this process with no official role in this process, is lying and trying to get people to commit crimes, to convince people in Congress to overturn the election, they are the criminals. The people in Congress are not the criminals. This is very simple, Andy Biggs. You dumb motherfucker. You went to law school. Shout out Brigham Young University and Arizona State University. You're not reflecting well on those two institutions.
Well, it's slightly broader than that. It's the collecting, counting, and certifying of the votes. Our view of the evidence is that begins from the point of time that the electors are certified through the counting of the votes. So that would be...
So the entire certification process from the state to the feds?
My recollection as it's pled in the indictment, as I sit here, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's from December 14th. I think that was the day through the voting.
Okay, so you can't recall, but for you, it's from the certification moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on inaugural day.
My recollection, that's what we pled in the indictment, yes.
Okay, so you've managed to filibuster us right out of this thing, but...
Filibuster! You said 15 words, Andy Biggs. You are not equipped for this. God damn, I hate this guy so much.
You've flustered me, so I'm going to call it a filibuster. I thought I had a gotcha, and I didn't, and then you asked me to explain, and then I explained, and I still can't figure it out, so filibuster.
Your beef was, you said that President Trump
Not beef. You're a fucking attorney. Not beef. This isn't beef. The charge.
A level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state legislators, to his supporters of all sorts.
True.
And somehow you discerned that his supporters were angry and that was somehow related to a criminal offense.
Somehow you deduced that they were angry. I don't know. They seemed kind of upset on January 6th. They seemed kind of upset in the chat every day. They're kind of upset right now. Yeah, it's not hard to deduce that they are angry.
That absolutely weak. I think it's misdirected. And
hey, great job, Andy. Fucking great job, dude. Arizona's finest right there. Decimated by follow-up questions. I thought it was weak and I didn't like it. Good job, Andy. Vote for Andy for governor in Arizona. You have the dumbest fucking governor in the state, and that's saying something.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? Okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th. And
I can explain that question. Thank you for asking that question. Can any of you explain why 5 states stopped counting votes at the same time? Yes, I can explain that. That didn't happen. Every election night, states stop counting votes and send people home. But the 5 that stopped at the same time, that didn't even happen. They all stopped at different times. It wasn't in unison, so you're welcome.
Directly experienced what happened.
And also, you're too dumb to fact check things. You just believe internet memes. That's the other part we need to explain to you, is that internet memes are not facts. Don't be fucking stupid.
Yet some of my colleagues across the aisle still insist that Trump had no role in the violence. In videos of the raging battle against our brave Capitol Police officers, many rioters were screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence that some of the rioters had gone to the Capitol because they really believed the president had invited them there?
There were, I believe there's video of rioters saying, in fact, that, as we pled in the indictment, the knowing lies that Donald Trump put out in the weeks leading up to that led to a level of distrust, and he ultimately knew that the crowd at the Capitol, or at the Ellipse, I should say, was angry before he told them to march toward the Capitol.
And we've seen report after report of rioters who have said that if Donald Trump had not convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington. I'm going to share some quotes from some of those rioters. "I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump," one rioter said about going to the Capitol. "I marched to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so," another said. "He personally asked for me to come that day," said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's rhetoric and language that inspired?
Good question. Eric said, why is the hearing being led by a dude that refused to comply with the subpoena? Because the more corrupt you are in the Republican Party, the more shit you have on your resume, the more likely you are to be loyal to Donald Trump, and that's how you get into these positions of power. He wants people with bad histories because those people don't really have other options, and they become more loyal.
People to go to the Capitol believing that they were going on the president's direct order?
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters.
Jamar, what if breakfast was green eggs and ham? Good question, Jamar. I'll update the gift goal. We're about done with the gift goal. If we can knock that out by the end, I'm going to go for probably another hour, and then we'll get out of here.
He told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, we can't let this happen. And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." That all happened during the Ellipse speech before people headed towards the Capitol, and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I was just going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer for Jacob Chansley, also known as the QAnon shaman, highlighted that his words, how the words affected his client. He heard the words of the president, he believed them, he genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report, the results of our investigation following the facts and following the law was that he...
To be clear, some of these things that they're talking about, the quotes from Donald Trump, these aren't just from his speech. I'm trying to pull them up. Here they are. So one of the ones that he quotes in his, and again, this was like Jacob Chomsky said this, we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Also, you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. Some of the other parts that were tweets, like when he said, I don't remember exactly what he said, but something along the lines of Mike Pence failed us. He didn't have the courage to stand up for what's right. And you can watch video on January 6th of a guy with a megaphone reading that out, and then everybody's like, let's go, and then they start chanting, hang Mike Pence. The thing that's tricky about all of this is when you're watching from home, like if you watch Donald Trump's speech from start to finish and you say, okay, he said all these things like fight like hell, but you also have him saying, I'm going to go with you down to the Capitol and we're going to protest peacefully and patriotically, I think is how he said it. You do also have to remember that a lot of these people that wound up attacking the Capitol left early. And so they didn't hear that. And the case doesn't really hinge on whether or not Donald Trump incited based on each one of those. What it hinged on is like, did Donald Trump's words convince a lot of people that he did want them to be violent? And that's just part of the case. But even without that, you still have a case. I don't think that based on my reading of the case, that was like, that if that was proven to be untrue, that they wouldn't have a case.
He was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused what would happen at the Capitol, and that it was foreseeable to him.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two UCs.
Joan, can state her unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Representative Biggs on January 7th, 2021, in which he said, quote, yesterday criminal rioters hijacked a joint session of Congress.
Objection.
Eat shit, Andy Biggs.
The second one is a unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview.
The tweet that you're talking about, by the way, it was stop the count. That was on election night. I don't know if there were any on J6. I don't know that there were any calls to stop the count on J6, but I think that was on election night.
From March 2024 on the Capitol Hill show, in which you called on those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th to be, quote, held accountable because, quote, that's the way our system does work.
Yeah, Kev. Yeah, I read an AI response. You know what I asked AI? I said, what quotes from Trump did Jack Smith cite in his indictment of Donald Trump? AI is a very useful tool. So I just asked AI, to find me the direct quotes Trump used, or that Jack Smith used. God, you get mad. Like, you get mad when information comes out. How else would you get information if you can't Google it, if you can't use AI, if you're not reading something? Are you upset with me for fact checking? God damn, man. Is there anything you're not upset about?
Should work.
Objection.
Thank you very much. Thank
I
you very
recognize
much.
the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Smith, how many members of Congress or the Senate did you subpoena phone toll records?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here? Well, let me ask you this. Am I on this list? Did you target my records and subpoena my...
Can you not read, Chip Roy? Am I on this list?
I'm from Texas. I can't read it very well. Can you just tell me if my name is on this list, this massive fucking list that we made up here? Called it the enemies list, but it's actually just people who were subpoenaed, but we thought it'd be cooler if it said enemies list. We put it on this paper that looks like the Constitution. Is my name on that list?
My phone toll records?
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email where I learned for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I've been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress,
Yep.
who literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family. And of course, as we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member
Yeah,
objects.
but that was all before Jack Smith. All right, now what are we doing? Why are you questioning Jack Smith about something that took place before he had this position? This had nothing to do with Jack Smith. Chip Roy just wants to complain, I guess.
To the disclosure, this happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know.
Oh.
I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, no. They investigate you. You don't know. They don't tell you. Oh, that's very sad. Chip Roy needs a bottle. They didn't even tell me that they were going to look into my phone calls. This is not fair. This is how all Americans have to deal with it, but not me. It's not fair. I'm a member of Congress.
My question here is, was there any limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president.
Not American citizens for supporting. Didn't target you, you whiny bitch. Lawmakers. And their phone records were subpoenaed to back up testimony. Oh, no. You subpoenaed my phone records to back up testimony. No. They want us to feel bad about an invasion of privacy? Are we out of our fucking minds? Or they watch everything we do. You want us to be sad that during an investigation, they found out who you called? Oh, no.
We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that established and opened the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors.
Why are you asking Jack Smith? This has nothing to do with him. Why are you angrily shouting at Jack Smith? Call Merrick Garland. What the fuck are you yelling at a guy that had nothing to do with this for? My coffee was cold this morning, god damn it. And in 3rd grade, I got too excited and I peed my pants and everybody called me pee pants from 3rd grade to 7th grade. And I don't like this. We're targeting Americans simply for peeing their pants when they're too excited. Can you answer that, Jack Smith? Why did they call me pee pants? He's not involved in this. What the fuck are you screaming at him for?
6 months before you were appointed, you testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco, and you briefed the AG and Deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them, I discussed...
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, it was already talked about my friend Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him. Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
No, not anybody who knew him. Lots of people knew him. This is a small list. This is a small fucking list. None of his family's on this list. His best friend, Jeff Epstein's not on this list. I guess, yeah, he was dead, I guess, at the time, so that makes sense. His other good friend, Ghislaine Maxwell's not on this list. Most of the people that you would associate Donald Trump with, these aren't his best friends. This guy is such a baby.
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals. Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act? Filing an election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client. Is that a criminal act, yes or no?
No, in fact, we
stated... So why...
Yeah, nobody got charged. He didn't get charged with that.
deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in 2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed and after the presidential electors were certified? What about Jen Ellis? What about Sidney Powell? What about Bill Sepien? What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir, if you're talking.
Well, there were some 400 plus Republican conservative groups and leaders who were targeted by your investigation. Their financial records were obtained, records of the RNC, the Trump campaign, Cleta Mitchell, the Conservative Partnership Institute, the America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress. And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel?
Yeah,
So-
if you commit crimes, you get investigated. Are we gonna investigate American citizens now when they commit crimes? Is that what you're saying to me? That American citizens have to worry about if they commit a crime, the government might come after them? Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's how this works. Republicans don't commit crimes. How dare you? This is crazy.
Much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings until the time you resigned from office in January of 2025. A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor who continues to sign his name in court filings after a disqualification order should face disciplinary action or disbarment. I yield back.
Yeah, it was on appeal. The difference between those two things that he just mentioned is Lindsey Halligan and Lena Haba both were ruled ineligible, and then they were able to keep working while it was on appeal, and then on appeal they lost, and now they're still working and signing their names, and the judges are like, you had your chance in court. They ruled that you that you were improperly positioned, and then you had an appeal. We heard that appeal. You lost that appeal, and you're still doing it. In Jack Smith's case, what happened is Donald Trump's handpicked judge, Eileen Cannon, gave what I would say, but whatever, she's the judge. That's how our law works. She said that he was improperly appointed, and it was on appeal. It was still waiting on appeal, and then Trump won while the appeal was still happening. So legally, he can still sign his name that way because they were going through the appeal process. And I don't know if Chip Roy knows that or not, because I don't think he's terribly bright, but that's the difference.
Gentleman yields back the.
Did the gentleman have the opportunity to respond?
If the gentleman wants to respond, he can.
Funny how they speed up Chip talking and slow down Jack. I sped this up. It's been at 1.25 speed forever. This is me. That's just Chip Roy being now that's not his normal speaking voice. Everybody is speaking at 1.25 speed, and they have been ever since the first break when I sped it up. He just talks fast, and then it's extra fast because I have it a little sped up here.
With respect to the last point, Judge Cannon's order specifically limited her finding to that proceeding. So there would be nothing improper about continuing to litigate the cases in Washington, D.C. And with respect to Florida,
I'm enjoying these attacks of looking for AI. AI is how you find information. You could use Google, but AI allows me to use specific prompts. I don't know why you guys think this is a burn. I think I'm probably one of the only people on the internet today who's watching this in real time and fact-checking it. And when you guys ask me questions, instead of just stating what I think, I'm looking it up and giving you the answer. And you're getting mad. I think what you're seeing is like, you don't like that you don't have answers and I keep having answers. And so you're like, oh, well, yeah, it's AI. Of course he has answers. You could do this yourself too. You could just ask these same questions. You don't have to rely on me, but I'm happy to do it.
there was nothing improper about taking an appeal of that very decision.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss Volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about Volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct a special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Hur's report?
My recollection is his report was made public in full. I believe that's correct.
And Special Counsel Weiss's report?
I do not know.
Okay. Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon, the
Looks like Mueller's was not made public in full.
Trump appointee who oversaw the case in Florida, issued a gag order that prevents you from discussing any parts of the classified documents investigation that is not already public.
But that's because of Bill Barr. Bill Barr released it redacted. SCOTUS then blocked full release to the House in 2020. I don't see any action since then. Yeah. It's based on Rule 6E secrecy, according to SCOTUS.
I understand that, including your findings that you laid out in Volume 2 of that report. Am I correct that the reason your report is not available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
I wrote a report. The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public. At this point, I want to turn now to President Trump's attacks on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023, right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How?
I'd say that's overuse. You got to come up with a new nickname. 185 times, it's too much.
Do you think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me.
To arrest Jack Smith for first-degree Marxistism. Thank you, Mr. Mayhem. Absolutely. Get this motherfucker for first-degree Marxistism.
I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in.
It's a good question, Smoke a Dog. I am 5'10". This is a massive fucking chair. I bought it off of what's that thing called? Nellis Auction, and it's like a big and tall chair. So it is fucking massive. Thank you for noticing that. I've been very I'm very sensitive about that. So thanks for bringing that up.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
And Mr. Smith, do you believe that President Trump's Department of Justice will find some way to indict you?
I believe that they will do everything in their power to do that because they've been ordered to by the president.
That's very concerning, obviously. It's very concerning to all of us, at least on this side of the aisle. This is Trump's playbook at work. Complain loudly, gin up hatred and resentment, then express our hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th.
Thanks,
Trump stood at the ellipse and gave a campaign speech to his supporters, and he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear that his intimidation will stop at nothing. I want to speak on behalf, in closing, I want to speak on behalf of people.
Chairman, regular order.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
I'm sorry, you have gone over numerous times.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont. I'll let you go a couple more seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have all day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you for all of your 30 years of service to this country, and to the police officer sitting here. I'm ashamed that you have not gotten your due.
Time of the gentlelady has
I
expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey is
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, the ranking member is recognized for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The first is a New York Times article titled "Hunting Leaks: Trump DOJ Officials."
Did somebody say there was breaking JD Vance news? I'm just going to mute this for a second. These are just unanimous consent requests. I don't think they care. I think it's a weird thing. It's just their way of getting in articles. Is there some announcement besides that they're having another kid? What's the announcement?
But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you, or like or hate Donald Trump, or like or hate Republicans, or like or hate Democrats. This is about the system. It's about what the Department of Justice did. It's about what you did. The core of
That's a lot of gold, brother. Is that a gold tooth? I'm hoping he was a dentist at one point.
hearing is all about, can Americans still trust the justice system? Is it fair? Was it fair under you? And all they don't expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives, but that wasn't the case. When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals, that's hypocrisy.
It's just lecturing.
I'm sorry to say, and I don't say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite.
Oh,
With
no.
that
Oh, no, not a hypocrite. Oh, no.
Being said, I think the prosecutors and the people around you stretch norms, change standards depending upon who was under investigation. So you don't like Donald Trump, and so you're a liberal Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him. And by the way,
Thanks,
it's interesting,
Christina.
in all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat?
Who the fuck? Why didn't you investigate Democrats for trying to overthrow the election that they just won? Huh? Why were there no Democrats working with Trump to overthrow the election? Huh? Gotcha, motherfucker. I told you were a hypocrite. Where were all those Democrats that were supporting Trump during this time? Jesus Christ. You guys got the dumbest people in Congress. And look at his face, dude. I'm fucking nailing this. I got this motherfucker right in the sights.
No. The answer is no. I'll answer for you.
Oh, okay.
So I got simple questions. I always say I'm a simple guy, but it really boils down to this. How much can Americans trust this system? In your special counsel report, you stated President Trump engaged and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, et cetera. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict, would Americans trust the justice system?
That's what all prosecutors do. Where does this guy live? When you're a prosecutor and you have a case, you say, I believe that we have evidence that this person is guilty. That's the role of the prosecutor. In opening statements, the prosecutor will say some version of, we will show beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump is guilty of this. That's what prosecutors do. Are we ever going to have any faith as citizens if prosecutors start saying people are guilty? Yep. Any problem, by the way, with all of these folks who said that that ICE officer was innocent and that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist? We're not going to talk about that.
Or would they? Would they trust the system more? The answer, go ahead, please answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking me.
So when this was all going on, before, and I believe it was political, before there was an entire case and we went through the whole case, you pretty much declared, and I'm not going to read the whole thing through again, that President Trump was guilty. That wasn't your job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job.
That's your job. That's literally your job. How is this guy? He's representing you, Republicans. I'm insulted on behalf of you. Why'd they give this dumb motherfucker a microphone?
Don't you think that's unfair, that's wrong, didn't make the playing field level? Did it make people less trustworthy of the system, yes or no?
No. When I announced the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that the case needed to be tried and that he had a right to go to trial and he was presumed innocent.
And thank you I just want a simple answer because we are limited on time. I disagree with you. I don't think you did. You also secretly subpoenaed and got records of members of Congress. And you kept those subpoenas hidden through non-disclosure orders. That's wrong. They should have known. You want to do that, fine. It's wrong. Number one, it's wrong because people have a right. The American public has a right to know. The elected officials have a right to know. It's your right to subpoena them, but they should know.
No, they don't. That's a fun thing that you just said. But in this country, you do not have the right to know if while you're being investigated, somebody subpoenas your phone records. You don't have a right to know that. The American people don't. Members of Congress don't. That's just a made-up thing you said there that on its face is ridiculous. You think they just tell people, like the police show up, they're like, hey, just wanted to let you know, we're investigating you. We will be subpoenaing your phone records. Wanted to give you a heads up before that happened, just in case you wanted to cover up any of this crime. We're going to tell you, we're going to be transparent every step of the way. Unfortunately, that's not how it works here. By the way, Jack Smith did say that explicitly that Trump and co-defendants must be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is in the special report of Special Counsel Smith, Volume 1 from January 2025. So when Jack Smith said, I did say that, and he said, I disagree with you, he was wrong.
Secondly, and I brought this up before, not one Democrat. It's all Republicans, all Republicans. Everything you've done, everything you've ever done is always against Republicans. Do you think that puts more trust in the system?
He's not a Democrat. Where's he been?
When you're so partisan in that way? Yes or no?
No. Politics played no role in our investigation. I have prosecuted Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases against Republicans and Democrats.
Because you didn't have the proof. If prosecutors routinely rely on politically...
Yeah, when he doesn't have the proof, he dismisses the cases. And he didn't dismiss this one because he had the proof. Good comeback, Van Drew. Really well done.
Balanced investigations. And by this, I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness. You're saying you're a fair man. We had a January 6th committee, select committee, that was appointed only by a Democrat, the then Speaker, Nancy Pelosi.
That's a lie.
Everybody on it was a Democrat, except...
That's a lie.
Except two Republicans that hated Republicans.
That's also a lie.
Was that fair? Was that fair? I mean, look at our
Also,
system.
Jack Smith has nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing to do with that. The reason that there were only two Republicans on the J6 committee is because Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, and I don't remember the other one. There were three people. One was Mo Brooks, one was Jim Jordan. They were being investigated for January 6th. And the Republicans said, put them on the committee, which of course you would never do. You would never put the people being investigated on the committee to do the investigation. And the Democrats said, no, you can't have them. You can't have the people being investigated. Give us people that aren't being investigated. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. And so Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger's like, fine, we'll do it. That's what happened. I wanted to address this too. Iceman said, you're ridiculous. Jackass was not sworn in by the Senate, and yet he can subpoena their phones? What world? This world, dipshit. Special prosecutors are not sworn in by the Senate, ever. Not one fucking time. 0 motherfucking times. This world, the one that we all live in, the world that you live in is where you just make shit up and get angry and write in caps and get in your feelings about something you could have just Googled. But zero special prosecutors have been confirmed by the Senate. Because it doesn't require Senate confirmation. What you meant was, did a witness sign his oath? And a witness did not sign his oath, so they made him sign another one with a witness. And you could have Googled that or AI it, but I guess you guys are also against fact-checking. That's crazy that you just said that. After all this time, you come in here with, the Senate didn't swear him in. Yeah, didn't have to.
Them here in Congress. We've got Democrats, man, they speak up. You've got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both sides. That's the way a select committee should be. And you based everything upon this biased, unfair, prejudiced system. How is that fair? Tell me how that's fair.
That's not correct. We conducted an independent investigation.
You based a lot on that commission. You got all their records.
That's not correct. We did collect their records. We conducted our own independent investigation following the facts and the law.
And you used a lot of their information, Mr. Smith. I don't mean to cut you off. I've got limited time.
Who cares? Go after the evidence. This is all of MAGA. You guys never talk about any case because the evidence is overwhelming against you. So every time MAGA wants to defend Trump, they go, it's unfair. people don't like him. Yeah, he's fucking unlikable. But go after the evidence. So far, not one single hit on the evidence from Republicans. Goddamn, what are we at? An hour, is this going backwards? Yeah, a couple hours in.
Joe Biden took classified records that were not to be taken when he was vice president and when he was Senate.
What
I know
the
you didn't deal
fuck?
directly with that. But nevertheless, he did. Is that fair? Because he let him go, don't do anything to him. But on the other hand, when it's President Trump who did it as president, then there was...
Republicans assigned a special prosecutor for Biden specifically, and they ruled that they did not need to charge him because he cooperated with the investigation, whereas Trump refused to give the documents back and lied to the FBI multiple times. They did it fairly. It's just that one of them lied and refused to give the documents back, and the other one didn't. So the one who didn't lie and gave the documents back didn't get charged with anything. And the one that did lie got charged. And then he goes on camera, and they say stuff like this, and Republicans are like, oh, good point. I don't think you understand what Trump was charged with. It was willful retention. Willful matters. Retention of classified documents never gets anybody charged. Willful retention, meaning once you were aware that you had classified documents and we could prove that you were aware that you had classified documents, you still didn't give them back. That's why. But they had her do this entire investigation. They sat with Joe Biden for like 9 hours. Where has this guy been? He's a member of Congress. He doesn't know anything that happened?
You raided Mar-a-Lago. Is that fair?
I'm the gentleman. Gentleman's fired.
Well, I'd like him to answer.
If the witness would like to respond, he can.
He didn't raid Mar-a-Lago.
It's damn unfair. That's the answer.
We've got UC requests.
UC request from the gentlelady from California.
Yes, I have a unanimous
It was
consent
the
request.
FBI that raided Mar-a-Lago. This guy doesn't seem to know what anybody in government is doing.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the government's sentencing memorandum for Capitol rioter Cody Mattis, who said that, quote, when the former president asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, it was not a call to...
Let's see. Love covers all things said. Best answer, the truth. Pole Hugger Music, thank you for the super chat. I didn't think I got that one. I'll update the gift goal. And then I'm going to be here for about 20 more minutes, and then I got to go. If we can knock out the gift goal, that'd be great. Appreciate you guys' support today. Back to the hearing.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for being here today. Let's remember why we're here today. Donald Trump incited an insurrection in 2020 because he refused to accept that he lost that election. And then he took classified documents with him.
In order to fact check anything, they would have to believe in facts. Good point, Don. Well done. Good point.
And put them in Mar-a-Lago. Republicans support impunity for criminals, not accountability. There's no clearer example than that of the blanket pardon of nearly 1,600 insurrectionists on day one of this disgraceful presidency. Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy who brutalized police officers. There are 4 of them who can testify to that here, and who wanted to kill Vice President Pence. People who've committed more crimes since the insurrection: sexual assault, child molestation, aggravated kidnapping. That's who Trump pardoned, and that's whose side Republicans are on.
I got to be fair here. It would be nice if Mr. Garcia was focused on what Jack Smith's doing too. If we're going to be fair and call balls and strikes, it'd be cool if he was asking Jack. I don't care. We've all heard this a million times on every news outlet. We get it. Trump to the pardons. That's what we're supposed to do as people who cover the news. It would be nice if you stuck to what the hearing was about.
Not want to, but they are, because they refuse to tell the truth. Mr. Smith, let me ask you something. Does pardoning violent rioters who brutalized law enforcement officers, spray peppering them, tasering them, beating them up, kicking them, smashing them in door frames, make our country safer?
Absolutely not.
As a prosecutor, can you describe why these pardons make our communities less safe and undermine our criminal legal system more broadly?
The people who assaulted police officers and were convicted after trial, in my view, and I think in the view of the judges who sentenced them to prison, are dangerous to their community. As you've mentioned, some of these people have already committed crimes against their communities again, and I think all of us, if we're reasonable, know that there's going to be more crimes committed by these people in the future. I do not understand why you would mass pardon people who assaulted police officers. I don't get it. I never will.
That's exactly right. And none of this is a coincidence.
The entire purpose of the Republican Party, unfortunately, has become to help criminals and corporate interests evade accountability. Republicans want impunity, not accountability. They want impunity for the January 6th people, for the classified documents case, for the Epstein files, for billionaires and big corporations, and for terror that DHS is sowing on our streets.
Yeah, I don't even know if he wants this clip true. This is not going to be a compelling clip.
The Gestapo tactics by ICE and CBP are the obvious result of President Trump and the Republicans.
I don't know what this is supposed to find out. To be honest, Republicans wanted this hearing. I think they just consistently want to distract, and it sucks. Like covering the news, it's hard. Like, do I want to capitulate and be part of the distraction? No, but I also want to cover these things as honestly as we can. And I do think J6 has been a massive cover-up by Republicans. They have been unwilling to address virtually any of this. So I think it's important. But yeah, we weren't going to go watch the closed door hearing. If you really do care about this, go watch the closed door hearing and you're going to get real answers. You're not going to have all this performative bullshit.
Mr. Smith, for doing your part, our fight continues for accountability, not for impunity. Thank you, and I yield back.
May I have
Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Smith, I just want to take a minute and allow you to explain why you requested the toll records of those officials for January 6th.
For the January 6th investigation, you mean, correct? With regard to the toll records...
Chris said, is there such a thing as alternative fact check? Yeah, that's when MAGA just speaks from their heart and ignores facts.
That were subpoenaed regarding the period of the 4th, I think it was to the 7th. We had evidence that the president had directed Rudy Giuliani, one of his co-conspirators, to contact members of Congress to try to further delay the proceedings and exploit the violence that happened in the Capitol. We had evidence that those calls had happened. We wanted to get more evidence of that to corroborate it for trial. That is, again, as I mentioned earlier today, a standard part of an investigation to understand who a conspiracy is trying to reach out to, how they're trying to influence people.
And you want a documentary confirmation?
Yes, correct.
Time of the gentleman is expired. The gentleman from Texas.
Again, these Republicans pretending like they're victims of something here. The only reason their call logs were even used is to verify what witnesses said to make sure that those calls actually happened. That is not an invasion of your privacy. It's not against the law. And they're not actually even really that upset about it. They just need some way to play victim to distract from the fact that this was a pretty easy case. Like, it's a pretty obvious case. If this was a case that was tough, like if Jack Smith didn't have a good case, Republicans would be doing something about the evidence. They'd be tearing apart the evidence. But all they've done is go after Jack Smith and try and smear him. They haven't once, one lady, Miss Lee, she was the only one that really discussed the evidence in the case, and she and Jack Smith agreed, which was weird. She kept thinking that she'd be like, do you agree? He's like, yeah. She's like, see? Like, yeah, I agree. I don't know.
Nels is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I'll just cut right to the chase here.
Yeah.
Your investigation and attempted prosecution of President Trump, it wasn't about justice.
Oh.
It was about politics.
Oh.
Politics. From day one, under the Biden-Harris DOJ, you weaponized...
Let me tell you what you were thinking, Jack Smith. Again, not going to go after the evidence here. He's just going to tell Jack Smith that this is about partisanship. And even if it was, it doesn't fucking matter. Even if this was political prosecution, if the facts still say that Donald Trump's guilty, he's guilty. But they don't want to talk about the facts. And neither do any of you guys. None of you Republicans would like to talk about the facts because this is a pretty open and shut case.
To go after their top political opponent. You push flawed legal theories, and even the far left, Washington Post called you out. They called you out, sir, for violating the First Amendment.
Oh, no, not the Washington Post.
You tried to criminalize political speech, slap unlawful gag orders on a presidential candidate, and spy on Republican members of Congress in violation of the speech or debate clause, including the sitting Speaker of the House. Mr. Smith, you mishandled documents, pressured defense lawyers.
Huh? What documents did he mishandle? They haven't covered a single mishandled document.
And dumped a massive trophy.
And then he said pressured defense attorneys. What? Yeah. As the prosecution, wouldn't you pressure defense attorneys? Isn't that part of your job?
Of so-called evidence right before the election, and you did it. You did it to sway voters. That's why you did it. And don't get me started on that raid at Mar-a-Lago or your unconstitutional appointment, which a federal judge in Florida rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you. This wasn't, Mr. Smith.
It wasn't a bad day for him. He continued doing his job. Nothing happened. That was just one judge was like, I don't like this. And then it was on appeal. It was not a bad day. The Washington Post, what he said that he called him out, they said Jack Smith, they said that they argued that his January 6th election interference prosecution theory against Trump would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. It is based on an opinion piece written by I'm on Washington Post. I'm trying to see if it says who it's written by. Just somebody on the editorial board. An unnamed person? That was his evidence, an opinion piece in the Washington Post that is unnamed? Okay.
About upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed, including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But here's the good part, America, here's the good part. The American people saw right through it. They rejected, sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November.
They can't reject a case. They have no say in this case. It doesn't matter what the American people think. The American people don't get to override court cases. This guy's pathetic. This guy is like, as soon as he's done, he's going to get on his phone. Donald, did you see what I said? Did you see how I yelled at him? I bet Donald Trump will tweet about Nels. Nels is like his favorite lapdog.
Handing President Trump a commanding victory. The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. Mr. Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes. The Electoral College by 85 votes.
That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. These guys are so pathetic. That's one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard. I'll give you proof. He won an election. Cool. I'll give you proof. I won a foot race. It's not relevant at all.
With every single swing state.
Ooh.
Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you. And lastly, I would like to quickly address the police officers of January.
You're stinky.
All right. Well, we're going to talk to the police officers? Please don't. Please don't do this.
6. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team.
Oh, my God.
We know they had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already.
What a piece of shit. What an absolute fucking piece of shit that guy is. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck this guy. It's Capitol Police's fault? This where we're at, Republicans? I just want to see, Drew, are you still here? I want to know, Republicans, do you like this? Are you a fan of what he just said right there? I don't think most of you are. I'm not going to loop you guys in. I'm going to give you the opportunity. We agree with that. We're going to blame Capitol Police? I think somebody said, go fuck yourself, I think is what they said. Yes, you like it? All right. That's gross. Go back a little.
We don't need the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
Yeah, let's
Claim my
fuck
time.
yourself.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman.
I mean, there's nothing legitimate about Troy Nels. He's saying this because Donald Trump wants him to say this. Didn't he just get like, busted for like insider trading or something?
They continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. And
a high propensity of violence from who? From who? So Donald Trump had that intelligence too then, didn't he? Weird. And what did they do? Muriel Bowser, she had that information too. So what'd they do? They asked Donald Trump for backup from the National Guard. And then Trump refused to call in the National Guard and has convinced the dumbest fucking people you know that somehow Nancy Pelosi had the authority to accept or reject the National Guard. I'm not looking at the chat right now on purpose because I know that that's what's going to be in the chat. The dumbest fucking people that you've ever met are going to blame it on Nancy Pelosi. Troy Nels knows this. This is disgusting stuff from this administration and from Republicans. This is one of the most pathetic things I think I've ever seen in Congress. To look directly at the people who were attacked by a mob and tell them it was their fault. God bless Michael Fanone for not walking up and beating this guy's ass. That's... You guys have sunk to new lows. There was we can overlook. I guess we got used to you guys overlooking facts, but now when the facts are overwhelming, you're blaming the victims, the people who just showed up to work that day and got beaten by a mob. Well, shouldn't have been standing there.
Capitol itself was the target. We knew the extremist groups were going to be there. And why do I say that? It was your own report from your intelligence section, the IICD, which was run by Pittman, in the January 3rd special events section. It was in it.
And they asked for backup. They requested backup from the National Guard. And Trump wouldn't call in the National Guard. You can see the letter on January 4th. You can see Christopher Miller responding to Muriel Bowser saying, hey. And now this is what Nancy Pelosi actually was talking about. When Pelosi, there's that video of her in her car, and she's like, I should have had them more prepared. She's talking about Capitol Police. And by the way, she should be held accountable for that. She did have advance notice, and they obviously weren't prepared enough. She should be held accountable for not having Capitol Police prepared. But that doesn't mean that Trump also shouldn't be held accountable because he had this same intelligence and he sat there and wouldn't call in the National Guard despite his vice president, the Speaker of the House, the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, multiple members of his body calling and saying, please send in the National Guard. And he refused all of their phone calls. This is a pretty dark spot for American history. Troy Nels here blaming the police for the act just because they're all so whipped by Donald Trump. This is pathetic.
Was in it. And Mr. Dunn, I believe that you thought that day would be like just any other. In your testimony to the January 6th committee, you said you found out how ugly was going to get on a cell phone. Somebody said,
well, let me just say this. So Trump had all this information. Capitol Police are wrong because they should have known it was going to be violent, but Donald Trump didn't know it was going to be violent. Donald Trump didn't have this intelligence. They weren't sharing this with Capitol Police. They weren't sharing this with Secret Service. They weren't sharing this with the FBI. Of course they were, because we've read their court cases, and this is where Troy Nels doing this is actually exposing something even more dark. He's admitting for the first time that I know of from any of these people publicly that everybody knew it was going to be violent. Everybody knew there was a plan by MAGA Republicans to come and, at the very least, threaten violence. They all knew, including Donald Trump. This is a pathetic man right here that refuses to hold his leader accountable for the role his leader played in this and is going to go after Capitol Police. This is a pathetic day for Republicans.
Sent you some information on social media. The point is, you were all unprepared to deal with that day. And that's because your leadership failed to share the intelligence with you. It was their fault, folks. It was their fault. It was not President Trump, and we are going to expose it for the first time because the Benny Thompson, the sham committee didn't do it.
Will the gentleman yield for
The
a question?
sham committee didn't do it. The report is 845 pages. Donald Trump's name is mentioned 4,207 times. We know what the committee wanted to do is to not allow Donald Trump to come back and win again. And they failed miserably, and I hope you now can see that.
It actually didn't fail. We've never heard the case. We may still hear the case someday. This is a gross day. I feel gross about this, honestly. I can't believe that's a real human being right there. And he wrote this shit down, too. He prepared for this. A bad day. Bad day for America. There are a lot of bad days lately.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something
good.
because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi.
That's a lie. Well, he asked Speaker Pelosi. He asked Speaker Pelosi for the National Guard. In what fucking world? For any of you who are new here, we will show you that this is an obvious lie. It's in writing. It's from January 4th. I'll pull it up now. You can look at it. This is the letter from the Secretary of the Army explaining who is in charge of the National Guard. This is a response to Mayor Muriel Bowser. The subject is employment guidance for the District of National Guard and says, this memorandum responds to your January 4th memorandum regarding the District of Columbia's request for District of Columbia National Guard. So the request was in 2 days earlier in response to planned demonstrations from January 5th to 6th. So they knew that there were people that were threatening violence. So they said, we need the DC National Guard. Who did they call? Did they call Nancy Pelosi? Did they call Nancy Pelosi for the D.C. National Guard? No. They wrote a letter to the Secretary of Defense. And the Secretary of Defense said, you are authorized to approve the requested support subject to my guidance below and subject to consultation with the Attorney General. Nothing about the Speaker of the House there. And then he says, unless I give you permission without subsequent personal authorization. So unless I personally give you authorization, the D.C. National Guard cannot do any of the following things. They can't be issued weapons, ammunitions, bayonets, batons, ballistic protection equipment, helmets, body armor. They can't interact physically with protesters, except when necessary in self-defense or defense of others, consistent with rules of force, rules for the use of force, to employ any riot control agents. They can't share equipment. They can't use ISR or conduct ISR, incident awareness and assessment activities. They can't employ helicopters or any other air assets. They cannot conduct searches, seizures, arrests, or any direct law enforcement activity. And they cannot seek support from any non-National Guard units. Unless I say so, he said. Without my subsequent personal authorization, they can't do any of this stuff, which is what they would obviously need to do to step in and stop a protest. They would need weapons, ammunition, bayonets, batons, ballistic protection equipment. They would need to interact physically with protesters. They would need to be able to use riot control agents. They would need to be able to share equipment with law enforcement agencies. They would need to do all of this stuff. And they can't do any of this stuff unless he authorizes them. And then he explains the chain of command. He says at all times, not sometimes, not from 8:30 to 4, at all motherfucking times, the D.C. National Guard will remain under the operational and administrative command and control of the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard. Not Nancy Pelosi, the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard. And just in case you aren't sure who his boss is, he reports to the Secretary of Defense through the Secretary of the Army. So the chain of command is the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard, who reports to the Secretary of the Army, who was Ryan McCarthy at the time, who reports to the Secretary of Defense, who was Christopher Miller at the time, who reports directly to the President of the United States. There is absolutely no scenario where Nancy Pelosi could request or deny a request for the National Guard, and the only chance you have of believing that is if you are the dumbest motherfucker alive, or you're closing your eyes to believe that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. But these are members of Congress who don't understand the basic structure of our government. The president is the commander-in-chief. If the president is incapacitated, the vice president is commander-in-chief. If the vice president is incapacitated, then you have the Speaker of the House, which is Nancy Pelosi. But you didn't have any of that. So Trump was in control the whole time. There is no scenario where Trump could say, I'm sending you National Guard troops, and Nancy Pelosi says, no, thank you, go fuck yourself. No, there's no scenario where Nancy Pelosi can say no to this request. None. Donald Trump supersedes her every time, and you have to be a complete fucking dipshit to believe this, and this is a member of Congress being a complete fucking dipshit, which we already saw earlier. He's obviously fucking stupid. But repeating these lies, after we blamed the police, now we're gonna plant more lies.
Why don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for the question? Are you saying Nancy Pelosi controls the National Guard?
Wait a minute.
The president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
I my time. I lost some of my time.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. You have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many elected officials say we're going to fight to win an election? It's new terminology used all the time, seriously. And of course, if they were guilty, they should be prosecuted. The problem was there were many in the mix.
If unanimous consent, gentleman yields back. The
Last thing, your hand gestures, Mr. Fanone.
No.
You need
medication.
medication.
Expired. The time of gentleman expired.
You need medication. Yeah, dude, what did he do, flip you off? You pussy. These fucking pussies in the GOP. He gave us a bead to hand signal. Toughen the fuck up. Yesterday, you guys want to prosecute a postal worker for flipping him off or flipping somebody off and calling him a loser. And today, you want to talk about somebody who you're lying about and he flips you off. God, you guys are soft. The softest. And that's a good time. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. An important reminder. Thank you, Lee. Thank you also, Sean, for joining the Dollar Train.
The audience will be in order, the committee will be in order, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two unanimous consent requests to enter into the record, two articles.
Gentlelady, proceed.
An article dated December 29, 2025, titled Wall Street Journal Editorial Board Calls Out MAGA's Latest 2020 Stolen Election Nonsense.
Objection.
And the second article, an article dated December 23rd.
That's a good point. Didn't Trump flip somebody off last week? Should he be medicated? Great point. Who said that? Well done, whoever said that.
2025, titled Fact Check. Fulton County's 315,000 unsigned early votes are not proof of electoral fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. Under unanimous consent, I ask to enter into the record the Judiciary Democrats' January 2026 report titled, Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them, which profiles the illustrious career trajectories of some of the key actors from January 6th who were pardoned by Donald Trump. And secondly, a second report, January 2026 report from Judiciary Democrats, 1 year later, assessing the public safety implications of President Trump's mass pardon of 1,600 January 6 rioters and insurrectionists.
Without objection, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today. But it's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020 election was rigged, and Capitol Police officers were harmed and died because...
Sierra, good point. I do stream a lot, and you said you bet money that I wear adult diapers so I can complain longer on this channel. Fun fact, for $25, I can hire your dad for 6 hours to sit under my chair, and I shit in his mouth. So normally I would wear diapers, but your dad is a cheap slut, so I don't really have to do that, and he loves the taste. So good guess, you were close, but no.
Because of those conspiracies. And we have important elections coming up, and the people want them to happen, and they want them to be fair. And the one person who should be telling the truth about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website that says the election was stolen from Trump, a blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost, and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump knew he had lost the 2020 election?
We had evidence from a variety of sources, evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on to stay in office. And the reality is certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. People in various states' legislatures refused to go along with that. And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
And I'm going to ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying when he said the election was stolen?
That was part of our proof at trial, and it was relevant to the charges, specifically to the first charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that, and this very issue was litigated in the case. The defense raised this very issue. And one thing I want to be clear about today, the case that I investigated and the case we had, it was built to be tried in a courtroom, not in the media. Our case was built to withstand the crucible of litigation, and our assessment was that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
So what I heard you say is that when you lie, and you know you're lying, and then you act on that lie to overturn the democratic process, that is a felony. A January 6er actually said, if I can't trust him, then who can I trust? Exactly. You know, we cannot even trust our own president. And in fact, there's so many other things that you can say that you're not allowed to say because a Trump-appointed judge sealed the documents, refusing to release the files yet again, which is why we could probably ask you far more questions if those were unsealed. So I know I don't have that much time. I want to now shift to these allegations from my Republican colleagues about the collection of phone records of Republican senators. I guess some of the ones that were trying to get $500,000 of taxpayer dollars. So many of the phone records of members were requested before you were appointed as special counsel, yes or no? That's true? Is that accurate?
Yes, some subpoenas occurred before I was special counsel.
And what do you say to those who claim you chose to target Republicans because you only collected phone records for Republicans?
The conspiracy I was investigating targeted Republicans.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier.
That's right. And so you would have requested any relevant call records necessary for your investigation of a Republican or of a Democrat?
That's correct. And
again, he has famously prosecuted prominent Democrats, including John Edwards. Famously. There's no evidence that this man is partisan.
to be clear, if a Democrat committed these acts, we would have sought those. I could just add one thing. We interviewed Rudy Giuliani in the course of this investigation. We asked him, why did you, in one of the voicemails he left for the senator, mention the fact that it was Republicans that you were reaching out to? And he said, because the Democrats weren't going to help us, and even some Republicans wouldn't help us. And so our evidence shows repeatedly that the plan was to see if you could prey on people's party loyalty.
Some of the gentlelady's expired. The gentlelady from...
Cutting off the answer? That was weird, Jim Jordan. Why are you cutting off? He hasn't done that once. He's been pretty fair. That was a weird one when you cut off the answer from the witness.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
This is going to be good.
Mr. Smith,
old batshit showed up.
was during your deposition.
I guess I'm staying later. I still haven't seen Moskowitz or Jasmine Crockett. Guys, I'll stay later, but if you can help us knock out that gift code, that'd be dope. It's been a lot of hours today. My ass is getting numb.
Our committee that you revealed that you tasked your team, specifically J.P. Cooney, to engage with the partisan January 6th committee. You had to have known at the time the controversy surrounding this committee, including the fact that all of the members had been appointed by Nancy Pelosi, who disallowed the Republicans from being able to engage. Yet you proceeded anyway, raising numerous questions as to your strategy for conspiring with the J6.
What was he supposed to do? Did they want to not use the evidence from the J6 committee, and he was supposed to factor in partisanship? This is a weird claim that they're making. Like, don't be partisan unless you're trying to factor in partisanship that makes Republicans look bad. Like, they want him to ignore evidence based on which party gave it to him. That's what she's advocating for here. That's weird.
Committee, you had every possible resource available to you. Your prosecution of President Trump was clearly a priority for the Biden administration, and it is clear that you had an unlimited budget. And you also left no stone unturned, even subpoenaing records.
Oh no, he did a thorough investigation? That motherfucker.
From sitting members of the House and Senate. So what information could the J6 committee possess that you and the nation's top law enforcement agency could not obtain on your own?
I did request J.P. Cooney.
What did they have that you couldn't obtain on your own?
In any investigation,
What information did they have that you were not able to obtain on your own?
I couldn't know that until I had their information.
Was there anything there? Did you find that?
How would you know? Hey, can I see what evidence you have? Yeah, we'll send it over. Oh, fuck, we didn't have this. Yeah.
They had information that you were not able to obtain?
I don't recall specifically every bit of information. What I can tell you is we took in their information because we wanted to collect any information that could be relevant. We made our own independent assessment of the evidence.
So from the time that you were appointed as special counsel up to the date of your resignation in January of 2025, did you personally have any contact with any members, staff, or contractors of the House's January 6th Select Committee, and if so, who?
I do not believe I had contact with anybody personally from the January 2nd.
The January 6th committee failed to archive or preserve its video recordings of witness interviews, deleting or destroying as many as 900 interview summaries or transcripts involving more than 1 full terabyte of digital data. I repeat, the J6th committee destroyed evidence.
No, they didn't. This is also like, we have all of this. They got rid of their own hard drives, but we have all of this. It's archived. This is another weird lie that Republicans tell. If I have all this information on a hard drive, and then I give it to the government, and the government archives it, and then once they have archived it, I take that hard drive and I either wipe it or I destroy it. I have not destroyed evidence because they have all the evidence. You can go in online and you can see all of this. Anything that is not classified, you can go on and you can read yourself. It all still exists. All of it. I don't know why they lie about obvious stuff like this.
Let that sink in.
Well, okay, we'll let it sink in.
Why would they do such a thing? I think we have a dang good idea. The committee actually
mostly because they didn't
use selective clips from these videos and transcripts during their hearings, and yet by destroying this evidence, they have denied Congress and the public the ability to obtain their full content and context. They created their narrative by selective use of the evidence before them. So how very convenient. Did you or your team receive any?
Bleached it. We got somebody who, guys, we got one of those people who thinks that bleach bit is bleach. Bleach bit software, not bleached it. They don't soak them in bleach. You goddamn idiot. It's not. And by the way, with Hillary Clinton, we had every government email that she ever sent. The only thing we don't have is her personal emails, and there was no right, there was no warrant. Nobody had access to her personal emails. So everything that was deleted was personal emails. Anything from the government that she forwarded to her server, before she could forward those emails to that server, it was stored on a government server. That's how we know what to look for. That's how they knew what to look for, because we had a record of that. The problem is you guys have been lied to for so long. I think you think that the government has nobody in IT. It's just if you're corrupt in the government, you can just walk up to the computer and push delete and then shit will be gone. Or you can pour bleach on it and shit will be gone. We have all of these records. There's nothing that we don't have.
those witness transcripts or video recordings of transcribed interviews from the Select Committee that were not released to the public?
What I can tell you is that I requested J.P. Cooney to contact the Select Committee.
Do you know if you received any of the evidence or testimony that the J6 committee eventually destroyed?
I don't have any information that the J6 Committee
You don't know
destroyed
one
any
way or
of
the other as you sit here today.
No, what I'm telling you is that I requested all the information we could get from the January 6th.
Has all of the information that you requested been preserved? All of the information from the J6 committee, has that been preserved?
The information that we requested and received, we reviewed it. It was
Has it
part
been
of our files.
preserved?
Yes, as part
Thank
of
you.
our files. And
Were you or your team advised, or did you get the information?
There are 117, I want to get the total number, 117 total deleted files that are unaccounted for. That's it. Out of the 4 terabytes of data, there are 117 deleted files that are unaccounted for. And Jack Smith had nothing to do with that. And that's what they're going to focus on.
Impression from anyone affiliated with the January 6th committee that these documents were not for public release, even though portions of them had already been shown to the American people? Were you advised to keep any of the information from the J6 committee confidential?
as I sit here right now, I don't recall that.
Okay.
I recall.
Did the J6 committee provide you with the Cassidy Hutchinson testimony as part of the trove of documents that you received?
To be clear, there were hundreds of thousands of files that were deleted, but they were backed up. And when they went to the backup, there's 117 that they have not been able to recover yet. This was as of early this year. They may have recovered some of them since then, but that's it, out of the 4 terabytes.
As I sit here now, I don't recall, but it was.
Well, you're familiar with her testimony, aren't you?
I am.
And in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that Ms. Hutchinson's testimony, especially the most explosive allegations made, was comprised of hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay? Come on, you're an attorney, Mr. Smith. You can answer the question. Of course it was hearsay. And hearsay isn't admissible in a court of law, is it? Why? Because it is inherently unreliable, and the victim or the target of a prosecution.
But we didn't go to court. The J6 committee was not court. Hearsay is absolutely admissible in congressional hearings. Jack Smith never went to court. I don't know why the fuck she's talking about hearsay. She has no idea what he was going to present in court. Just because he had evidence doesn't mean that he was going to submit it. And I don't even know if what she's talking about specifically is hearsay. It isn't hearsay when you can confirm it anymore. Then it's admissible. But this is weird.
Prosecution is not able to cross-examine. Isn't that correct? In fact, Mr. Smith, if you had attempted to walk into court with Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, you would have been thrown out on your ear. No judge, no legitimate judge would have.
No, because her testimony was about her personal experience. That's not hearsay. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she say she witnessed this? With Cassidy? Oh, maybe not. Actually, maybe she heard it from somebody else. That would have been inadmissible if she heard it from somebody else. I can't remember. Somebody look that up.
Ever allow the testimony of Cassidy Hutchins to be admitted in a court of law, would they?
I disagree.
Well, and then we've already talked about your record.
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's time has long since expired.
The time of the gentlelady.
What's she so mad about, you psycho?
The gentleman from Florida.
Can I do one UC request first?
The gentleman is recognized.
This is from factcheck.org. Meme rehashes old false.
She was told about the car? Okay. I couldn't remember. As I was saying that, I think I remember she had heard it from somebody. She said she heard it from somebody in Secret Service or something, right?
Claim that J6 committee destroyed evidence from October 15, 2024. And this is from the District of Columbia National Guard website, stating that this is the only National Guard unit in America which reports exclusively and only to the president.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we're definitely not in a court of law today. Half this shit wouldn't come in if we were. I mean, good God. I want to talk about something one of my colleagues, Mr. Nell, said from Texas. He sits on this new January 6th subcommittee, which I also happen to sit on. And he said the same thing in the subcommittee the other week, that it wasn't President Trump that inspired January 6th, right? It wasn't him. He said in the subcommittee that it was actually Ray Epps. Ray Epps.
Oh.
He was the one who told people to break the law and the windows and the doors and to beat police officers and hang Mike Pence and try to break into the floor of the House and wiping feces on the walls. It was all this guy, Ray Epps, right? So who is Ray Epps? Why is he so powerful? So, I mean, I just did a quick Google search of Ray Epps, and his Wikipedia page says the powerful Ray Epps is a wedding planner to the Oath Keepers. This is the wedding planner? That's the mastermind of January. You went from Donald Trump. It wasn't Donald.
Also, he's an Oath Keeper, a far-right fringe group. Members of the Oath Keepers convicted of seditious conspiracy. But let's also point out that he's not a lefty. He's a member of a far-right pro-Trump Oath Keeper group.
Donald, who are we going to blame? Who could it be? How about the wedding planner to the Oath Keepers? I mean, it's just pathetic. But, my colleagues love the past, Mr. Smith. Love the past. That's why you're here before Pam Bondi. Okay? We haven't had the Attorney General here. We didn't have her last year. She's the only one in the cabinet to not come in committee of reference. But they love the past. Oh, they love talking about January 6th and Hunter Biden and COVID and Barack Obama and Hillary's emails. They love the past. These people love the past so much they're still reenacting the Civil War. Okay? Love the past.
Right now.
But hate talking about the present. But you know what? Let's talk about the past real quick. Here are some quotes, because I heard one of my colleagues call you a hypocrite. Here are some quotes from my colleagues. Chairman Jordan, right after January 6th, stop the violence, support Capitol Police. Ted Cruz, those storming the Capitol need to stop right now. The Constitution protects but not violence. Chip Roy, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on the Republic itself. Steve Scalise, United States Capitol Police saved my life. Lindsey Graham, when it comes to accountability, the president needs to understand his actions were the problem. Troy Nels, oh my God, him again. I'm happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with Capitol Police. Darrell Issa, the violence and turmoil we witnessed in Washington, D.C. was completely unacceptable. Rep. McClintock, the attack on Capitol strikes the most sacred act of our democracy.
How did all these people change their mind? All these people that were just yelling at Jack Smith. On January 6th, they seemed like it was a pretty big deal. And then they all just rewrote their own history because Donald Trump said so?
And former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, whose name we heard a lot today, what did he have to say about it? Let me be clear. Last week's violence attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, and criminal. And make no mistake, those who were responsible should be brought to justice. The president bears responsibility. Period. Or exclamation point. But let's talk also about, the present. That's the past. Let's talk about the present. These are the guys who created the weaponization committee for the DOJ. So let's talk about the present. Jerome Powell facing investigation. Okay. In fact, we heard about Jonathan Turley, that he's some legal messiah. Jonathan Turley calls the Jerome Powell thing legitimate concerns of retaliation. Lisa Cook under investigation. Mark Kelly, United States Senator, under investigation. Adam Schiff, United States Senator, under investigation. Eric Swalwell, United States Representative, under investigation. Chris Christie, potentially under investigation. Jack Smith, oh, that's you, under investigation. Okay, Miles Taylor, former Chief of Staff to United States Department of Homeland Security, under investigation. Christopher Krebs, former Director of Cybersecurity, under investigation. Indicted, James Comey, Letitia James. John Bolton, it's weird that they indicted John Bolton but stole his foreign policy. Accused of crimes, former President Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama. Revoked or threatened with revocation of Secret Service protection, Kamala Harris. Hunter Biden, Ashley Biden, the daughter of President Joe Biden. Mayorkas, Mike Pompeo, Brian Hook, General Mark Milley, John Bolton, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the guy Trump gave a medal to. Security clearance revoked, Joe Biden, Anthony Blinken, Jacob Sullivan, Lisa Monaco, Mark Zaid, Norman Eisen, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Andrew Weissman, Hillary Clinton, Liz Cheney, Kamala Harris, Adam Kinzinger, Fiona Hill, Alexander Vindman.
That's a lot.
Keep going. Any questions about any of that? We know you don't.
But will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will, please.
Because you have a way of synthesizing that nobody else does, Mr. Moskowitz. Listening to our colleagues today, I wonder if they actually believe any of this would have happened had Donald Trump simply accepted the results of the election.
You mean like Al Gore did when he lost 5-4 at the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would any of this, would the violence have happened? Would the fake counterfeit slates have happened?
No,
the threats against Vice President Pence?
No, none of it would have happened. And Leon Panetta would still have a security clearance, so would John Brennan, so would Michael Morrell, Michael Vickers. I can't get them all in, Mr. Chairman. I can't get them. I have like 4 more pages of the weaponization of the Department.
The time of the gentleman from Florida has expired. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, when was the initial indictment issued on President
Trump? I'm going to do just one more Republican, then we're going to find Jasmine Crockett, then I really do need to go.
August 1st, 2023, does that sound about right?
That's in the election case.
What was the question?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, when was the initial indictment issued on President Trump? August 1st, 2023, does that sound about right?
That's in the election case. That's correct.
Correct. And on that election case, after that, you asked for a trial date when?
I don't recall as I sit here right now.
January 2024, does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, so after the indictment, you in August, you asked for a January trial date. That's like 5 months? 5 months? How much evidence did you have? Millions of pages?
As I sit here right now, I don't recall the exact.
I think in your testimony,
Where do we think he's going with this? Is he trying to say 5 months is too quick?
The number 13 million pages. Is that a ballpark accurate number?
I think that was the question asked of me, and as I sit here, I don't have an accurate number.
So let's just assume that that's true, right? Because you had a bunch of stuff. You had $50 million that you blew through the Treasury on a trial that went nowhere. How many pages per day is that? 100,000? Does that sound about right? What if we break that down per hour? It's 4,166 per minute is 70 pages. You like to read, sir? You like to read?
I do.
Do you read 70 pages a minute?
I do not.
I mean, that would be remarkable. So how do you prepare for a trial?
Does he not know that there are teams of people that do this? Is he under the impression that the prosecutor reads through every document? Bro, how are all of the people on the Republican side of the aisle, how are they all stupid? He had like a 40-person team. Is he now accusing him of not being prepared because he didn't read every page of every piece of evidence? That's crazy. No, they give you what you need. Most of the pages that you read are never going to be introduced in court. This is getting pathetic.
In 5 months, if you're asking the defense counsel to read 70 pages a minute, how do you do that and prepare a defense and look at all the witness testimony and video evidence that you supposedly had? How do you do that? You know what's shocking to me, and I think that one of the most egregious aspects of this case, Mr. Smith, is that if you get a traffic ticket in Washington, D.C., you're not going to trial in 5 months. But you want the president, the former president of the United States, to have a trial date with 13 million pages of documents within 5 months.
But he didn't have a trial date. He never had one. That's what the court, it's the court's job to decide whether or not that is sufficient time, and they said no. This isn't, what is this? The court just kept delaying it and delaying it and delaying it, and we never had the case. So now he's saying like Jack Smith's a bad guy because is that what we're saying here? This is unfair because he set a timeline that was too short. That's what. No questions about the evidence here.
You didn't give them enough time to read it, sir. We should throw out the whole case.
I think that's ridiculous. And I think that speaks exactly to what we talk about when we examine not only your record, but the things in this case that are deeply troubling.
Like what?
That this was not the pursuit of facts and law and letting the judge and the jury decide.
No, that's what it was. They got the facts. They used the law. They went to a grand jury where the jury decided. They recommended a date to start the trial in which the judge made a decision to move that date. What are we talking about? That's exactly what this is.
Not only your record, but the things in this case that are deeply troubling. That this was not the pursuit of facts and law and letting the judge and the jury decide. That this was an exercise.
Yes, all of that is exactly what happened. What are we doing here?
In political, it was a political hit job, timed perfectly against the president of the United States. Sir, in the Florida case, in the records case, what happened ultimately in that case?
What happened ultimately in the case?
Yeah, the Mar-a-Lago records case.
I'm going to answer because I don't think this is covered by Judge Cannon's order. We moved to dismiss that case pursuant to Justice Department policy.
No, the records case in Florida.
Against Donald Trump.
The records case in Mar-a-Lago, were you ruled to be, what was the ruling in that?
That was Judge Cannon's ruling, and she ruled my appointment unlawful, and we sought to appeal that, and that appeal was pending at the time that we dismissed the cases.
So from the very beginning, were you ever confirmed by the United States Senate?
I have never been confirmed by the United States Senate. I will say that the history supporting my appointment...
Yeah, you don't have to be. What? Jesus Christ, this guy works for the government.
...is over 100 years old. Other special counsels...
Isn't there a statute of appointment? I mean, you have to be confirmed by the Senate. So I think that's kind of interesting.
No.
I think the point is, from the very beginning, on the documents case and others, you weren't even lawfully appointed, and that's why Judge Cannon ruled the way that she did. And from the beginning, we talk about that you followed Department of Justice policy, you followed the facts, you followed the law, you followed the Constitution. That's what you have said all throughout this day, parroted by the Democrats, that you have done nothing wrong.
Yeah, according to 28 CFR 600, they are directly appointed by the U.S. Attorney General under the Department of Justice regulations, and they do not require Senate confirmation. The appointment, post-1999 Ethics in Government Act expiration, special counsels are inferior officers appointed by the AG when a case involves conflicts of public interest per longstanding DOJ practice and statutes like 28 U.S.C. 509, 515, 533. Other examples of people who just recently, well, Jack Smith, Robert Mueller, John Durham. So two of those people were appointed by Trump's attorney generals, and they also didn't get Senate confirmation. I don't believe Hur had Senate confirmation. So I don't know who Mr. Fry is, but he's woefully misinformed.
At the very beginning, you weren't even lawfully, and you can't even recall who swore you in. So as we sit here today, based on your testimony in the transcribed interview, can you tell us who swore you in as special prosecutor?
As I said, I know I took the oath of office. I don't recall who swore me in. What I can share with you.
I don't know, sir. Call me naive, but that's a milestone career move for you that you get to do this, and you don't remember the circumstances. I just find that a little bit odd. But here's the thing. I'm going to wrap up quick. You're unconstitutionally appointed. You breached the 60-day
I wouldn't call you naive. I'd call you a fucking dipshit who didn't listen when he's answered this question 5 times already. He doesn't know exactly who swore him in. I would imagine that if you asked a lot of people who were prosecutors who were sworn in, he just signed a piece of paper. I don't know.
Releasing this very partisan attack against the president right before the election. You tampered with evidence in the Mar-a-Lago case that you admitted to in court filings. You subpoenaed members of Congress and their phone records in violation of the Constitution, of current statutes. You didn't even let the court know that these were members of
Incorrect. See, this is dirty. Watch this.
Congress.
Watch
and their
this.
phone records in violation of the Constitution, of current statutes. You didn't even let the court
Of current statutes. You violated current statutes. Why did he say current statutes? Because they changed the law after. So he wasn't in violation of the law. He would have been in violation of the law if the laws existed how they exist today. See how dirty that is, the way that they're saying this? How many more times do we, if there's any Republicans left here, Drew, thanks for sticking around. How many more times do we got to catch these guys in a lie before you'll start to go, maybe they're not telling the truth?
know that these were members of Congress. How are we to assume otherwise that this wasn't political? Because it absolutely was, sir. And I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would caution my...
I don't want to do Goldman. Let's just find Jasmine Crockett and then we'll get out of here. There it is. It's the start of her.
He requested that they give us everything they were willing to give us. As I sit here now, I don't recall if specifically her information was in there, but I'm not denying that it was. It may well have been.
Okay, we'll go back. Your team issued subpoenas.
Subpoenas for
their one thing.
And the other is a American.
Well, 5 minutes.
Well, okay, fine. It's curious because you've sat here all day, and thank you so much for showing up because this was something that you wanted to do. The Republicans wanted to make sure that you were hid in a room with no cameras because I was there. They didn't really want you out public because they were afraid of what you would say, which is that you could have proven your case because you are a career prosecutor who knows how to prosecute criminals. So just to be clear, today it seems like the Republicans have not really fought very much about whether or not Trump was guilty or not. In fact, their fight seems to be over whether or not you were authorized to prove their guilt. Do you recall a number of Republican members asking about whether or not your appointment was okay, even though we know that you've testified about the more than 100-year precedent that allowed for your appointment?
I was asked questions about that today, and our position, as we filed in our appeal, is that there was strong support for my appointment, including Supreme Court precedent directly on point.
Thank you so much. Additionally, everybody's being all gingerly here today, but I don't know why we're acting surprised that a man who had close to 90 allegations out of 4 different jurisdictions and ultimately ended up with 34 convictions after a jury was able to hear all the evidence would possibly be committing a criminal act on January 6th. In fact, considering the fact that we are now under the impression that he is violating people's due process rights, he is ignoring court orders, He's starting wars without congressional authority in contradiction to the Constitution. He's enriching himself to the tune of over $1.4 billion. He's shaking down electeds to draw maps that will help him stay in power because the Republicans don't understand that they swore an oath to the Constitution and that we are supposed to do checks and balances. He's also shaking down TV stations to get money. So why are we trying to pretend as if it is out of the realm for this particular man to commit the crime that he committed on January 6th? And frankly, the only reason he ran for president was to make sure that he would not be prosecuted, because I fully believe that you would have put him under the jail based on our long-form conversation that we had. But according to your special counsel report on page 137, it states the department's view that the Constitution prohibits the continued indictment and prosecution of a president is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution, and that, quote, but for Mr. Trump's election and imminent return to the presidency, the office assessed that the admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial. In other words, Donald Trump ran for president, like I said, so he wouldn't have to spend the rest of his life in prison. The chairman and other members of this committee have spent all day attacking you and trying to rewrite the history of January 6th. But Mr. Jim Jordan, the chairman, failed to mention how he was running around the Capitol terrified by the possibility that all those insurrectionists would harm him. In fact, on page 97 of the deposition transcript, you mentioned how Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff, quote unquote, never saw Jim Jordan so scared. The chairman also failed to mention that he was in direct contact with the White House in the days leading up to and on January 6th, which is why his toll records were subpoenaed by your office. Let me be clear, because they're trying to act like this is Democrats on Republicans, and I guess you are a covert Democrat that knew that he was going to try to steal an election before he tried to steal that election, and so therefore you were somehow put into place. I mean, the conspiracy theories make your head spin, but nevertheless, were you going to subpoena the toll records of every single Republican simply because they were a Republican?
No, we subpoenaed the toll records in the course of this investigation because they were relevant to our investigation.
Relevant. Oh, okay. All right. So that means something about facts. So let's talk about facts. Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden, yes or no?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, 60 federal and state courts have found that there was no evidence of election fraud. Trump's own attorney general and vice president knew that he lost the election, but he still tried to steal the election by pressuring state officials, designing fake elector plans, nearly having Mike Pence hanged, and ultimately demanding that his supporters, quote, fight like hell, correct?
Correct.
We all saw it happen once.
Yeah, I do have this sped up. It's at 1.25 speed.
We all saw what happened once they reached the U.S. Capitol. As your report outlines, President Trump knew that he would incite violence at the Capitol that day. In fact, some of Trump's senior advisors were pushing for violence. For example, page 81 of the report details how co-conspirators number 2, John Eastman, tried to convince Mike Pence to break the law, stating that, quote, violence was necessary. So it isn't just Trump who is responsible for the death of multiple law enforcement officers and the injuries of thousands of people. A lot of Republican members of Congress are also responsible. 147 Republicans voted to overturn the 2020 election results, including multiple members currently serving on this committee. And I will yield.
Gentleman from North
Well
Carolina.
done. Well done. My favorite part about any time we play a Jasmine Crockett clip is watching the racists' heads explode in the chat, and they just melt down. You'll watch people leave. They quit. They're like, I cannot listen to her. That is a black woman speaking. This irritates me. And that's one of my favorite parts, watching intelligent black woman break down the case in a way that no Republican is going to refute, by the way. None of them have even tried to address this case. They just want to say, it's unfair. You guys picked on Donald Trump. You guys didn't like him very much, and so you tried to persecute him. And then they didn't attack any part of the case. Not one of them put a dent in Jack Smith's case. And I think Jack Smith likely would have won that case quite easily in front of any jury, even in Florida with Eileen Cannon. Let me read a bunch of chats that came in, and then we'll get out of here. Fuck MAGA said, stop voting for Republicans, please. Axe said, thanks, RTP. Get well soon, Jen. Thank you, Jen Star, for the super chat, and Marianne. Stephanie as well. Bender said, thanks for the OT today. Loved doing it. Diet Pepsi, I think I got that one. Sarah said, thanks for the info and belly laughs. Tony said, why are they so painfully dumb? I think it's just bad school systems and inbreeding, if I had to guess. Oslo said, I got you on the gift goal, but now you have to say, Oslo, the curious red monster, is my daddy. There you go. For the Greenland First Agenda, got that one. I think Jen sent some too. Andrea said, fuck Trump and any of his supporters and ass-kissing legislators that would blame the Capitol Police for the attacks on the Capitol on January 6th. Kaylin said, for your numb ass, thank you. Christy said, thanks for making an otherwise boring workday bearable. Happy to do it. Shannon said, thank you for keeping us somewhat sane during this crazy shit and being entertaining. Appreciate all that you do. Sean, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Lee says, feel better. I think that is all of them. I don't think I missed any. Did I miss anybody? Anybody in the chat? Did I miss any of your super chats? I'm reading. I think I got them all. I apologize if I missed anybody. Let's just say, Johnny, I apologize if I missed yours. There's like a 90% chance that Johnny sent one that I missed. Somehow his name is invisible. Did I say yours, Sunlit Angel? I think so. Let's see. Was it a super chat? I don't see it. Not sure. Oh, there were a couple here. Sorry. Heather said, thanks for staying late. Yedis said, thank you for staying with us. Dan Hall said, just being the best. Robin said, thanks for today. I did miss a bunch. Thank you. All right, guys, I'll be back tomorrow morning, every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you watch today. And I don't know if TikTok was banned today. I can't remember. I think we get it back on the 24th. So probably not till Monday unless somehow that ban is flipped. But we'll be back tomorrow and then on Monday. In the meantime, make sure you're subscribed wherever you're watching today and turn on notifications. It's cliche, but like almost nobody that subscribes turns on notifications. There are people that are here every day, returning viewers who aren't subscribed. It helps us a great deal in getting more people to see the show, and it gets us pushed in the feed. So if you could help us that way, that'd be great. Also, we have paid subscriptions through TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And if you are a paid member, you can join us every other Monday night for movie night. This next Monday, we're going to watch Hitler and the Nazis. It's a I think, I don't know how many part series it is. We'll probably do 2 episodes, I think 2 hours worth on Monday, and then skip Monday, and every other Monday we do that. So it's another great way to help us. Everybody that is friends with Jen on TikTok or Discord, anywhere, just DM her that you're thinking about her, you love her, and you hope she feels better, and that her smile brightens up your day. She'll love that. She really loves that type of stuff. So make sure you do that. I did update the promo code on our healthcare hoodie. If you go through our links in the link tree, we have a merch store and we have the healthcare hoodie. It's 20% off until next Wednesday. Check that out. Other than that, mods, great job today. Everybody, big W in the chat for Casey, who stepped in for Jen and made sure everything was in order. W, Casey. We'll see all of you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.